In the evening of March 25th, 2026, Drewski would release a controversial skit called How Conservative Women in America Act. And this skit was aimed at one person, Erica Kirk. Drewski's skit doesn't take aim at Charlie Kirk at all. In fact, it takes aim at Erica, and it shows how, well, phony she is.
In what ways have you grown closer to Jesus?
I serve a righteous God. And that is why we say our prayers. And we are all his children. But when I say children, I mean like the holy, blessed Trinity, which is why I hold the Bible.
And it continues to mock her.
Anyone disenfranchise you because you're a young man, especially a young white male man, don't ever let anyone talk down to you. We need strong men out there.
We have to protect all men in America, especially all white men in America. Those are the boys that we care about in this country.
Damn! Of course, we've seen Drewski do these skits with the Black Hebrew Israelites, the megachurch pastors, and of course, people think it's hilarious. And it is, but not everybody thinks it's that funny. It's important to know that Drewski is a Black American man putting on makeup, acting as a white woman. And this would be a big point of contention for some. For an example, you would see it here. Can Black folks handle this same behavior without crying? I doubt, but whatever.
Boy, you don't sit your stupid ass down. Who the you think you is?
Other people would say, pretty disrespectful. Now let's do blackface for Jesse Jackson's wife and see the riots in the street. This person says, double standards. No blackface for whites means no white face for blacks. Can't have it both ways and still play the victim card. This person here says, so racism is off the table. The white person says, cool. Now we can do blackface. Fair game, right? Remember back in the 90s when Ted Danson painted his face black and all the backlash he got, even though he was dating Whoopi Goldberg at the time. But this is okay. But this is the most favorite one that I saw. When I thought he was making fun of MAGA women, I thought it was funny. When I realized he was making fun of Erica, I was like, oh man, not funny. And I know I saw this name before, and you're right, I have. It is Corinne Tatum 3.0. And when I looked at who this person was, she was married to no other than Officer Tatum. That's right. This is Brandon Tatum's wife, who used to be a Trump supporter, and now it seems like she's not as much anymore, but she loves Erica Kirk. Wait, stop the show. Let's go down the path, because a lot of people are upset with Drewski for making fun of Erica Kirk, making fun of her mannerisms. It's nothing really egregious on my behalf, but Officer Tatum, aka Brandon Tatum, was close with Charlie Kirk. He worked with Charlie Kirk with Turning Point USA. He was one of the first blacks to help bring other blacks into the fold, also with Candace Owens in creating such programs as Blacksit. But to be honest, this sort of quote unquote disrespect for Erica Kirk has been going on for quite some time.
I am so disgusted by the things that I'm hearing about Erica Kirk. It is so shameful to me that people will fix their mouth, posture, their social media platform to make this woman look bad after her husband dies.
Now, this is interesting because Brandon Tatum is so disgusted that Erica Kirk has been made fun of. He sounds like he is concerned. And of course, all of the people who were mad at Drewski never come after Brandon Tatum. I mean, why should they? Brandon Tatum was a follower and a supporter of Charlie Kirk. But guys, do you remember something? When Charlie Kirk passed away in September, Brandon Tatum, of course, cried. And Brandon Tatum did something interesting. He decided, without the approval of Erica Kirk or Turning Point USA, he would sell Charlie Kirk's t-shirts at tatumstore.com, which is where he sells his merchandise. And he was called out for this by another creator that he was going back and forth with at the time. The guy's name was I Winster. And what he had to say about Brandon Tatum was alarming.
Almost got to the point where I was actually going to put Charlie's signature on the sleeve and make it all about Charlie. And we were going to make it a whole big tribute thing. And I had permission from the very top. What's really interesting, though, is when I asked them what other companies might be doing it, they didn't mention yours. So did you even reach out and ask them for permission? Did you ask them if it was something you could do? Anybody that cared about Charlie, I wasn't even really close to Charlie, but I was already looking for ways to make sure that Erica and her kids got all of the money.
So you cowards say, I'm not going to do nothing because I might make a profit off of it.
Because I saw that you were doing it. And I don't want to be anything like you, ever. I want nothing to do with people like you. You're the bottom of the barrel. You're the worst of the worst. You're the grifters of all grifters. You don't care about anybody but yourself. You damn sure don't care about your country. And so when I saw that you were doing it, I said, absolutely not.
Woo! Now, here you have Brandon Tatum, who was raising money. He did gift Charlie Kirk and Erica Kirk over $400,000, but it is clear that Brandon Tatum profited off of the death of his mentor and good friend, Charlie Kirk. And there was some tension between Charlie Kirk and Brandon Tatum because there was a Christian convention that Brandon Tatum was not invited to. He felt he was treated unfairly, but nobody will mention this about Brandon Tatum. Although Drewski just made fun of Erica Kirk in a harmful, playful type way, Brandon Tatum actually made money off of his friend dying and profited. And we don't know how much money he kept, but so much for good friends, right?
He's right, you know.
If Brandon Tatum really wanted you to support Charlie Kirk, he would have just had you go to the website of Turning Point USA and you could have bought the merchandise there. But he didn't. He made probably a lot of money and then gave some to Erica Kirk. But I digress. But there are other things that people don't want to talk about as to why people don't like Erica Kirk. Like, as soon as Charlie passed away, something was...
I mean, look at this face. As of the recording of this video, we're only 16 days out from a supposedly brutal, horrific assassination of the love of her life, of the father of her two children.
That's right. Erica Kirk was moving around as if really she didn't care. She became the Turning Point CEO immediately. She got a lot of money from Tucker Carlson, a lot of people. And it seemed like she was having the time of her life without her dead husband, Charlie. Then there was this person by the name of Marcos Bits. And this was just released March 16th, just 10 days before Drewski would release his skit. And he got 43 million views on releasing this tea about Erica Kirk.
So in 2018, a former pageant queen, Miss Arizona, Miss Erica Franzfe, stumbled into the brand new Turning Point USA office in Phoenix, Arizona. While she was there, she very quickly bumped into Charlie Kirk, who then flew her to New York City for her job interview at a burger joint, a restaurant called Bill's Burgers. At which point during the job interview, Charlie Kirk said, "Forget the interview, forget the job. I actually think I'm going to date you because that's super professional."
But wait, there's more.
Erica completely jumped at the chance to date Charlie because he was already anointed by the billionaire class that funded and controlled Turning Point USA as the person that was going to be the next president of the United States. This was not something that was a secret. This was not something that was implicit. This was something that was explicit in several conversations. Everybody knew that Charlie Kirk one day would run to be president, and it was a running comment, a running joke that Erica Kirk would one day be the first lady. This was her life goal, and this was the plan, and the only reason in 2021 she married Charlie Kirk. She did not marry Charlie. She married the trajectory of the presidency and proximity to power, which is what she always wanted.
So this is interesting. And this makes a lot of sense to the last clip. Now, this guy, Marcos Bitts, claims to be a son of a very famous billionaire. He mentioned the whole idea that Charlie Kirk was supposed to become a Republican presidential candidate, most likely the president or the next president of the United States. And Erica Kirk was not there for Charlie at all. She was there for the position of power and for money. Again, so many people are mad at Drewski, but if you can look at his videos, the last two, I mean, one is 43 million views, and the downfall of Erica Kirk is 8.9 million views. And what this guy is talking about, these are serious allegations. In my honest opinion, almost borderline defamation. Woo! At best, all Drewski did was mock the obvious.
War is raging in Iran.
We're praying for all the soldiers and troops.
That's great that you're praying, but
how about all the kids that died when the USA hit the towers?
It broke my heart. That is
He proved that Erica Kirk is pretty fake and phony, and it's just easy to troll, and that's all it was. While the people who are mad at Drewski want to make this a black versus a white thing, when ultimately this is not a black versus a white thing. Drewski makes fun of megachurch pastors. He makes fun of Hebrew Israelites. He's making fun of Erica, and he did a good job. And people are upset because it is Erica Kirk. But the reality is all of these other people, typically who are non-white, have been exposing Erica Kirk since Charlie Kirk passed away. So many people want to make it a white versus a black thing, when ultimately it's a funny thing. And Drewski is victorious once again. If you really have a problem with people who dislike Erica Kirk, just go and visit the people who profited off of Charlie Kirk's death. Woo! But guys, what do you think it should be?
In what ways have you grown closer to Jesus?
I serve a righteous God.
All right, first of all, this video is going to be quick. I want to address something in response to Drewski's video. First, with all due respect, you can't tell anyone how to react. We know this. But there's something about comedy that people keep forgetting. And that is this: comedy does not create truth, it exposes it in some way, shape, or form. That being said, the response to Drewski's video is right here on the screen. But if I did blackface as a part of a skit, I'd be canceled and called a racist. Hear me and hear me good. Blackface is not parody, it's history. They do not weigh the same. Blackface became popular in the 1800s, in which white performers portrayed black people as lazy, ignorant, and comedic caricatures. Let's dive deeper. Even black performers were not allowed to perform as themselves. Some had to wear blackface over their own skin just to be accepted. Here's the cultural impact. Blackface helped reinforce stereotypes that justified segregation and discrimination. And here's why it's not the same as parody. Because it's not just makeup. Blackface represented a system that profited off the dehumanization of black identity. So no, they're not the same. But I'll give you this. That doesn't mean what Drewski did was not offensive. Oftentimes, parody becomes very dangerous when it stops critiquing what you do and starts distorting who you are. But you cannot compare behavior being imitated to the people that were being dehumanized. But I also heard somewhere that imitation is the highest form of flattery. Right? A good response, even though I'm not telling you how to react, a good response to Drewski would be like, haha, that was funny. But ain't no way you can look like me when you're built like a whole pillowcase full of Uno cards. Or you can say, oh my God, I don't look like that. Look at your jaws, my guy. Look at your face. Your jaws are horrible. Your face looks like the plank from Ed, Edd n Eddy. Now, I just aged myself. Your response could have been comedic the same way, which would have elevated your platform as well. Sometimes we forget nobody's untouchable. Everybody has something that can be made fun of. Respectfully, how you see yourself determines what's really funny. Because most of the time, jokes stop being funny when they start being too true. I would have straight up said, Drewski, you out here built like you hold your breath to eat ice cream. And the hard truth is, the very thing that offends you oftentimes is what exposes you.
In what ways have you grown closer to Jesus?
I serve a righteous God.
All right, first of all, this video is going to be quick. I want to address something in response to Drewski's video. First, with all due respect, you can't tell anyone how to react. We know this. But there's something about comedy that people keep forgetting, and that is this: comedy does not create truth.
Shalom, call Halayim La Yahweh, Bahasham, Yahweh Shai, Bahasham Rachak Wadash. Double honors unto our apostles and elders of the great millstone. Much peace and blessings to all you Sensakim out there that's pushing this 100% truth with all sincerity, faith, and with charity. This is your brother Ash from the great millstone Miami camp, coming back with another lesson through the spirit and power of Yahweh Bahasham Yahweh Shai. The Lord willing, this lesson is edifying unto the elect. This is just going to be a quick lesson speaking on this character right here who goes by the name Captain Tazaryach of the ISUPK. I think it's pretty obvious at this point that this character took a bag. I think it's pretty obvious, clearly obvious, that this man took a bag. Okay? Which we know, starting with our apostles and elders of Great Millstone, who are the true prophets of the nation of Israel, have been speaking on these individuals of the ISUPK, and forgive me for the background noise, for some time now, okay? And there's been many just straight up wicked things that have been said by these guys, man. Okay, namely the apostle, not apostle, but John the Baptist was not a man of the Lord. John the Baptist is this whiskey right here, this cup of whiskey right here. Okay. God doesn't care about you taking a microchip, and all type of madness, all type of corrupt speech has been brought forth by these guys at the ISUPK. Okay. And we know about these different Israelite groups that take 501c3 charter tax exemption statuses, and how that all controls or puts a muzzle on what you can say and what you can teach, much like the IUIC. So there's been suspicions of these guys selling out. But this individual right here, Captain Tazaryach, which, you know, years ago, I wanted to give this individual some benefit of the doubt. He seemed to have been sincere, to me, at least at one point. But I think at this point, it's very clear that this man took a bag. Okay, he put up this post, insane interview coming soon with 607 Unc. And if you know anything about this guy, 607 Unc, he's a complete demon. A complete demon. He's an internet character. He's another character. And I call Captain Tazaryach a character because that's exactly what he is. All of these different internet he's an influencer. He's an internet influencer. And all these different internet influencers and personalities that you see being pushed in the algorithm, they all are bought and paid for, okay? They're on the world stage. Anyone who's on the world stage has been groomed and put there by the powers that be, namely the small hat, the tiny top, Amalek. Okay, this dude 607 Ankh is a self-proclaimed warlock. He admitted that he worships Abraxas and Sophia, okay, Gnostic gods. Do your research on Gnosticism, which in short is a complete bastardization of the Holy Scriptures. It's a demonic interpretation of the Scriptures. They believe that the God of Israel, Yahweh, is really evil, and he deceived Adam and Eve, and the serpent was really trying to set them free. All type of demonic shit. Okay, that word abracadabra, which we know as a magician's word, the magic word, comes from Abraxas. This is the same thing that Killer Priest believes, who used to be up under the Apostle Elder Tahar. Okay, this guy, Killer Priest, recently dropped an album titled Abraxas with a rooster on the cover. A rooster symbolizes Abraxas. But Gnosticism is a religion that a lot of the elites believe in. A lot of lesser luminaries, people in Hollywood, believe in. Okay, a lot of these different Christian pastors and leaders behind closed doors are Gnostics, which the word Gnostic goes back to gnosis, which basically means to know. Okay, and it's easy for someone who isn't right, who isn't of the elect, they're not right in the spirit, to go from a so-called Christian or a Hebrew Israelite breakdown and go into Gnosticism, because you're not totally throwing the Bible away, but you're interpreting it through the vibration of Satan. Okay, we know Satan knows scriptures and he twists scriptures. That's really the highest form of witchcraft, is when you twist the scriptures. Okay, I remember I watched one show or short or podcast with this dude 607 Ankh, and somebody called in to the show and was talking about how he knew 607 Ankh and that basically Esau did experiments on them. Okay, this dude 607 Ankh, which also the guy said that they were basically groomed to be warlocks, right? And this dude 607 Ankh, he carries a cup, a chalice that looks demonic as hell. And the dude called and said that he puts the spirits of little children that he sacrificed into that cup, and that cup is demonic. This is the same cup that this other character, 4 Extra, which is supposed to be some super gangster from LA, Crip. He picked up this dude, they were on No Jumper. He picked up this dude cup, and like a couple days later, he blew his hand off with that same hand. And 607 Ankh was, saying basically that was because he touched his cup, and that cup had demons on it. Okay, which, nothing is a coincidence. But this dude 607 Ankh is a complete demon, a complete bug out. So why is this dude, Captain Tazaryach, sitting down with him, having a conversation? And to the minds of the simple, right? You go to the comment section. I can't wait. This is the one I want to see. Keep letting the Most High use you. This is going to be good. I can't wait. And the scripture's talking about that, getting the praise of men. This dude, Captain Tazaryach, is on what they call a podcast run, which you see a lot of individuals, they go on podcast runs, and they hit up several different platforms promoting whatever agenda that they have going on. Just like a media run, when these different celebrities, they have a album coming out or a tour, you before they release the album or tour, you start to see them everywhere. You see them going on different news platforms speaking. You see them do podcasts, because podcasting is that's the new Hollywood. Sitting down with these different streamers. But all of these different platforms, Hollywood knows this. Hollywood has been shifted or pivoted from all the movies and TV shows to podcasting and streaming and YouTube, because they understand that's where all of the younger generations are going to receive their entertainment. Okay? So all of these different platforms, the biggest platforms, $1 million worth of game, okay, your No Jumpers, your Cameron and Mace, okay, and many others, all of the like have been bought and paid for. Okay, we remember when Gilly signed that $100 million deal with Barstool, I believe the company name, him and Wallow, his son ended up dropping dead like a week.
Is a brother by the name of 19 Keys.
Oh, you got to skip all that, Garfield?
About him, he's another talking head and stuff like metaphysics. He needed $250,000. As of last week, Tariq Nasheed raised the money for Hidden Color 6. He needed $250,000, but he almost got $262,000. And the brother who was supposed to be featured in Hidden Color 6, and at this time he's supposed to be there, is a brother by the name of 19 Keys. If you guys know about him, he's another talking head and stuff like metaphysics, black business, things like that. And he seems to be a prominent creator, especially on Instagram. And recently, he has went viral for saying this about Tariq Nasheed.
You're right, and there's a degree of being wrong at the same time, right? So essentially, a lot of this is centered around foundational Black Americans. That is a lineage-based group who does act like an organization or a movement with a center head, which would be Tariq Nasheed. Now, he says that he is not the head of it. It's a lineage, right? And we are not a group, but he definitely acts like, the leader of the group, if you will. And then there is the way that they treat and talk about Africans. So it's very demeaning, right? They talk about delineation, right? Which is a separation and saying that, look, we are Black Americans. We are not associated with other groups, and we don't want to be grouped and classed in as well. We are from America, right? We have our rights in America, and we're going to continue to make strides and progress here in this land, which is not a foreign concept, right?
Now, I want to get into the first part of the FBA situation, because he said something like, hey, FBA is a group. The group acts like Tariq Nasheed is the leader. And to be honest, a lot of people feel that way, even though FBA is a lineage, simply because Tariq Nasheed, I believe, owns the right to the phrase, sells shirts or merchandise to the phrase, and those profits may or may not go to him, which really isn't a big deal for me, but Tariq Nasheed did find it disrespectful, okay? But I think the biggest issue for me, and maybe even other people, was that the commentary coming from FBA towards Africans is largely disrespectful, that they want to delineate, and then the clip there was cut off or truncated, so I don't know what else he said, but obviously he's putting the blame on those people who are Black Americans or hashtag FBA who are being unfair, are criticizing Africans. That was his response. Now, Tariq Nasheed waited a few days because he was still raising money for the Kickstarter for Hidden Color 6, which 19 Keys, ironically, is a part of. But Tariq Nasheed would respond to this.
I met 19 Keys. I was cool with 19 Keys. Never had a problem with 19 Keys. Never, always respected him. Always showed him love. I've been on his broadcast before. We chopped it up. He on the Earn Your Leisure channel. I mean, the interview he did with me, I didn't charge him or nothing. And it got like damn near 2 million views. Like one of the biggest interviews on that channel. Like in the top, at least the top 5 biggest interviews on that channel. So yeah. And I sat with this man, talked to him face to face for hours. And I've been out to lunch with him and Shaka Bars. They invited me to lunch. We done chopped it up. I mean, for real, we done chopped it up. Then I invited him to be in Hidden Color 6, came on down, had a great conversation, had him in Hidden Color 6. All right. Everything was cool to me. But there was a video that surfaced, family. There was a video that surfaced of 19 Keys. I don't know how old the video is. It can't be too old. I don't know how old the video is. But the video was a little slightly disrespectful to me and our lineage. He was like, yeah, FBA operates as a group and Tariq acts like the leader. And that rubbed a lot of people the wrong way.
So Tariq Nasheed is shocked by this information. Number one, because he has met 19 Keys a few times. They have went out to dinner. So he feels like, hey, if 19 Keys really felt like this, why didn't he tell it to him? Which is a good point. Number one, 19 Keys did agree to be a part of the project. He has met Tariq several times. They have worked together. They've been on the same podcast. Why didn't he say it to his face? Okay. So he doesn't understand why that is. And he will continue.
I done interviewed with him. Again, we done went out to lunch and all that stuff for hours. None of this stuff, all of this could have been said to me if it was like that. You know what I'm saying? When we went down, what did we do? The Revolt Summit. We were down there together. We're chopping it up down there. Nothing but respect. See, that's the problem. If you think some bullshit, okay, you think some bullshit. But if you chopping it up with me and you got my number, you hit me up and we done seen each other and we out having lunch and I'm interviewing you and you interviewing me and you acting like everything is cool, but you harbor that type of shit. And it's not like 19 Keys don't know that's some bullshit what he said. He knows that's bullshit what he said. He knows that. That's why, okay, why would you say that? Why do y'all think he said that, family?
He also will continue on with this and say, hey, listen, 19 Keys is lying. Like he knows what he's saying is BS. But he then asks the crowd, why do you think 19 Keys is doing this? I'm glad you asked that question, Tariq, because I believe I have the answer.
With some of the foundation of Black American movement, but you gotta understand, and this is what you all are missing, because y'all act like y'all got a problem with Africans, and this is crazy. Because what you also gonna miss out is the opportunity to do business, right? It's a very simple, logical thing. All of the resources are in Africa. They're not in America. You can think about your ego can take you wherever you want to. Your ego is not the resource to build a nation. Your ego is not the resource that's going to change reality. No, you actually need resources and you need allies from all across.
And in the midst of Africa going through its biggest revolution, we're the most disconnected from that storyline. So I believe it's a psyop. Right? I believe that there's an aspect in identifiers, right, that is key. But then there's the aspect that the enemy is utilizing that against us.
So Tariq Nasheed, come holler at us. Because you the face of that movement, that whole tether and all that. We need to get down to that.
And I talked to Tariq about that, actually.
Because a lot of these niggas controlled opposition, and I'm starting to wonder about a lot of these. So come holler at us, Tariq.
So number one, he's telling his audience that if you are anti-African, you are weakening your ability to be able to do business on the continent of Africa. Okay. This is what he is saying as 19 Keys. The second interview that was attached to this clip, he would go so far as to call Tariq Nasheed a psyop. Then at the end of that, in front of the other people, said he's talked to Tariq Nasheed about this. Tariq Nasheed says he is not. So I guess Tariq Nasheed is implying that 19 Keys is a liar. And then again, a psyop is a person pushing a campaign aimed at influencing the emotions, attitudes, and the behavior. Basically, this is for like military or governmental goal. That's what he's calling Tariq Nasheed, which is interesting because 19 Keys would be on Hidden Colors. Let me give you a reason why 19 Keys is coming after hashtag FBA. 19 Keys can still be in the Pan-African community without attacking hashtag FBA. And I'm going to explain why. And that might seem hypocritical, but I'm going to tell you why. Number one, 19 Keys is a big time influencer. In December, he was brought to Uganda. I was there at the time. He was brought there by Isaac Chigozie, who's passed away. Okay, I know Isaac Chigozie. I've met Isaac Chigozie. I've done work on the behalf of Uganda for Isaac Chigozie. And Isaac Chigozie is one of those guys that was a Ugandan American, and he kind of was trying to build this whole idea of Black Americans coming to Uganda. And so that's how it worked. I don't want to get into more detail about Mr. Isaac Chigozie. He has passed away. Let him rest in peace. But yes, he was bringing prominent people to Uganda. I happened to be living there, so he didn't need to bring me. But 19 Keys was treated very well from what I can understand. He got a chance to meet the president. You know, he got an opportunity to possibly invest into coffee farming and things like that. So when you're 19 Keys, you don't understand how hard it is for the average Black American reselling in Africa. You have almost 1 million followers. You have a lot of leverage. So when 19 Keys comes to Africa, he's not going to be treated like a regular person because he is 19 Keys. So when you're saying don't hate on Africa because you can do business in Africa, well, you're a big time influencer. You're going to get experiences in Africa and treatment in Africa that nobody else gets. I spent over $1 million in Uganda. I can't even get the same kind of respect that 19 Keys can get, and he's only been there once. I hire people there. I've brought people to the country there. I brought Willie Maya. I brought Miss Trudy. I helped Go Black to Africa. When he came, I brought Mark Meets Africa. I've brought a lot of people to Uganda in to invest, and I can't even get a meeting with the president. Not that I need an interview with the president, but when you're talking like that, yes, you can get on in Africa if you have an opportunity like him. 99.99% of Black Americans do not have that opportunity in Africa, which is a reason why so many Africans are coming to the States because they don't have opportunities there themselves. And so when you discount, you know, the reasons why Black Americans want to delineate from Africans, it's a legit thing. Africans delineate from other Africans all the time. Tribes in Africa delineate from other tribes in Africa all the time. In Uganda, there's over 50 tribes. They delineate all the time. All right. It's something that happens. What I believe is 19 Keys is not, in my honest opinion, a real business person. I don't know what 19 Keys does. He doesn't have any real experience in farming or marketing. He's kind of a guy that is a real good talker, metaphysics kind of guy. He's a typical pro-Black. I don't want to call him a scammer because I don't have any proof of that, although I've heard certain things. But for him, he leverages his platform and he leverages his ability to get in good doors. So for him to talk down on Pan-Africanism is hurting his ability. He is getting into the Ugandas. He probably could get into Ghana. So he's benefiting off of being the sort of Pan-African vibes. He's seeing returns from that, and he's probably going to grift that. So it hurts his pockets to talk differently, just like Dr. Umar Johnson. And I believe that the reasons why Black Americans want to delineate are fair. We've already seen what the Somalis are doing and what they did in Selma, Alabama. All of a sudden, we shall overcome, tying their issues to Black American issues when we can't tie our issues to Somalis. It's just unfair for everybody else to delineate and then benefit off of what we have going on. And we can never benefit what Africans have going on. Africans don't share, for the most part, information like Black Americans do. They just don't. For example, we have a group that's a diaspora group that was in Uganda. And I know this is just like something that just happened with us, and it doesn't mean that it's for all. But let me just say this. When we had Ugandan Americans or British Ugandans in our group, they would benefit from all the information that we had. But we would find out that they would have their own information for their own groups, and we were not invited to that. Okay. And so what happens is it makes everything unfair. I also do feel that it's quite fake for 19 Keys to be on Tariq Nasheed's show and then not say these things and wait until he gets around somebody else to say it. I think that's also very phony. But I do think that, again, 19 Keys has leverage that's benefiting him in the Pan-African world. And he may honestly believe that Black Americans have an opportunity in Africa. He may believe that because he might want somebody to invest. But we are not 19 Keys. The reality is Black Americans investing in Pan-Africanism is going to be dangerous. Number one, you don't get fair treatment in Africa as Black Americans. You don't get fair investments in Africa. African countries are some of the most hardest places to do business in the world. I mean, if you go and look at Forbes' easiest to do business rankings, Africa will always be on the bottom. As far as making relationships with Africans, to have friends on the other side, yeah, it sounds good. In practicality, it's less. Most African countries that I know about don't even do enough to protect their own citizens, let alone protecting Black Americans or doing good business with Black Americans. So again, yes, there are opportunities out there, but ultimately the best opportunity is what you're going to understand. For most Black
and it can ever say Dr. Umar had any of their honeycomb hideout.
Okay.
Shut up, Andy! Shut up, Andy!
Can I ask you a serious question?
Sure. This is serious. If I catch you bunny hopping, I'm going to snatch your melody.
Dead serious. You don't got to worry about me. I'm
Talk
good.
about
But anyway, I'm going to be off this Drewski topic, and I'm going to talk about Umar. Because, yeah, all you don't know, Umar's back. He's back on the Breakfast Club. I saw, like, a little bit of one of the videos, but I want to, like, really see if we could watch all of them. Because, like I said, we're doing something kind of light today, trying to have some fun. So I'm making fun of Umar is always fun. So here we go. Let's watch this.
On Frederick Douglass's birthday, we completed the renovations at FDMG, so we completely done.
So the school is done.
School is done.
Congratulations.
We're just trying to get an inspection now.
You know what I find interesting, Dr. Umar? People like to say you a scammer, right? And I say Dr. Umar has the school. The school is
I
there.
don't mind the allegations, but show proof.
But the school is there. They can't say you didn't use the money
for 7
to
years.
buy the building, to renovate it, and all of that type of stuff. But I have heard people say he'll never get accreditation.
Well, here's the thing. You don't need accreditation to be an independent school. You follow what I'm saying? Accreditation is a voluntary process. On a university level.
What do you mean? I think people would want to send their child to a school that's accredited, especially because you're going to be asking for tuition and people to pay. And why would people pay to send their children to school with Dr. Umar at an unaccredited school? And then if the kid tries to get into, college or something like that, or a good high school or whatever the case may be, and they get turned away because they'd be like, this don't count. We don't want this. This isn't it. Like, come on, Umar.
It's a little bit more mandatory. But for grade schools, your right to operate comes from the State Department of Education. So I can voluntarily go and get some white people and ask them what they think about my Black school. But being Dr. Umar Ifatunde, I don't really care about the opinions of anybody outside of my community, so we won't be doing that. So if Charlemagne said, you know what, I don't want to send my child to FDMG because they're not accredited, then send them somewhere else. Because I know what we're about to do. We're about to change the whole game.
You think the State Department of Education will ever agree to have this school?
Why not? I got all the credentials of any white person. In fact, I probably got more credentials than any other white person, so why not?
Because you're Black. And
and then you about to shake it up and do the
there may
unaccreditation.
be some difficulties along the road, but the biggest thing that's going to alleviate a lot of that, we are not a government-funded charter school.
Gotcha.
We are an independent tuition.
Exactly. Tuition base. Who's going to pay the tuition to send their kid to go to school with Umar? And we're your teachers, Umar. See, what you is trying to do in a vacuum is not bad, but one man can't build an institution. You're trying to be a one-man army building an institution where we's like, all right, we just give you the money and you'll just figure everything out. That ain't it. And that's un-African too. But keep it going.
Tuition base, if you don't pay, they don't come. So remember, the school we have was a charter school. I used to be principal at a charter school. I used to be vice principal at a charter school. And there's so many hoops you got to jump through in order to keep that funding. It ain't really worth it to me. It's too much. It's too much. And so for me, I'm glad we went the way that we went. It's the first school in American history built exclusively by donations from African people from around the world. Every single continent, nearly every country donated to FDMG.
So when are you going to be opening the doors where students can start?
Well, we got to get a certificate of occupancy. I can't answer that. You feel me? That see, it's always something holding me. If we had it right now, I'm confident we can start August, not this year, because you only got a few months, but of 2027. You feel me? But the question becomes, here we go again. We're completely done. How long before you give us our paper so we can start planning for the children?
And
I can't answer that.
And with the children, what are you thinking as far as?
Come on, Umar. That might be it right there where you don't get to get the school open. How long you want to take how long is it going to take the state to come out and say, well, you can use this building as a school? How long? How long? Like, again, I do believe you were scamming. I do believe you were spending some of that money, but at the end of the day, even if you wasn't, one man can't build the institution, bro. You're doing too much. You're doing way too much.
As, I guess, attendance. Is it going to be paid? Is it going to be
tuition?
Free? Tuition. So the kids have
they got to pay. You don't pay, they don't come.
And everything. I got you.
And it's not going to be an issue for us because, number one, my popularity, my expertise, but also the demand. Where we are, if you look at the statistics for Black children in Wilmington, if you go across the border and look at the educational statistics for Black children in Chester, right? If you go across the border to New Jersey and look at the statistics for Black children in Southern New Jersey or Northern Maryland, it ain't great. You follow me? So the parents in that area, they're looking for an alternative to the charter school system that's always expelling their kids, to the public school system who ain't teaching their kids, to the Catholic school system who are always looking for a reason not to allow their children in. And we're going to be just that.
Okay. So that's that. Let's see something else.
Jess is married to a Mexican.
Yo,
too,
chill, yo.
We'll talk about that in a second. She's married to a Mexican man, so that's why.
No, Dr. Umar,
you speaking her language, kind of.
Wait. Oh yeah. So they don't have the whole. I think they don't have the whole interview out, so they just got clips. I didn't know that, but we're gonna keep it going.
Stop!
We're finishing this up first.
Stop! No, wait!
I gotta ask you something too.
No, respectfully, because this is my sister right here. Even if she bunny hopped, I'm going to ask the ancestors.
Not a bunny hopper.
Is he Mexican?
He's Black too. He's Mexican.
He's a Blaxican?
But he's more Black.
One parent is what?
Black.
From the continent?
Yeah, over there.
You lying to Dr. Umar. You are lying to Dr. Umar.
You sure?
Yes, African. His mother is half Mexican. Her mother is Mexican, and her father was Black.
So you say 75%?
Yes.
And if I saw a picture of him, I'm going to say that's a brother.
Yes, he got locks.
His father Black and his mom half Black, and he identified full-time as Black,
yes,
he get a pass.
He don't even, when people say Mexican, he be like, what?
So if he came to a Dr. Umar lecture, if he came to a Dr. Umar lecture, he would not feel out of place.
Hell no, he want to come to one.
Okay.
He wanted to come today because he knew you was coming.
Okay.
He was mad you didn't even come yesterday.
Okay, because the next one of you Black women give your yoni verse to a non-African, I'm a bust a gasket. I'm tired of the bunny hopping. No,
Come on, Umar, you're becoming too much. You playing too much into the meme. Come on. We know this is your stick, but you trying to be meme. Trying to be a meme, a super meme now. Like, come on, cut it out. Cut it out. That's why you washed up now. You disappeared, now you back. This interview ain't even doing the crazy numbers that it would have usually did. You wash.
Ice.
I have a question.
No rice.
That's right.
No spice.
None of
no
that.
sand. No salsa.
Yes.
Y'all know the rules.
She just got off the rice.
Are you serious?
Man,
She lying.
I
Yeah,
said
she was-
Travis
what was she
Kel-
dating? She
I
was
said
on the rice
Travis
heavy.
Kelsey
What was you
cute.
dating?
I said I've always dated black
Asian?
men.
She
I
like
said
Timothy-
Travis Kelsey was cute, and now they think I like white men because I said
She
Travis
like
Kelsey was
Chet
cute.
Hanks Travis and, Kelsey and and Chet Travis Hanks. Kelsey. That was her.
Chet Hanks was never mentioned. Y'all made that
Travis
up.
Kelsey and Chet Hanks.
I said
I don't
he
have a
was
problem if
cute.
you think they're attractive, as long as you don't cross the line.
She tried.
I've seen
No.
attractive white girls. I've seen attractive Latino girls.
You seen
But-
attractive white girls?
Sure, I've seen
What
attractive
you
white
say when
girls.
you see him? Because
I don't say nothing. I'm black.
I think the school is supposed to be like elementary school. All this to do to build an elementary school. An elementary school. That's what it's supposed to be. An elementary school. Like I think from first or K through 5 or 1 through 6 or something like that. Yes, all this to build an elementary school.
What do you mean? What was?
I'm just wondering,
Listen,
like, because you
they
know,
be these white women are so narcissistic.
they be into
They
him getting
cannot
crazy.
believe that there's black men who don't want them.
Right.
The curvy ones, the 5'5" thick in the thigh, they be in my box sending me everything.
But they trying to set you up.
Yes,
That's what that is. Yeah, they want.
it's FBI, CIA, it's
yes,
Cash
yes.
Patel.
So never, like, even back in the day,
I've
like
never,
you've never even,
never,
because I know some black
never.
men who've like
I had
tried
a
it.
white.
All right. Ready to start now. Hey. So last week, somebody made a claim on this YouTube channel called Ramgadal Gabarim that the Israelites were the ones that gave the Greeks their culture. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through this. It's going to be for the next 4 weeks, but
absolutely
I'm going to go through some of it right now.
Okay. From the arts of war, epic, philosophy, theater, and science. So right here, you have, and I'm going to show you how Edomites, the question is, did Israelites shape ancient Greek civilization? An introduction to Israelite migrations within ancient Greek culture, tracing origins through the Sea Peoples. What is that? You're going to find out. Can I be seen? Did everybody see the can everybody see the presentation? Oh, there we go. Okay. So Salakia. Everybody see? All right. God. An introduction. In this presentation, I will demonstrate that biblical nations descending from the 12 tribes of Israel, specifically Judah and Dan today, have not only pioneered Greek mythology and renowned histories, but I will connect how they have been founders of many of the great city-states and civilizations of Greece, Rome, and Asia Minor during early Greek eras. However, due to the rise of quote-unquote Edomite Hellenization, much of this history has been credited to Indo-European fabrications. Right. And we got examples of iconoclasm. When you look at coins, when you look at modern day images, you'll think, oh, everybody has this visage of an Edomite. Even the term Indo-European is a modern term. OK, because what Caucasians desire to do is they try to make themselves indigenous to Greek culture. And I'm going to show you how Edomites, how they adopted Greek culture that Israelites influenced. Whether these fabrications be due to iconoclasm, the altering of frescoes, or the blatant dismemberment of memorabilia to distort historical figures and the original bloodlines, it is.
All right, let me stop 1 second and do this. Let's do this. If anybody want to join the panel too, you could jump on the panel. Let's just take a look at this for a second. The claim is that Greeks are Edomites. All right, let's look at the word Edomite for a second. Edomite. All right, so the Edomites, and this is just so wrong on their part. This, I don't know why people get obsessive with religion. All you got to do is just believe in the Bible and say believe in God and say you hope you return whenever He goes back up or whenever God come judge you for your religion. You hope that you are one in the number. That's all it is. You don't have to complicate things and make up doctrines and say this is the white man and all this foolishness. Look at this right here. The Edomites were an ancient Semitic people originating as descendants of Esau in the region of the Dead Sea. Okay, let's take a look at the map right here. Let's look at this map right here. This is Edom. This is a theoretical map of the region around 830. So at the border of Edom is Judah. So this is all you have Jacob and Esau. Esau is the brother. Judah is the other brother. So Jacob is Judah, Esau is Edom. It's actually a story being retold later on of quarrels between these two nations because Judah in the story is attached to northern Israel. In real history, they weren't attached. They weren't attached in real history. Up until the Babylonian time period, they weren't attached. They were just followers of pretty much the same deity and other deities within the Canaanite region. So pretty much this is where the storyline stemmed from. Judah and Edom, they're at the border. They had issues. All right. So the story talks about a twin, both of them fighting in the womb and all this stuff. Greeks have story about that too. Coincidentally, we're talking about the Greeks. But the bottom line is I want to really address is this point. This point of oh, y'all was looking at the map. All right, cool. The language of the Edomites is Northwest Semitic language, just like Hebrew. They're pretty much the same people phenotypical wise too. So they want you to believe. They want you to believe, and I want everybody to pay attention. This is what's so wrong with One West teachings. I can't tell them what to believe or how to believe, but we need to put childish things away. Look at this right here. This is Edom right here, and this is Judah, right? Where you think the equator is compared to where these cities are. These people were brown, dark brown people, both of them. And Kingdom of Edom is closer to the equator than Judah. They were probably darker people. So now this is the issue that we have now. These two places are connected. So the storyline of Jacob and Esau and they're fighting over who, da. But you see, what's wrong with the whole thing is the God in the Bible in Habakkuk says God come from Teman, which is in Edom. So the God in the Bible is saying where he came from. In Deuteronomy, I think 33, in Judges, you see God is claiming to come from that region called Teman, Edom. So basically, when where's Egypt? Egypt would be the other way, would be west. So when they came from out of Egypt, remember they were called the Shasu of Edom. Those are the people. They said some of them are the Israelites, the Shasu of Edom, because they were the ones that's known to have probably recorded worshiping Yahweh first in history, possibly in the 9th century. So when you hear him say Edomites, he's calling these people here, their descendants, the white folks of America, white folks in the world today, which is stupid. Because in the first century, in the 2nd century BC, Judah controlled all of Israel, right? And they control Moab and they control Edom. They converted the Edomites to which became Idumea, and they converted them to Judaism. So they were all worshiping the same God based off of what the Jews wanted. They were converted. So these Idumeans, who may have been darker than the people who lived above them, are considered to be white people today. I just want to break that down for people who don't understand what they teach when they say the Edomite. They called modern day Europeans the Edomites, which is just nuts. But another important part is, if anybody want to jump on. But another important point is Edom don't exist today. The agglomerated, let me see, ancient Jewish, traditional enemies of the Israelites, the Edomites were the descendants of Esau who often battled the Jewish nation. So that's where the fight come between Jacob and Esau and who wins and who should get the blessings and all that foolishness. All right, let's get back to the video.
An attempt to fracture powerful links to ancient Greek, to ancient Greek histories of old to further validate the Holy Bible. So they don't want the Bible to be validated. Even Greek historians, right, that we're going to go into, they mention men like Moses, etc., etc. Okay, they mention specific characters. And why they want you to believe that these things?
Why are they mentioning Moses? They're mentioning Moses because they're talking about Jewish history and where they come from and their traditions. That's the only reason why they're mentioning Moses. So I don't know what's that all about.
Were unreal is because they don't want any connection to the Bible when it comes to historical tribal names, migrations, epics, etc., because they do not want to validate the Bible. Next slide. Certain mainstream historians will hide national Israelite ties to historical evidences due to the biblical superiority complex of the Israelite race. Because, you know, the Most High said that we're going to be above all nations. Well, they're trying to exterminate that purpose. And I'm going to show you how we had preeminence in Greek culture. We have to get from the understanding of there was only a Samaritan apostasy. There was also a Greek apostasy. There was an Egyptian apostasy. You see that in the book of Jeremiah when this southern kingdom was saying that we're going to go into Egypt and worship who? The Queen of Heaven. Well, they were worshiping the Queen of Heaven in Greece as well, and that pantheon of Babylon, right, that Egypt adopted, and some Israelites took it into Greece, okay? So it says, therefore, terms like myth or speculation smother truth. Actual epic is myth because it's poetry. Art and tale is saturated within ancient Greek mythology, which can distort literal linguistic, but like today, movies are a form of art that imitates life. So during major Greek eras, the entertainment of the time was saturated with influences from the arts of war, epic, philosophy, theater, and science. So right here, you have a picture, relief at Medinet Habu. The Sheridan peoples depicted with horned helmets from the mortuary temple of Ramses III at Medinet Habu, right? We're going to learn about what that is. This is 1175 BC, right? These were epics that were in the annals of Ramses III, right? And so you'll see modern movies with these sea crusaders and these pirates pioneering civilizations. Well, majority of that was pioneered by Israelite tribes. Now I want to go back really quick because we had a little bit of technical difficulties earlier, but I want to back up. If you see the horns on their head, this was also worn by who? The Vikings, right? But if you want to learn who the sea peoples are, when Israelites went off into the worship of the horned god and things of that nature and that apostasy on the left-hand side, look how they depict the sea peoples. Let's go back to this picture. If you can see, do you see the tassels on the four corners of this brother? This was considered a Shekelesh, a tribe called the Shekelesh of the sea peoples. We're going to learn a little bit about them too. They're also in Greek mythology.
Hold on, am I okay? Oh, he's talking about the one on the right side. Okay, late Bronze Age sea peoples are pioneers. So let me get this picture and see where this picture come from. Let me Google this picture right now. Because we're going to find out the root of this picture. We're going to find the root to this picture right here. Hold on 1 second, family. 1 second. This link right here. Go look at this picture. This item is a decorative reproduction of a Mycenaean era panoply designed as a collective bronze material constructed to replicate the appearance of ancient bronze plates. Okay. So this is a replica. This is not the real thing. Okay. Okay. All right. I just wanted to see what it was. All right. So it's a replica.
Right. But also look at how they depict the sea peoples in their garments, in their armor. You see the horn, right? And look at the fringes. Look at the fringes, right? Y'all saw Boys in the Hood. Remember when Trey said the penguins? Look at the fringes, right? These are, and you see at the bottom left, it says Hellenic armor. How in the world did Alexander and his generals and those Greek men during the 4th century BC, how come only they're accredited to Hellenization when you have sea peoples dating back all the way to the 13th, 12th century, 11th century BC, and they're labeling this as Hellenic armor? So where did Alexander and those Greeks get that idea of Hellenization? We're going to get into it. See the horns once again on the Chardin people, sea peoples. Bridging the gap of myth to history. This is a famous historian from the 1st century BC by the name of Diodorus Siculus. We're going to go into him several times in this presentation. He stated, Cadmus, we're going to learn about Cadmus in the future. Cadmus was responsible for bringing the linear A system, right, of Greek, right, into Greece and into the Isles of Europe and into Europe, right? He's accredited for this, right? And if you understand, the Dorians, which we're going to go into, they're accredited to it too. And we're going to figure out who brought that linear A system into Greece. So Cadmus, so we're going to go into an example of how art imitates life and how things can get, distorted over time. And you can see their tales and their epics in theater. This is what Diodorus said. Cadmus, who was a citizen of Egyptian Thebes, I wonder who was in Egypt before as well, begat several children, of whom one was Simile. She was violated by an unknown person, became pregnant, and after 7 months gave birth to a child whose appearance was such as the Egyptians hold had been that of Osiris. Now, such a child is not usually brought into the world alive, either because it is contrary to the will of the gods, or because the law of nature does not admit of it. But when Cadmus found out what had taken place, having at the same time a reply from an oracle commanding him to observe the laws of his fathers, he both gilded the infant and paid it the appropriate sacrifices on the ground that there had been a sort of epiphany of Osiris among men. The fatherhood of the child he attributed to Zeus. In this way, magnifying Osiris and averting slander from his violated daughter. And this is the reason why the tale was given out among the Greeks, to the effect that Simile, the daughter of Cadmus, was the mother of Osiris by Zeus. So you see how things can get exacerbated by imagination, right? Now, at a later time, Orpheus, who was held in high regard among the Greeks for his singing, initiatory rites, and instructions on things divine, was entertained as a guest by the descendants of Cadmus. Those are called the Cadmeans, by the way, and accorded unusual honors in Thebes. And since he had become conversant with the teachings of the Egyptians about the gods, he transferred the birth of the ancient Osiris to more recent times, and out of regard for the descendants of Cadmus, instituted a new initiation in the ritual of which the initiates were given the account that Dionysus had been born of Simile and Zeus. This is a depiction of Cadmus. By the way, you see him. He was known for slaying the dragon, which is a metaphor, right? That's neither here nor there right now, but look how he look. Look how they have him depicted on this vase, a brother. And the next PowerPoint, I'm gonna show you how Greeks begin to smother or smear the dark skin off of these vases and vases and things of that nature. That's for next time. And the people observed these initiatory rites partly because they were deceived through their ignorance, partly because they were attracted to them by the trustworthiness of Orpheus and his reputation in such matters. And most of all, because they were glad to receive the god as a Greek, which, as has been said, is what he was considered to be. Later, after the writers of myths and poets had taken over this account of his ancestry, the theaters, now, this is a 1st century BC historian telling you about theaters centuries before him. So it says the theaters became filled with it, like you see today, Marvel. Like you see today, they just keep recycling the same story. They might change the tradition a bit, but they keep recycling it. It says the theaters became filled with it, and among following generations, faith in the story grew stubborn and immutable. In general, they say the Greeks appropriate to themselves the most renowned of both Egyptian heroes and gods, and so also the colonies sent out by them. So what's this saying? That there's an adoption of culture that predated what was being displayed as at the time that they were claiming to be the masonry, etc. Now, in order for you to understand what I'm talking about, and in order for you to understand what I'm going to get into, right, you have to understand the historical Greek eras. So first, we're going to go into Proto-Greek era, 3000 to roughly 1100 BC. This period includes the early Minoan and Mycenaean civilizations. These are the actual Japhetic people that were in these regions of Anatolia, Turkey, Europe, going into Italy, Greece, the Mycenaean coast, etc., etc.
This is the problem when people try to mix history with the Bible. I'm going to show y'all something real quick, right? The problem is, if you're a Bible believer, you want the history to match up. So when you see something similar, subconsciously, you want it to connect to what you believe in. What the problem is methodology, man. It's always methodology. Always methodology. Always. I'm going to show you guys something on the screen real quickly, just to remind everyone who reads the Bible every Sunday and understand what they actually believe. And take a look at this for a second. He's on screen agreeing that people was living in the Greek era 3000 BC. I don't know if he holds to a 6,000 year calendar or he holds to people live way before. But we all have to remember the Bible is primary for a Bible believer. He don't care about no history. Hold on 1 second. I'm almost there. Where is it at? Why can't I find this calendar? I was going to show the chronology of the Bible folks in the Bible. So at the time period that he's referring to on the screen, Proto-Greek era. What do you mean by the Proto-Greek era, 3000 BC? Who's alive at that time? Noah's flood is around 2400 BC. So who's around at the Proto-Greek era, that time period? The Mycenaeans were known for their palaces, linear B script, and connections to the Trojan War myth. Okay. How the Israelites getting involved? I'm gonna show you how this was dismantled on Clubhouse. But let me continue playing this.
Yeah, right. This is when the actual Japhetic people were there. The Mycenaeans were known for their palaces, linear B script. That's important to know because we see an evolution of script during a certain specific time when a certain people group showed up in those regions and began to rule and colonize. It was the linear A script that was introduced. And connections to the Trojan War myths. Now, what they like to do with the Trojan War myth is to say, oh, the Trojan War happened in about 14th century B. No, the Trojan War happened around the 9th century BC. Okay? And we're going to show you who the Trojans were. The Roman fathers, right? And you read about them because they crossed paths with Greek mythology because of their epics, right? And they were also tied to Greeks as family. So here's some fundamentals we're going to learn. You have to know what Phoenician is. You have to know what Greek means. And you have to know what Shittim or Kittim means. Now, there are links that I'm going to allow you to, get once this is uploaded. And you can read for yourself because I just don't want to jeopardize the display. You have to know Ionian. You have to know Aeolian and Dorian. Write Dorian down because Dorian is in red for a reason. I remember I was scoffed at Clubhouse because I was explaining who the Dorians were. Well, we're here now. We're here for the penology, right? It says the Achaeans. Well, we're not going to go into the Achaeans today, right? But they'll be addressed on another presentation. But these are the 4 major ethnic groups that you deal with when dealing with ancient Greek civilizations. So let me give you some type of information you're going to be getting into. The first wave of Sea Peoples by Carlos J. Maru, 2020, right? Listen to what he says, right? Concerning the Ekwesh or the Akawasha, the original Achaeans who came from Anatolia into Achaia. This is what he said. Once established in Cyprus and Canaan, the Sea Peoples of this migratory wave may have planned the attack on Egypt with the help of the Libyans in order to weaken the Egyptian resistance to their settlement on lands controlled by the pharaoh, both in Canaan and Libya. A contingent of Ekwesh, Teresh, that's another Sea People tribe, and Shekelesh, we're going to go into all of this, warriors who were circumcised, possibly sailed to the west and joined other contingents of Sea Peoples in Cyprus and the Aegean, belonging to the Shurdan and Luca peoples. They continued their navigation southwards, Egyptians in the Battle of Career, page 11. Some good history, y'all. Major Greek tribes. So we're going to go into the Ionians, Dorians, and Aeolians. So here's a brief synopsis. Ionians, seafaring Asiatic Greeks descended from Javan, biblical ethnonym, associated with Asia Minor and maritime trade. Now remember the time that I gave y'all concerning that proto-era of Greece, 3000 BC to roughly 1100, even though that's when they mainly collapsed around that time. They amalgamated with Israelites, right? Shortly after the migration out of Egypt, which is roughly dated to the 15th century, 14th century BC. Coastal Greeks shaped by trade networks, migration, and dialect rather than strict ethnic descent. Dorians, very important. Invaders who overthrew the Mycenaeans. Dorian invasion. We're going to go into the Dorian invasion. The mythos of the Dorian invasion was exaggerated. They call that the return of the Heraclidae, just to create the story, just like you see how stories and tales got, muted and exacerbated over time. It's called the Dorian invasion, but these were a multitude of migrations, but they just simply call it Dorian invasion as if it was one epic event, and it wasn't. But these people came from a particular place, and I'm going to prove where they came from. Regional elites. Notice it says regional elites who adopted a Doric identity. See, now here's what
when they say that the the three specific groups are circumcised. We don't know. To quarters and some of the sea people were circumcised, right? We don't know if they were fully circumcised or partially circumcised. We don't know. The source doesn't even tell you that. People are inputting their own stuff on it. We don't know what type of circumcision they were doing. We have no idea if they're doing it the Egyptian way or they're doing it how the Israelites do it. We don't know, because what he's trying to do is saying he's going to say the sea peoples are Israelites. But remember this though, the Philistines primarily were uncircumcised, but other sea peoples of whom the Philistines were one did practice circumcision. According to the great Karnak inscription, 3 of the sea peoples, the Ekwesh, the Sheklesh, and the Sherdani, were circumcised. These 3 sea peoples are included in a list of captives and slain. Now listen to this carefully though. We can't even agree on when the Exodus happened. Later on, he's going to say the Exodus happened around 1450 BC without no evidence. But that's neither here nor there right now. Remember, the Israelites supposedly built up pyramids. So it would have to be around that time period the Exodus happened. But even if the Exodus happened, whether it happened or not is not my argument right now. That's going to be my argument later. But what about the fact that we don't know these people who are sea peoples, how could they be the Israelites when they came from somewhere else? They came from the Mediterranean region. How are they Israelites? The sea people's Israelites. That's the point he's trying to make here. But anyway, let's carry on with the Dorians. All right, let's take a look at the Dorians' argument. But let me just say this though. Circumcision was practiced by Egyptians, Edomites, Moabites, Arabs, some African groups. It is not unique to Israelites. I need to make that clear. Circumcision was practiced by Egyptians, Edomites, Moabites, Arabs, and some African groups. It's not unique to Israelites. So every time we hear circumcision, this is what happened with Africa. They go to Africa and see this, then they say, oh, they must be Jews because they're circumcising. It's not the same type of circumcision as we do with the Judaism practice. All right. Yeah, the Egyptian text, by the way, never described the sea peoples as circumcised. That idea comes from modern interpretations of artwork. Just for the record, the text don't say they're circumcised. Just for the record. Just for the record. I just want to say that. This is somebody interpreting that they were circumcised. And I'm going to show the actual primary. I'll probably get my brother Asari Motep to come on here and break that down. Oh, man, I feel nauseous going through this right here. So anyway, he talks about the Ionians, the Dorians, and the Aeolians. Seafaring Asiatic groups, Greeks descended from Havon. All right, let's
false. It says adopted a Doric identity. They brought the identity of the Doric culture, and I'm going to show you how. Because if you say, oh, Pranah, you're going into mythos, and didn't Paul say he read the poets? In Acts 17, he read their poets. Didn't Paul read Homer? Right? You got to understand what is happening in history. So when you talk about Doric identity, do you believe in the Doric story that they tell you about Doris, who they descended from? Doris, that's Greek mythos. I'm going to show you that this is all historical, epic, and proving to you that these were a true people that descended from a true person and not a Greek mythological god that came out of the sky. Okay? Cultural and linguistic shift rather than mass invasion. You see that? So it wasn't just a mass invasion. They caused a cultural shift. Aeolians, transitional or secondary Greek group between Ionians and Dorians. Independent dialect group with deep Bronze Age roots, especially in Thessaly, Lesbos, and Aeolus. This is a map of Mycenaean Greece in 1400 to 1100 BC. You have to know maps when knowing the Bible. You see Crete just south of it. You see Achaia. You see that whole region of Greece. This is the Mycenaean portion of Greece, or the Mycenaean region, right? You can see the islands off of Anatolia. We're going to go into all of that, okay? Let's go into some deeper understanding. Major Mycenaean centers of Greece and Crete. I want you to get a visual of this, because a lot of these places are in the Bible. A lot of these people that come from these places are in the Bible, right? I'm not going to read all through them, right? But you see some striking places. You see Sparta. This is Sparta. He didn't look like that, y'all. He didn't look like Brad Pitt, okay? Leonidas did not look like Brad Pitt, all right? You see Corinth. You also see Thebes, right? That was founded by Cadmus, right? You see Athens, Knossos. When Paul mentions the poets in Acts 17, Epimenides came from Knossos.
One more point about the circumcision. Circumcised prisoners, from the stele, we learned that the Egyptians treated circumcised prisoners differently from uncircumcised prisoners. Circumcised prisoners had their hands amputated. Uncircumcised prisoners had their genitals amputated. The 3 sea peoples mentioned above are listed among those whose hands but not genitals were cut off. That's why the scholars are leaning toward that they were circumcised. So it's not that it's in the text. I'm going to have to look at the text and have somebody, sorry, Motep, one of them read it for me and see what's going on. Because it's an assumption that they're circumcised. It's not a definite that they're circumcised.
And this is why he says to Titus that the Cretans are what? Liars and slow bellies. You know why? Because they were responsible for much of the Greek mythos. Yeah, these were Israelites. Okay? Yeah, this is nasty work. Phoenician. Now, just so I don't jeopardize the presentation, you can go onto this link and just look up a simple understanding of Phoenicia. It's going to tell you how they influenced much of those islands, and they call them a Shemitic people. I wonder why they were called Shemitic, because their language was Shemitic, and maybe because they were actually Shemitic, right? Let's read Zechariah 9:2, just to show you that Israel was very much in these places, right? It says, and Hamath also shall border thereby, Tyrus and Zidon, though it be very wise. And Tyrus did build herself a stronghold and heaped up silver as the dust and fine gold as the mire of the streets, because this was like the #1 trade port, right? It says, behold, the Lord will cast her out, and he will smite her power in the sea, and she shall be devoured with fire. Mark 3:7. But Yahushua, Jesus, withdrew himself with his disciples to the sea, and a great multitude from Galilee followed him, and from Judea, and from Jerusalem, and from Idumea, and from beyond Jordan, and they about Tyre and Sidon. And a great multitude, when they had heard what great things he did, came unto him. So there's a great multitude of Israelites in Tyre and Sidon. Why do we always think that Israel has to be detained to just their land? Well, they also ruled Tyre, Sidon. They were in Phoenicia. They were also responsible for much of the outpouring of culture coming from Phoenicia. Acts 11:18. Just so I don't jeopardize the presentation, you
know why this is disingenuous, family? Because if you're talking about Zechariah is writing more than likely after the exile, Babylonian exile, or even if it was between the 8th and the 6th century BC. What does that have to do with the time period that you're referring to? Nobody's disputing that, because even Joel 3:6 talk about the Phoenicians taking them on ships to Egypt when the Greeks were in charge. It's crazy. This is very disingenuous right here. We know Tyre has a connection because both of them, technically, the Israelites and the Phoenicians are Canaanites. They all fall under the same thing. So they are Canaanites. They're related. It's just like a Trinidadian and a Jamaican is related, but we're two different nationalities right now. We're two different cultures. We have jerk chicken. We have jerk pork. We have rice and peas. We have ackee and saltfish. Trinidad have roti, and them have oil. We have bauxite. We're two different cultures. Same thing with Israel and the Phoenicians. Two different cultures, but you're connected. You're related. You're cousins, which is not what the Bible teaches. The Bible teaches that the Phoenicians are Hamites. But there's a lot of leap in this video, man. This is craziness.
Go on to this link and just look up a simple understanding of Phoenicia. It's going to tell you how they influenced much of those islands, and they call them a Shemitic people. I wonder why they were called Shemitic, because their language was Shemitic, and maybe because they were actually Shemitic, right? Let's read Zechariah 9:2, just to show you that Israel was very much in these places, right? It says, and Hamath also shall border thereby, Tyrus and Zidon, though it be very wise. And Tyrus did build herself a stronghold and heaped up silver as the dust and fine gold as the mire of the streets, because this was like the #1 trade port, right? It says, behold, the Lord will cast her out, and he will smite her power in the sea, and she shall be devoured with fire. Mark 3:7. But Yahushua, Jesus, withdrew himself with his disciples to the sea, and a great multitude from Galilee followed him, and from Judea, and from Jerusalem, and from Idumea, and from beyond Jordan, and they about Tyre and Sidon. And a great multitude, when they had heard what great things he did, came unto him. So there's a great multitude of Israelites in Tyre and Sidon. Why do we always think that Israel has to be detained to just their land? Well, they also ruled Tyre, Sidon. They were in Phoenicia. They were also responsible for much of the outpouring of culture coming from Phoenicia. Acts 11:18. When they heard these things, they held their peace and glorified God, saying, then have God also to the Gentiles granted repentance unto life. Now they which were scattered abroad upon the persecution that arose about Stephen traveled as far as Phoenix and Cyprus and Antioch. Notice it says Cyprus. If you see Cyprus, you see where it says Alashaya. We're going to learn that before it was called a name that we're going to be introduced to, and it's going to be actually epic information. Before that, it was called Alashaya. This is where you get Aeolians, Aeolicians. And we're going to learn that the Bible is always going to be remaining true. Preaching the word to none but the Jews, right? It says, behold, the Lord will cast her out, and he will smite her power in the sea, and she shall be devoured with fire. Mark 3:7. But Yahushua, Jesus, withdrew himself with his disciples to the sea, and a great multitude from Galilee followed him, and from Judea, and from Jerusalem, and from Idumea, and from beyond Jordan, and they about Tyre and Sidon. And a great multitude, when they had heard what great things he did, came unto him. So there's a great multitude of Israelites in Tyre and Sidon. Why do we always think that Israel has to be detained to just their land? Well, they also ruled Tyre, Sidon. They were in Phoenicia. They were also responsible for much of the outpouring of culture coming from Phoenicia. Acts 11:18. When they heard these things, they held their peace and glorified God, saying, then have God also to the Gentiles granted repentance unto life. Now they which were scattered abroad upon the persecution that arose about Stephen traveled as far as Phoenix and Cyprus and Antioch. Notice it says Cyprus. If you see Cyprus, you see where it says Alashaya. We're going to learn that before it was called a name that we're going to be introduced to, and it's going to be actually epic information. Before that, it was called Alashaya. This is where you get Aeolians, Aeolicians. And we're going to learn that the Bible is always going to be remaining true. Preaching the word to none but the Jews only. So the Jews were in these regions, right? But if you look at the map, you see the Phoenician coast. You see Cyprus is south of Anatolia, which is Turkey, right? But if y'all see all the way to the bottom on the coast, there's a city called Dor. We're going to learn a lot about Dor today. A lot.
Solomon was in rule.
Mm-hmm.
Israel was one of the main trading ports of the whole entire world.
Mm-hmm. Come. Greek. So you can look up the Greek definition. It's just simple. Basic Greek definition, right? We're going to get into going into how Greek is a language and how Greek is just simply talking about one who's influenced by Greek culture or Greek language, right? So when you read in the New Testament, we're debating all day, Greek non-Israelite, Greek non-Israelite, non-Jewish. I mean, come on, let's throw that away now. You're calling yourself an American, okay? And there's different ethnicities in America. Let's stop. First Maccabees 1:1. And it happened after that, Alexander, son of Philip, the Macedonian, who came out of the land of Tatum, right, which is Cyprus, right, in many places, and Greece as well. Sometimes it is attributes to Greece as well. It says, had smitten Darius, king of the Persians and Medes, that he reigned in his stead the first over Greece. Now, does it mean he was the first king over Greece? No. I'm talking about he was the first of his people to rule over Greece. It says, and made many wars and won many strongholds and slew the kings of the earth and went through to the ends of the earth and took spoils of many nations, insomuch that the earth was quiet before him, whereupon he was exalted and his heart was lifted up. And he gathered a mighty strong host and ruled over countries and nations and kings who became tributaries unto him. In those days went there out of Israel wicked men who persuaded many, saying, let us go and make a covenant with the heathen that are round about us. For since we departed from them, we have had much sorrow. With this understanding of Phoenician and Greek, right? Understanding that Phoenicians were considered Semitic people. They influenced much of Europe and those regions of the Mycenaean regions and Anatolia, etc. Right? It says we can clearly deduce that throughout Greek history, countless diverse tribes have settled Greek isles, speaking Greek dialects, and several city-state mainlands and isles have evolved concerning ethnic populations. As we study the sea peoples' migrational patterns to and from the European mainlands and isles, we can also conclude that the Shemitic Phoenician coasts were countless waves of Israelite tribes pioneering major Greek history. This is a book called Hebrew is Greek by Joseph Yehuda of Tatum, right, which is
You could hear me? All right, listen. Let's read this last paragraph again. With this understanding of Phoenician and Greek, we can clearly deduce that throughout Greek history, countless diverse tribes have settled Greek isles, speaking Greek dialects, and several city-state mainlands and isles have evolved concerning ethnic population. As we study the sea people's migrational patterns to and from the European mainlands and isles, we can also conclude that the Shemitic Phoenician coasts were countless waves of Israelite tribes pioneering major Greek history. You made that up. That is total bullshit. That is bullshit. Now, where he goes wrong now, he's going to say, he's going to go to the book called Hebrew is Greek, right? And before he even does that, let me just look it up before he goes, Hebrew is Greek. I'm going to remove this from the screen, and I'm going to go to, what do you call it? He's going to go to this book by Yehuda called Hebrew is Greek, all right? Let's take a look at this. Hebrew is Greek. The block book, saying that Hebrew, Greek, and Arabic are related languages. His book is published in. As a matter of fact, let me go to Google. I'm a Google expert, so I know how to Google properly. Hebrew is Greek. This is where his whole thing gets messed up, because what he's going to teach, you're going to hear it. I'm going to play the video. The reason why Hebrew is Greek, because he's trying to say that the Phoenicians gave the Greeks their texts, not their language, their texts, and he keeps conflating written text with language. Language, I could talk Jamaican dialect all day. That don't mean I know how to write a Jamaican dialect. I'm writing in Roman letters, Latin letters. But that don't mean I speak Latin. That don't mean I speak Roman. You know, we speak English, but we're not from England. We speak English. So now he don't understand speaking a language and the written text is two different things. And I can't believe the brother actually got this wrong. And I mean, it's sad because he's arguing and talking like, yo, I'm the shit, nigga. I got this information down pat. I'm that dude. But bro, your scholarship is crazy. And let me show you this right here. Because when I was debating back in the days with Zion, I had to make a whole presentation for Zion Lex and his presentation. But look at what it says. Hebrew is Greek. Let's go to the AI mode. Let's see what AI says. Hebrew is Greek. Linguistic consensus states that Hebrew and Greek. Let me see if I'm still audible. Still audible? Now, listen, I want everybody to pay attention. I'm not against Pana is good people, but he's just a horrible researcher. That's just he might say the same thing about me, but I'm just always right whenever I debate him. All right, so this is what we're looking at. What's up, Stupies?
What's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I could hear you loud and clear. What's going on?
Question. When you say that the Hebrew Israelites or the Israelites were dispersed in that region, is he using the Zionist doctrine of Greater Israel? Because it almost sounds like the justification of Greater Israel. That Israelis were all over the land was promised to them in Genesis. From the banks of the Nile up into what is modern day Lebanon, into Iraq, because he said that these people are all over during that time period. And why is he referring to the sea people as Greek? He would have heard modern scholars use them as Greek. We know that there was
he's trying to say the sea peoples on the wall in Karnak are Israelites, or they are circumcised.
Oh, so it's all Greater Israel doctrine. Thank you very much. I'll continue to listen. These people great, they're good. Respect. I'll continue to listen.
All right, cool. So if you look at the screen, it says linguistic consensus states that the Hebrew and Greek are not related. Hebrew is a Semitic language from the Afro-Asiatic family, while Greek is an Indo-European language. However, your statement likely refers to the controversial book Hebrew is Greek by Joseph Yehuda. The Hebrew is Greek theory argues that biblical Hebrew is actually camouflage Greek and that the two languages are essentially the same, differing only in pronunciation. Main claims, Yehuda identifies what he believes are thousands of cognates and structural parallels between the two languages, suggesting they share a common Homeric Greek foundation. Scholarly reception, the book is largely rejected by mainstream linguists who categorize it as pseudoscientific or fringe. Experts point out that the fundamental grammatical structures, such as Hebrew being a triconsonantal root, differ entirely from Greek's Indo-European morphology. Now, let's not get caught up in the words Indo-European, because the language family was created recently. It's not 100, 200 years. They created a language family. So you have Afro-Asiatic family, which include the Northwest Semitic language families, and it include a language in Ethiopia. So that's why it's called Afro-Asiatic, right? That's a Semitic family. Then you have the Niger-Congo languages, which is the west coast of Africa. So now, if, say, for example, the Greek, Hebrew, and the Igbo is writing in Roman letters. They write their language out in Roman letters. That doesn't mean they're related or they're connected to because they're using the same script. And I think that's where my brother went wrong. Yeah, I think that's where he went wrong. But Black Athena would prove him wrong because we could prove Egyptian. They say they have Egyptian connections. But with the Israelites, you're going to see, all I got to do is use Black Athena to beat him up. But let me show y'all something real quick that I did when I was going back and forth with Zionists. Let me show y'all something real quick. Because some people don't understand the difference between language and script. And that's crazy. Hold on 1 second. I think we got it right here. Should be somewhere right here. Here we go, right here. Let me share this. This is how the alphabet was formed. Take a look at this. From Middle Egyptian hieroglyph, then to Proto-Sinaitic. This is before Phoenician. And from Proto-Sinaitic, look what you have. You have the Isbet Sarta Astrakhan. The sign gets more schematized. Then you have the Mesha stele, the Moabite stone. They're all writing the word A. That's what they're writing. Samarian Astrakhan. Then you have the Greek letters. So he thinks because the Phoenician letter system is the root of the Greek, that's just the script. It's not the language. So he's arguing the whole time about a script, not realizing how crazy he sounds. Because this is a better picture for everybody to see. I don't know if everybody could see this. You see the hieroglyphics from the Egyptian. So without the Egyptian script, you wouldn't have an alphabet today if he really wants to get down to it. So now watch. No, it's not. There's no Hamitic language, bro. Stop it. The hieroglyphs right here, the Egyptians. What happened is the Jews found it difficult to write in cuneiform and hieroglyphic. It's too hard to replicate it. So this is why when they said Moses went up on the mountain, he could not write in hieroglyphs. He didn't have enough stones to fit what he was writing. So he had to have a language, a different language, or to communicate if the story is 100% true. So what the language that we write in today, the Latin script, it should be traced back to the Egyptian script. He's trying to say that the Phoenician right here, that A that they make is the root to the Greek language. That's a horrible argument. This is why he got beat up on Clubhouse. It's a horrible argument. You see, we could say all we writing today in the Latin script the Greek, the early Greek, but it all stems from the Phoenician, the Proto-Sinaitic, and the hieroglyphs. So listen to him now when he talk about Hebrew is Greek. Hebrew is Greek is crazy because if you look at language families, hold on, let me see if I got the language families here. How the alphabet was formed. This was a good slide by Arlie Goldwater. So you look at you look at the text, you look at the script, you see how the script is formed, and that's how you get that. All right. Hold on, let me see if I could find something else to talk about the language. Alphabets. This is the rebus principle. Shout out to Wujao. So if you see that the pictograms, the I, deer, and R-I-C-U. It's trying to say I-C-U. I, this is the C, and U. So this is how they started to develop a language, a speech language, and a script. So shout out to the Egyptians for that. Shout out to the Sumerians too, because if they didn't have a complicated system, the Jews would have chose that system, but they choose the Egyptian system to set up the alphabet. So shout out to those Jews or those Semitic people that decided to take the Egyptian and turn it into Proto-Sinaitic. So shout out to them for that. All right. All right. So let me get off of this. Let me get back to the video so that we're all on the same page. Oh, that's what you mean. I didn't know what you mean, my brother. I didn't know that's what you meant. All right. So here we go now.
Cyprus, right?
Oh, one more thing. He said about major Greek history and the Phoenician coast. If you look at what he's saying, and he shows a lot of Phoenician places, right? Now look at what he's doing. The Phoenician places were occupied before the Exodus or after the Exodus. It would have to be after the Exodus. So when did the Exodus happen? The Exodus happened, according to him, 1450. That's the early date. Most scholars rock with the late date because Ramesses, the Israelites in the story, built Ramesses City. So they couldn't have built Ramesses City until 1446, around that time period. But that's going to go into it further. Let's expose this some more.
In many places, and Greece as well. Sometimes it is attributes to Greece as well. It says, had smitten Darius, king of the Persians and Medes, that he reigned in his stead the first over Greece. Now, does it mean he was the first king over Greece? No. I'm talking about he was the first of his people to rule over Greece. It says, and made many wars, and won many strongholds, and slew the kings of the earth, and went through to the ends of the earth, and took spoils of many nations, insomuch that the earth was quiet before him, whereupon he was exalted, and his heart was lifted up. And he gathered a mighty strong host, and ruled over countries and nations and kings, who became tributaries unto him. In those days went there out of Israel wicked men who persuaded Greek history. This is a book called Hebrew is Greek by Joseph Yehuda. Remember that linear A system that we talked about? This was a very controversial book in 1982. Okay, let's read a little bit about it. The book Hebrew is Greek by Joseph E. Yehuda, published in 1982, is a highly controversial work of philology, going into language, that proposes that biblical Hebrew is fundamentally a dialect of Greek. Now, when he says a dialect of Greek, he's talking about the modern script being
This guy is crazy. He don't know what he's talking about. He's stupid. You see, he's talking about language and trying to mix it up with script. You can't even break down the book properly. That's not even what the guy is teaching. Let me tell you something, man. Anytime a Hebrew Israelite teach something, you got to look at it 100 times over.
That biblical Hebrew is fundamentally a dialect of Greek. Now, when he says a dialect of Greek, he's talking about the modern script being
dialect and modern. Jamaicans have the Tweed dialect. We don't write that down. We write in English form. We don't write down our dialect unless somebody said they want a Bible in Patois. People don't really write in Patois. You write in English and use English words that's similar to the words that you use in your dialect. Like if I said, come and run, go down on the road. All I'm saying is, let's go down there. But my dialect says, run, go down on the road. That's my dialect. which is connected to the Twi, which is connected to the people in Ghana. So you could trace my language. He's talking about script and mixing up dialect with script. I'm like, what is he talking about?
It can have influences from the Paleo Greek, and he goes into how certain words are, near the same as the Greek, right? Because it's the same linear A system. I wonder who brought that linear A system. Hebrews, because they worked with a linear A system. Aleph, bet, Aleph, beta, alpha, beta, alphabet, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Okay, that came from our forefathers and the script that they brought from the Levant region.
So he's saying that the Greek, yo, I'm gonna tell you how stupid this is. So before, ladies and gentlemen, before the Greeks met up with the Israelites, they never spoke any languages. What, yo? This is dumb. This is my 10-year-old son could understand how silly this is. I speak English, but I have a Jamaican dialect. My dialect and the script is two different things. You're talking about language and you're talking about an actual written script. This is basic 101. This is why your whole theory made no sense, because that means the people in Greece couldn't speak. They didn't speak. They didn't speak at all. They didn't speak a language. It makes no sense, bro. And by the way, to Hebrew is Greek is actually promoting more of a Greek side than the actual Hebrew. It's actually making Greek the primary language. But let's listen to some more of this. Let me laugh some more.
Right? Into Greece. It says, it's a highly controversial work, right, of philology that proposes that biblical Hebrew is fundamentally a dialect of Greek. Yehuda argues that Hebrew and Greek share a common origin in that the ancient Israelites were Hellenes. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. We're here for the penology, right? Read that again. Yehuda argues that Hebrew and Greek share a common origin and that the ancient Israelites were Hellenes who spoke a more ancient form of Greek, essentially claiming.
Remember what I just said, that the book is primarily saying the Israelites are Greeks? He just read it. It's crazy. Why would you use this book in a presentation when this book is actually saying the Israelites are Greeks originally?
That Hebrew is camouflage Greek. Sister languages. Okay. The book is controversial because its core thesis contradicts well-established mainstream. Mainstream, because y'all hiding something, right? They don't want you to roll your boat off stream to the small creeks where the treasure goes and falls to the wayside, right? To the highways and the byways, right? They want you to stay mainstream. They want you to stay wide and broad on that road to destruction. The book is controversial because its core thesis contradicts well-established mainstream historical linguistics, which classifies Greek as an Indo-European language and Hebrew as a Semitic Afro-Asiatic language. See, they created that Indo-European. That's our language, Greek, right? He's telling you that it is clearly an Afro-Asiatic language. They don't want you to think that Greek came from Hebrew. They always try to tell you it's a distinct language, right? Look at the script to the right. You can see the Hebrew, right? Also in the Paleo-Greek, right? And this is the clearly the Paleo forms of the Paleo-Hebrew. It says, these Phoenicians who came with Cadmus and of whom the Gephrians were a part brought, with them to Hellas, among many other kinds of learning the alphabet, which had been unknown before this. I think to the Greeks, as time went on, the sound and the form of the letters were changed. This is Herodotus, Histories, Book 5.
right? Line 58, section 58. Going into Ionia, you can look up in the Encyclopedia Britannica. These are the Japhetic people, okay? Anytime you see, historians see vases and specific culture of anything that could possibly be Israelite, they say, oh, it's Proto-Ionian, it's Proto-Aeolian, knowing that it is clearly modern invaders, right? Because you can see in archaeology the connections to the coast of Israel and Phoenicia in these regions. I'm gonna prove all of this. You can go into the Strong's H3120, the descendants of Javan, right? It says, one second, Genesis 10:2. The sons of Japheth, Gomer and Magog and Madai and Javan and Tubal and Meshech and Tiras, and the sons of Gomer, Ashkenaz and Riphath and Togarmah, and the sons of Javan, Elisha. Why do I have Elisha read? Remember when Cyprus was called Alashaya? Yeah, that's who was on those coasts in Anatolia and in Cyprus before invaders came. Okay, remember Cyprus. Keep it in your subconscious, because later I'm going to show you something very, very pivotal to my point. It says, and Tarshish, Kittim, which is Cyprus, and Dodanim. So the people that came from Alashaya, the Aeolicians or the Aeolians, they were in Cyprus and also in Anatolia. By these were the isles of the Gentiles divided in their lands, everyone after his tongue, after their families and their nations. Daniel 8:21. And the rough goat is the king of Grecia. Now, this is Alexander. Now, if you see, Grecia right here is going to say Javan or Ionia, but he was not a Japhetic descendant. He was a descendant of Teman. Okay? He was a Temanite. So we can automatically understand that this region where Alexander was, who came from Kittim as well, he was not a descendant of Japheth, but he is in these regions. Okay? So it's talking about the mainland of where he ruled from. And the great horn that is between his eyes is the first king. Now that being broken, whereas four stood up for it, 4 kingdoms shall stand up out of the nation, but not in his power. This is talking about the Diadochi, right? Knowing that Anatolia, now if you look, Anatolia is Turkey, modern day Turkey. I want you to get a visual of these regions. Knowing that Anatolia and Eastern Europe evolved throughout the many eras, the Japhetic people and their tribes were either pushed out through conquest or subdued to lower classes within societies. This is also important to know when deciphering classes into separate ethnic groups of ancient Greek societies. The distinction between Dorian Greeks and the indigenous children of Javan, Ionian, for example, is important to comprehend when embarking on learning ethnologies of the Aegean lands. In order to prove dominant Israelite presence in Greek eras is pivotal for a comprehensive guide when reading Old Testament prophecy, New Testament conversion via the gospel, and eschatological salvation for foreign Israelites, Jeremiah 31:10. Hear the word of the Lord, O ye nations, and declare it in the isles afar off. Why? Because these islands that were afar off, Greece, the Mycenaean regions, and these islands, it's hundreds of islands.
This is getting worse and worse every time. Now, you read in Jeremiah. When is Jeremiah writing? Jeremiah is in the exile, right? Which is around 580 BC, around that time period, to around 540 BC. Hear the word of the Lord, O ye nations, and declare it in the isles afar off, and say, he that scattered Israel will gather him and keep him as a shepherd doth his flock. Now, this is actually referring to Nebuchadnezzar and them in Babylon. This is not referring to those other areas. The ancient people that have established pivotal Greek landmarks installed in Phoenician, Anatolian, Levantine Greek culture were of Israelite descent. So Phoenician culture, Anatolian culture, Levantine culture, and Greek culture are of Israelite descent. That's even a worse claim. You might as well say that they started Egypt too and Mesopotamia. This is nuts. Everybody's an Israelite. It's crazy. Let me find this source real quick for y'all. This is just nuts at this point. This is nuts. This is absolute nuts. Let's see if I could find this, because y'all will love this slide right here. Let's see if I could find it. Let me see. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, you guys benefit from this information, because this is the sloppy work. Damn, where did I put it? Can't find it. All right. So the Phoenician, and by the way, it's rumored that the Phoenician towns are mentioned in the Ebla tablets, which is 2400 BC. I don't know if that's confirmed, but we do have Biblios. For those who don't know, we have connection with them in Egypt, which I was going to show in the debate with me and Jabari. They have a connection with Egypt where they're trading wood and different things with them from the second dynasty. Then we have a king from Biblios, supposedly from Biblios, but he's writing in the Phoenician script, or he's writing in Proto-Sinaitic or whatever, and he wrote a spell, a snake spell to protect them in the afterlife. So the Phoenicians were in contact. Sidon is in the Egyptian records. Tyre is in the Egyptian records. It's all in the Egyptian records. So they already existed way before there was even an Israel. So I don't know why somebody would come up and say Anatolian. What he's doing, and you're gonna see it later on in the video. Any word with the word Dan. So if I say I'm a Dan Dada from Jamaica, I'm from the tribe of Dan. From the Dahomey people, say they come from Dan, Dangbi, the god. So the Dahomey people are, the wider people are from the tribe of Dan. Anytime you see the word DAN, it's from it has to do with that. And this is where the stupidity and the methodology falls apart, man. You don't know language from script, which I showed earlier. Now we're gonna look at this right here. I don't know about no ISUPKB funded by Rothschilds.
Right? There are main islands and then there are sub-islands. But these were Israelites who were far off. It says, who are far off, and say, he that scattered Israel will gather him and keep him as a shepherd doth his flock. The ancient peoples that have established pivotal Greek landmarks and installing Phoenician, Anatolian, Levantine, and Greek culture were of Israelite descent via migrations, i.e. sea peoples, etc. The Ionian people of Javan are also known as the early Mycenaean, early Minoan, early Aeolian, Cycladic Yauna people. The Aeolicians or Alashaians. In the tapestry of ancient Greek civilization, the Aeolians stand as one of the major Hellenic tribes alongside the Ionians and Dorians. The Aeolians traditionally said to descend from the mythic ancestor Aeolus. See? Oh, so are we going to say they descended from a mythic ancestor named Aeolus, or do we just say the Bible says he descended from Elisha? It's going to be the same thing I'm going to prove with Dorian. Did they descend from Doris?
Hold on a second. Let me stop the video. Hold on 1 second. He's trying to say that this Elisha is the same as the Elisha. Oh my God, I can't. You can't make this up. But the Brooklyn magic is always in effect, y'all. It's always in effect. There's nothing wrong with the Brooklyn magic. Brooklyn magic is in effect. It's gonna be in effect. And it's funny that he's going to say the sea peoples are the Israelites, right? But the sea people that didn't get circumcised, he's going to say Danian is the tribe of Dan, but Danian wasn't circumcised. So how you get to that? How you get to that point? This is crazy, man. Craziness. But let's look at it right now. Let me go to that Bible scripture real quickly. Ezekiel. Ezekiel 27:7. 27:7. But I'm going to Bible Hub. This is craziness. You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up at all. You can't make this up, family. You can't make this up. Let's go through this. Ezekiel 27:7. A lament for Tyre of oaks from Bashan. They made you your oars of wood from the coast of Cyprus. They made your deck inlaid with ivory of embroidered fine linen from Egypt. They made your sail, which served as your banner of blue and purple from the coast of Elisha. They made you on it. Now let me go all the way down to the Hebrew. And let me look exactly what they're talking about. Oh, Elisha, a son of Havan. Also his descendants and their land. Okay. So Elisha is referring to the son of Javan. All right. What does Ezekiel 27:7 mean? Let me see what they're talking about. Blue and purple dyes were famously costly. Only the wealthy could afford them. Elisha is generally identified with Cyprus or a nearby Aegean region. The Lord highlights the far-flung reach of Tyre's trade routes. No resource was too distant, no expense spared. Okay. Literally catalogs the high-end materials adorning Tyre's ships, embroidered Egyptian linen for the sail and rare blue purple fabric from distant Elisha for the... Okay. All right, now let's go back to him and let's see what he's saying Elisha is. Because this is just nuts. This is absolutely nuts right now. Craziness.
God settled initially in Thessaly and later migrated to the western coast of Asia Minor, an area known as Aeolus, connection to the Greek tribes. While the Ionians are often associated with maritime trade and the Dorians with military prowess, the Aeolians contributed their own cultural and linguistic influence to the Greek world. Each tribe played a crucial role in shaping the character of the Aegean Islands and the wider Greek territories. The Aeolians were known for their distinct dialect and their settlements in places like Lesbos and parts of the Anatolian coast. So they had distinct dialects. They weren't using the linear A script, right? And they had distinct dialects than that of Greek, right? Ezekiel 27:3. How would they know that? Because obviously they were a distinct ethnic group than the Dorians and the later on Achaeans. Ezekiel 27:3. And say unto Tyrus, O thou that art situate at the entry of the sea, which art a merchant of the people for many isles, thus saith the Lord God, O Tyrus, thou hast said, I am of perfect beauty. Fine linen with broidered work from Egypt was that which thou spreadest forth to be thy cell. Blue and purple from the isles of Elisha was that which covered thee. The name Aeolician descends from the Japhetic patriarch Elisha. Kittim or Chittim. You can look up this. Each tribe played a crucial...
The name Aeolician descends from Japhetic patriarch Elisha. Hold on a second. In the tapestry of ancient Greek, the Aeolians stand as one of the major Hellenistic groups. You know what I need? I know exactly what I need. I know what I need. Where is the I know exactly what I need. All this Greek stuff. Driving me crazy right now. One second, family. All right, here we go. What's this website? Theo foi.com. All right. I got the antidote for this dude. All right. So this has all the Greek myths on one website. So what I'm going to do is other gods. Let me see what he's talking about. Olympians. Oh, search button. Yes, third deal. So the name of this deity he's talking about, the Aeolians. Let me look up the Aeolians. Aeolians. All right, let's listen back what he said about the Aeolians a little bit.
The Aeolians, Aeolicians, or Alashians. In the tapestry of ancient Greek civilization, the Aeolians stand as one of the major Hellenic tribes alongside the Ionians and Dorians. The Aeolians traditionally said to descend from the mythic ancestor Aeolus. See? Oh, so are we going to say they descended from a mythic ancestor named Aeolus, or do we just say the Bible says he descended from Elisha? It's going to be the same thing.
Oh, I see what he's doing. He's replacing the Bible names with this name on his own. He's making up his own joint. That's what he's doing. Because the Aeolians come from Aeolus, was the divine keeper of the winds and king of the mythical floating island of Aeolia. He kept the violent winds looked safely away inside the cavernous interior of his isle. The hero Odysseus once visited Aeolus Island. However, during the trip, the winds, Homer's wind, Aeolus. Okay. Bears many similarities to Hesiod, Oronus. Both are described as having 6 sons and daughters joined in wedlock. Okay. So as you, I'm gonna put this in the chat. So you guys, if y'all into this Greek stuff, nah, he trying to make a connection with the Greeks. Period. That they started the whole thing. The family of Aeolus right here. So his family is broken down. Encyclopedia Doctrine. What it says is the myth in the mythical history of Greece. There are 3 personages of his name who are spoken of. Ancient writers are connected with one another. But this connection is so confused that it's impossible to gain a clear view of them. We shall follow Diodorus, who distinguishes between the 3, although in the other parts he confounds them. So he's just replacing these guys' names with Bible names. That's crazy.
Shaping the character of the Aegean Islands and the wider Greek territories. The Aeolians were known for their distinct dialect and their settlements in places like Lesbos and parts of the Anatolian coast. So they had distinct dialects. They weren't using the linear A script, right? And they had distinct dialects than that of Greek, right? Ezekiel 27:3. How would they know that? Because obviously they were a distinct ethnic group than the Dorians and the later on Achaeans. Ezekiel 27:3. And say unto Tyrus, O thou that art situate at the entry of the sea, which art a merchant of the people for many isles, thus saith the Lord God, O Tyrus, thou hast said, I am of perfect beauty. Fine linen with broidered work from Egypt was that which thou spreadest forth to be thy cell. Blue and purple from the isles of Elisha was that which covered thee. The name Aeolician descends from the Japhetic patriarch Elisha. Kittim or Chittim. You can look up the Topical Bible Chittim, right? It goes into Cyprus, or sometimes it can denote Greece, depending on the context. Genesis 10:4. And the sons of Javan, Elisha and Tarshish, Kittim and Dodanim. By these were the isles of the Gentiles divided in their lands, every one after his tongue, after their families and their nations. Ezekiel 27:6. Of the oaks of Bashan have they made thine oars, the company of the Asherites have made thy benches of ivory, brought out the isles of Kittim. So when you deal with the ivory, if you notice the Ionians and the Aeolicians, they were known for their white ivory sculptures, things of that nature. It says fine linen with broidered. The Dorians. Now, I wanted to go on this link, but you're gonna have to filter through, kinda, right? Maybe I'll just do another class on the Dorians in this Wikipedia link. But when you read through this link, it's gonna give you a brief synopsis, right, of it all. They're gonna talk about the Dorian invasion. They're gonna talk about a lot of that. Well, we're gonna talk about that as well in this presentation. The Dorians were one of the major Greek tribes traditionally linked to regions like Macedonia and Epirus. They migrated, excuse me, into the Peloponnese and other Greek areas around the 12th century BCE, often referred to as the Dorian invasion. The idea that they came from the north is only an attempt to invalidate the Bible. There is much debate whether they came from the north or.
Why would anybody writing Greek history care about the Bible? That don't make no sense. Why you gotta add that in? Where you getting this quote from? I need this quote. The Dorians. Let me look this up here. Let me look up the Dorians. Let me look it up right now while we live. The Dorians were a Greek-speaking group associated with the Doric dialect who became dominant in parts of southern Greece, especially Sparta after 1200 BC. Their origin is best explained as a movement within the Greek Aegean world, not from Egypt, Phoenicia, or Israel. What do ancient Greeks say? Herodotus describes the Dorians as a people who migrated within Greece, originally from northwestern regions. Return of the Heraclidae. Dorians reclaimed the Peloponnese, linked to descendants of Heracles. Myth, not literally history. Let me see. Dorian presence expands in southern Greece. Old theory, Dorian invasion. The claim was Dorians invaded and destroyed Mycenaean civilization. No clear archaeology, no widespread Burnley tied specially to Dorians. Modern view, gradual migration, internal reorganization, cultural transformation, linguistic evidence. After 1200 BC, simpler settlements, new pottery styles, iron usage increases. Dorian states emerge in Sparta and Corinth, genetic evidence. Dorians are not Egyptians, they're not Phoenicians, they're not Israelites. No ancient text or archaeology supports that. What they likely were, a branch of the Greek Indo-European populations from northwest Greece, moving south after collapse. The Dorians were a Greek-speaking group associated with the Doric dialect who became prominent in southern Greece after the late Bronze Age collapse. Okay. All right, so now let me find out. Let me go back and listen to this over now.
The Dorians. Now, I wanted to go on this link, but you're gonna have to filter through, kinda, right? Maybe I'll just do another class on the Dorians in this Wikipedia link. But
hey, the link, hey, J Survivor 504. The link is at the top if you want to jump on the panel. He's saying that they're bloodline Israelites, the tribe of Dan or tribe of Judah or something like that, some crazy stuff like that.
When you read through this link, it's going to give you a brief synopsis, right, of it all. They're going to talk about the Dorian invasion. They're going to talk about a lot of that. Well, we're going to talk about that as well in this presentation. The Dorians were one of the major Greek tribes traditionally linked to regions like Macedonia and Epirus. They migrated, excuse me, into the Peloponnese and other Greek areas around the 12th century BCE, often referred to as the Dorian invasion. The idea that they came from the north is only an attempt to invalidate the Bible. There is much debate whether they came from the north or Palestine. These next few presentations.
What do Greeks have to do with the Bible? You're making up a theory and want the theory to be true. The idea that they came from the north, you're using Greek sources the whole time. You agree with the Greek sources. But what you do, you manipulate the sources to say what you think it says. The truth of the matter is you're using information and misusing it at the same time. So the idea that they came from the north is only an attempt to, what does the Bible have to do with Greek history? This is, they documented their own history. They don't know about no Bible. They're in Greece. That makes no sense.
Will prove they came from Palestine and Egypt, linking them to Israelite tribal migrations from Israel after Egyptian exodus, thus proving the biblical narrative. This intentional conjecture is to simply remove them from the list of early sea peoples also arriving to and from the coast of Dor, Israel, Canaan, and create the notion of speculation concerning Israelite existence in those regions. Now, this next link is going to tell you how Dor is practically number one in the forefront of archaeology when studying sea peoples, along with Egypt. We're going to get into some real ancient artifacts. This is Dor, Israel. You look at it on the map, you can see it's a coastal city along the sea, right? Here's some more pictures of Dor. Dor is mentioned all throughout the scriptures. Ancient Dor, a port city on the coast of ancient Palestine, was a key hub of trade.
I bet somebody in the chat right now, $50. I'll Apple pay you right now. I bet you he's trying to say the Dorians come from the place called Dor. I guarantee that's what he's going to say. I don't remember this part of the video, but I guarantee that's what it's going to say. And for those who don't know, Dor was a mainstay city as far as movements is concerned, but as far as trade in the Iron Age, I don't know about in the Bronze Age, Dor being a place. I don't know about that. The Dor. Let me look it up real quick. Dor. Ancient coastal city, Tel Dor. Earliest evidence, late Bronze Age, appears in Egyptian records, likely under Egyptian control. This place is Dor in the same world as Byblos, Sidon, and the Canaanite cities. Dor in the Bible. Okay. All right, let's see what he says.
In cultural exchange. Archaeologists have unearthed a variety of artifacts there, from pottery to amphorae, revealing its rich history as a crossroads of the Eastern Mediterranean. A crossroads? It was like a Times Square. They call it a crossroads, meaning you had to go to Dor, and Dor had to come to you. I wonder what they're hiding. Joshua 11:1. And it came to pass when Jabin, king of Hazor, had heard those things, that he sent to Jobab, king of Madon, and to the king of Shimron, and to the king of Aksaph, and to the kings that were on the north of the mountains, and of the plains south of Chinneroth, and in the valley, and in the borders of Dor on the west. Joshua 11:5. And when all the kings were met together, they came and pitched together at the waters of Merim to fight against Israel. And the Lord said unto Joshua, be not afraid because of them, for tomorrow about this time will I deliver them up, all slain before Israel. Thou shalt howl their horses and burn their chariots with fire. So why am I showing this scripture? Because even in the days of Joshua, which is roughly the 1400s, 1300s, the scriptures say that Joshua and the Israelites slayed these kings, even the king at Dor.
Joshua can be 1300 if you believe the Exodus was 1450, buddy. You just slipped up again. I'm gonna let that one slide.
So I wonder who had rulership in ancient artifacts that I'm about to show you coming up concerning who was at Dor and who was attached to the sea peoples of Dor. This is the Medinet Habu, right? The Medinet Habu is an ancient Egyptian temple complex on the west bank of the Nile, renowned for its grand mortuary temple of Ramses III and its well-preserved reliefs depicting military victories. So they found inscriptions and papyri and reliefs of sea peoples that got captured when they all banded together with Libya and tried to attack Egypt. The Most High talks about these things in the scriptures, but it goes over people's heads. This is the Harris Papyrus. One of the longest surviving Egyptian papyri details the reign of Ramses III, documenting his donations to temples and his military achievements. This is 1150 BCE, discovered 1855 AD. This was around the times of King Saul, Ramses III, okay, around that time. Well, I was a little bit before King Saul. This was the time of the judges, excuse me. I was thinking 1050 BC, right? That's around the time of King Saul. The Papyrus Winnemune. This is what archaeologists who are invested in this sea people understanding in history. The Papyrus Winnemune is a very pivotal artifact, a very pivotal inscription that you must know. The Papyrus Winnemune, also known as Papyrus Moscow 120, dates back to around 1075 BCE. Winnemune, he's an envoy, meets King Beater of the Checker in Dor, who graciously provides him with provisions. So there's a story that the envoy of Winnemune, he details they found this papyrus amongst the Medinet Habu during the times of Ramses III, is what this was. This story is about around that time, right? But something very important. It says that Winnemune meets a king named Beater of the Checker in Dor. Now, the Checker, some people, because if you deal with language, right? For example, Egypt, they didn't have a letter R in their phonological system. They had L. For example, if you ever hear an Asian speak, like a Chinese person, they don't use L. So when they say really, they really? So how they pronounce words, it gets lost in translation. So some people are saying that checker, it can definitely transliterate or have increments of the name Shekelesh, which comes from Shekal Ash, which is hired one, which could possibly be an Issacharite king who at that time was at Dor. But that's neither here nor there right now. But this is what scholars are saying as well, even archaeologists. Doric king, Joshua 12:7. And these are the kings of the country which Joshua and the children of Israel smote on this side, Jordan, on the west, from Baal-Gad in the valley of Lebanon, even unto the Mount Halat that goeth up to Seir, which Joshua gave unto the tribes of Israel for possession according to their divisions. The king of Dor and the coast of Dor, one. The king of the nations of Gilgal, one. So you can clearly see that Joshua, he eliminates these kings at Dor, right? So I wonder who, by the time when Winnemune appears, who that King Beater was. Ecclesiastes.
Let me tell the dumb Hebrew Israelite something. If this is the best you got, how is Joshua writing, right? Say, for example, Joshua did write this. If you notice, he's saying Doric king. Joshua had to be in the 1400s, because remember, your whole theory is that they left 1450. So when they left with Moses and they went into the wilderness and Moses died, Joshua took over. So how could Joshua be talking about? Joshua will be referring to something that happened later on. What was he doing? Prophesying? Two different time periods. And for those who don't know, during the Assyrian time period, Dor was one of the main. That's how they got the Israelite soldiers to march to them at Dor and went on ships. And then they went back into Egypt on ships. So Dor is pretty much known during the Neo-Assyrian time period as a trades partner. But listen to this though. He said, Joshua, and these are the kings of the country which Joshua, is hear what it says? Which Joshua and the children of Israel. Now let's go back to the slide before. The Papyrus Weneman, also known as Papyrus Moscow 120, dates back to around 1075 BCE. So how are you correlating an event that happened almost 300-400 years later that they're talking about with Dor? You're trying to push it backwards. Let me put it retroactively to when Joshua is talking about. He may be talking about the same Dor, but the point is this happened at 1075 BCE. Joshua is around 1400 BCE. Again, conflating information, pseudoisms, man. I hate I gotta do this to
letter R.
Such a good guy.
In their Joshua.
By the way,
gave unto
the
the tribe-
Israelite, the Egyptian language have R. What they didn't have is a constant L. So the L and the R is interchangeable. So when somebody spells Israel on the Merneptah seal, it actually spells Israel. It don't spell Israel. So the L is interchangeable. That's how they got it. So the L was there, but it was interchangeable with R. Oh, man, I got to correct every damn thing. There's too much false in this video, man. I can't even make notes. I said, this was wrong, that was wrong, this was wrong, that was wrong.
Of Israel for possession according to their divisions. The king of Dor and the coast of Dor, 1. The king of the nations of Gilgal, 1. So you can clearly see that Joshua, he eliminates these kings at Dor, right? So I wonder who, by the time when Winnemoon appears, who that king beater was. Ecclesiastes 50 and 25 is very important to understand this, because this is what historians do to cut off the name of Israel. They'll read you a list. We're going to provide a list of the sea people, from the Luka to the Weshesh to the Shurdan to the Shekelesh to the Dinyan, right? All of these lists that they find in these onomasticons, which is a list of names of the sea peoples, they always have in parentheses next to Peliset, Philistine. Why don't they have any other nation in parentheses? Because they don't care to let you know that that's an Israelite tribe that was a part of the sea peoples. They only say Pelis.
So now, listen to the logics now, family. Ramesses III is after Merneptah. Merneptah documents that he destroyed the Israelites. They were already in Canaan. So how did Israelites end up coming to attack Egypt with a bunch of other people? Why didn't they just write Israel? If they already had a name for those people, why didn't they just write Israel? Why do you have to go and find Peliset, which is the Philistines, which is documented when they went? This is the only documented sea peoples group. And how we know they're different, because they was eating pork. They had all the pork over in that area. So the Philistine area was full of pork. That's how they identified them, because of the culture that they lived. They were pork eaters. Israelites are not pork eaters. That's why they could separate and say this might be an Israelite territory, because we don't find any pig bones. Let me further go into the Philistines in a second. Philistines being Israelite is wild. And everything is a cover-up. Oh, you don't find it suspicious? I don't know what's wrong with us reading the Bible and believing God and say, hey, I live a good life in my life and I'll go to heaven when I die. Why we got to be all these different people in the Bible? Why we just can't be, you can't be Panah, I can't be Garfield. You just can't read the Bible and just accept it for what it is and just say, leave it alone. You got to be special. This identity crisis is crazy. All right. Let me do this.
That is Philistines. Why only limit the list to the Philistines, right? Because you want to create everything outside of Israel to be speculation. It's important to know this about the book of Tazaryach. This is Ecclesiasticus 50 and 25. This is what it says. There be two manner of nations which my heart abhorreth, and the third is no nation. They that sit upon the mountain of Samaria, and they that dwell among the Philistines, and that foolish people that dwell in Shechem. The Philistines, believe it or not, much of the Israelite tribes were amongst those sea peoples with the Philistines. Okay? They were very much involved in the Pentapolis of the Philistines, right? And not only as the sea peoples and their migrations, but even within Sparta, and they began to mingle in with Philistines, Israelites. Yes, they did that. You know, more strikingly, Judah and Dan. But the Lord says that his heart abhors those who dwell among the Philistines. Israelites were pirates. They were raiding ships. Oh yeah, the story of Wintermoon, it gets very detailed about what happened to Wintermoon when he showed up to Dor. This is what Ramses III boasts about. I slew the Dinian in their islands, and the Checker and the Peliset. Remember the Philistines. Now notice it says Dinian. Notice it says, Ramses says, I slew the Dinian.
Dinian is tribe of Dan, y'all. And remember, in the listing on the walls of Karnak, it says the people who were circumcised and the people who were not circumcised. Why wasn't Dinian not in the part that says circumcised? If that's your argument, and that these people are, some of them are Israelites, why the Dinian and the Peliset wasn't on the side with the circumcised people? Your whole argument is just one big confusion. It makes no sense.
In their islands, and he says in their islands. Wait a minute. So there's a people group called the Dinian, and they had islands. Okay. And the Peliset were made ashes. The Shurden, which they relate to Sardinia, and the Weshesh, which some say could be a derivative or a corruption of Asher, of the sea were brought as captives and settled in Egypt. I destroyed those who invaded my borders, the Shurden, the Checker, the Peliset, the Dinian. Don't this sound like Tazaryach 50 and 26? That these Israelites dwelling amongst the Philistines? The Dinian and the Weshesh, I caused them to be as those who exist no more. I settled them in strongholds, bound in my name. I made them tributary. This emphasizes the defeat of the Checker and their settlement at places like Dor. Notice it says their settlement at places like Dor. I just showed you how Joshua slayed the kings, he settled those places. The Israelites began to settle there and settle in Canaan. So by the time of 1150, by the time of 1050 BCE, etc., when the story of Wintermoon happened, Israelites were there ruling. I wonder who King Meter was. It says, making it perfect for historical context. The boast of Pharaoh Ramses III in the Great Harris Papyrus, 1150 BCE, recording Egypt's victory over the sea peoples, Shurden, Checker, Peliset, Dinian, and Weshesh, and their subsequent resettlement in Egyptian contributaries, right? So he put them back under his thumb. Now, this is the story of Wintermoon. This is what they got out of the translation. This is what Wintermoon says. Because he was an envoy coming from Egypt to go make a trade at Dor with the Checker, who are also, when you go into Greek mythology and you deal with Teucer, or you deal with the Teucrians, who intermarried with Dardanus and the Dardanians, this is where much of Greek mythology is birthed. But these were patriarchal people at one point. This is what Wintermoon says. It says, we will surely do as Amun-Re, king of the gods, our Lord has said. I stayed until the 4th month of the summer season in Tennis, and Nezbenebed and Tintamun sent me forth with the ship's captain Menegabet, and I went down upon the great sea of Syria in the first month of the summer season, and I arrived at Dor, a checker town, and Beater its prince, caused to be brought to me 50 loaves, 1 flagon of wine, and 1 haunch of an ox. I mean, bread and wine, that sound like something Israelites present all throughout the scripture. Bread, wine, haunch of an ox. And the man of my ship fled after stealing 1 vessel of gold worth 5 deben, 4 jars of silver worth 20 deben, and a bag of silver 11 deben. Total of what he stole: gold 5 deben, silver 31 deben. So he clearly got hijacked. That sounds like a Northern Kingdom Israelite, right? He got hijacked at Dor, right? Because that was big in that time. They were chasing gold. They were chasing power. It was colonization season. So that's what was taking place. They were stealing each other's booty, you name it. Judah and Dan. This is what it says. Ezekiel 27:3. And say unto Tyrus, O thou that art situate at the entry of the sea, which are a merchant of the people of for many isles, thus saith the Lord, O Lord God, O Tyrus, thou hast said, I am perfect in beauty, I am perfect beauty, thy borders are in the midst of the seas, thy builders have perfected thy beauty. Listen what it says when you jump down to verse 17. Judah and the land of Israel. So it wasn't just Judah. It says Judah and the land of Israel on the great sea of Syria in the first.
Let me ask everybody a question right here, right? At 1050, who is ruling Israel at this time? Let me put this on the screen real quickly here. Israel Kings list. Stop sharing. When a man was writing and whatever he was writing, Saul was the king. He had control Israel. So how do you explain Saul ruling while all of this is going on? Because the 12 tribes already came out and they already say where they're going to live in. So how is it that Greeks are ruling areas that Israelites control? That don't make no sense. That don't make no sense. So that Winnerman argument died by that source. Let's get back to the video.
Month of the summer season, and I arrived at Dor, a checker town, and Beater its prince, caused to be brought to me 50 loaves, 1 flagon of wine, and 1 haunch of an ox. I mean, bread and wine, that sound like something Israelites present all throughout the scripture. Bread, wine, haunch of an ox.
What is Dionysus?
And the man of my ship fled.
Dionysus is the god of wine. So why are you acting like, oh no, man, this guy here. Dionysus. Dionysus. Who is Dionysus? Was the Olympian god of wine, vegetation. So drinking wine. Matter of fact, the stuff that the Jews practice during Passover, the whole drinking of the wine and the lettuce, they got it from the Greeks, from the symposium. So what are you saying? That's what Israelites do, drink wine. This guy was the god of the wine from the Greeks, Dionysus. Oh man, I tell you.
And after stealing one vessel of gold worth 5 deben, 4 jars of silver worth 20 deben, and a bag of silver 11 deben, total of what he stole: gold 5 deben, silver 31 deben. So he clearly got hijacked. That sounds like a Northern Kingdom Israelite, right? He got hijacked at Dor, right? Because that was big in that time. They were chasing gold. They were chasing power. It was colonization season. So that what was taking place. They were stealing each other's booty, you name it. Judah and Dan. This is what it says. Ezekiel 27:3. And say unto Tyrus, O thou that art situate at the entry of the sea, which are a merchant of the people of for many isles, thus saith the Lord, O Lord God, O Tyrus, thou hast said, I am perfect in beauty, I am perfect beauty, thy borders are in the midst of the seas, thy builders have perfected thy beauty. Listen what it says when you jump down to verse 17. Judah and the land of Israel. So it wasn't just Judah, it says Judah and the land of Israel, they were thy merchants. They traded in thy market wheat of minnith and panag and honey and oil and balm. Dan also and Javan going to and fro occupied in thy fairs. Bright iron cassia and calamus were in thy market. So clearly the Bible is substantiated that Israelites were seafaring people. But why aren't they giving you the list of names of the sea people and the people that they're connected to? Why is everything speculation when linking them to Israel? But how is this important to Greek heritage? Oh, because it takes a ship to get into the Mycenaean region. And I'm going to show you how all of this is connected from the land of Israel, the Eastern Mediterranean part of the sea peoples. They were, whenever you see them in inscriptions, they either link them to Dinian or Danuna in this region. The Danuns or Danoi was in the Greek world, especially linked to Homeric Greek. So when
look at what this pseudo did. He said captured sea people from Medinet Habu 1177 BC. Notice the feathered headdresses, plumes. Why didn't he say notice they ain't got no beards? Why he ain't say that part? Isn't that one of the things they said the Israelites grow beards and you got beards? So what happened to the beards? Where the beards at? This is when you're doing research, you're trying to act like you know something when you really don't know anything. It's crazy. People try to come with these new. This is how Dr. York got people, man. He would switch up Elijah Muhammad's teachings and switch up this person's teachings, take the Sumerian stuff, because the Sumerian stuff is fascinating because it was all into Egypt. So he took counter Dr. Ben because he didn't like Dr. Ben. He started teaching people about Sumer, and Sumer is better than Egypt, and start that foolishness in the community. So he had to come with something different or new that he never studied on your own. All the Sumerian stuff he got from Zachariah's teaching, which was pseudo. And we grabbed it up, and the man said, to the point where the man said he come from planet Risk. He make up a whole new planet after he's born in Boston. Then he said he come from Sudan. He's born in Sudan. And we love foolishness, man. We love foolishness. We do. We love it.
Homer is literally calling Greeks Danuns. They were known as Danuns in the ancient world. I wonder who Danuns or Denoi. I wonder who they are. So I got in quotes Tanaju or Tanaya because there's one historian who speculates the Tanaya. And I'm going to go further into why he speculates to prove my point as well about them being the rulers in the Mycenaean and Eastern European regions of that time. Mentioned in Egyptian records, another sea people group, Dinian or Dinanim, variants also linked to sea peoples and Levantine coast. So they're linked to the sea peoples. They're linked to the Greek world. They're linked to the Levantine coast. right? Judges 5:2. It says, praise ye the Lord for the avenging of Israel when the people willingly offered themselves. Gilead abode, now we know this is Deborah's song. Gilead abode beyond Jordan. And why did Dan remain in ships? Asher, we're going to get into Asher a little bit. Asher continued on the seashore and abode in his breeches. So it said, why did Dan remain in ships? I wonder what Dan was doing in those ships. This is another relief at Medinet Habu, right? Y'all need to look into what the Medinet Habu is in Egypt. These are captured sea people from Medinet Habu, 1177 BCE. Notice the feathered headdresses or the plumes. Notice that. Keep that in your mind for what's going on later. Now, we just still going up, y'all. We have not even taken that deep dive. It's going to get exciting, so hold on to your butts. What did Samuel Jackson say? It's saying that one of the list of the sea peoples may be of the tribe of Asher. I wonder what was written in this Anamasticon. I wonder why Deborah said, and Asher remained on his coast. Right? We know Dan or Dinian, right, is all throughout the sea coast. We see them all over, right? What we just went through, what we just presented. But it says, in the view of several scholars, it may also include the Israelite tribe of Asher, which ruled over an enclave adjoining its territory in the Akko plain and 3 tribes of sea peoples. Dang. So it may make up other tribes of the sea peoples. It can thus be assumed that the checker in Sheridan had also seized a number of areas on the coast of Israel. So he's confusing his head like, man, they might have seized it. No, the people who settled there seized it in the times of Joshua. This is page 24, right, of his book. This is the Onomasticon of Emenopi, which he quoted, right? It says, Asheru is listed among geographical names in the Onomasticon of Emenopi. Specifically, it appears in a section listing foreign towns, regions, or peoples that were known to the Egyptians. In other words, it falls under the category of place or ethnic group names alongside other known cities or tribes, such as Ashkelon and the Checker, listed in similar contexts dating to the late 12th to 11th century BC. That's the late Bronze Age, when it collapsed because Israel was destroying everything around them. If you know anything about the Amarna letters, I believe the Rib Hada, the letter of Rib Hada to the Egyptian king, man, they was getting their behinds whooped over there, okay? Because Israelites were settling Canaan and going into other regions outside of Canaan as well, right? But it says, dating to the late 12th to the early 11th century BCE, the Onomasticon of Emenopi mentions Asheru, highlighting the interconnectedness of ancient peoples during that era. So Israelites were interconnected with the people of that area concerning sea peoples, meaning they were using the sea to colonize, using the sea to trade, etc., etc. So how is this helping your argument about the Greek civilizations? Well, you have to be a part of a seafaring people to get to islands. You have to get from one place to another. So they were very much involved in colonization and sea trading, etc., etc., and were a very seafaring people. Now, it's another image of Dor. Dor is located to the south of this seacoast country. So when you look at the seacoast country of Asher, Dor is just south of it. If you look at this map, excuse me, told you I'm a little bit under the weather. This is Eric H. Klein, American author, historian, archaeologist, historian, professor of ancient history and archaeology at George Washington University in DC. This is from his book, 1177 BC, the year civilization collapsed. We just read in the Medinet how peoples, they're linked to the Greek world. They're linked to the information of those tribes, however. It must be assumed that the checker in Sheridan had also seized a number of areas on the coast of Israel. So we just read in the Medinet Habu, right, when the Sea Peoples attacked Egypt, right, that was linked to the Sea People War of Ramses III in 1177. Listen to what he says. In fact, there are traditions, especially literary traditions, which specifically state that the Sea People settled Tel Dor. So the literary traditions are what the historians are saying, and the ancient historians. It says, in the north of what is now modern Israel. Listen to that again. In fact, there are traditions, especially literary traditions, which specifically state that the Sea Peoples settled Tel Dor. I wonder who that is. In the north of what is now modern Israel. For example, the Egyptian story called the Report of Winnemoon, we just learned about that, y'all, which dates to the first half of the 11th century BC, refers to Dor as a town of the checker or sickles, Shekelesh. See, I didn't make that up. They're interchangeable names.
Garfield?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, you know you was muted out. Nobody heard you.
Yeah, I just figured it out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say that the Asheru place could be the population, a place name or a city. But what he's doing with Tel Dor is that the Sea Peoples went to Tel Dor. Why didn't they call them Israelites if they were Israelites? Because they already have it in the metadata of Merneptah that the Israelites were in Canaan. So how is it now in the city Dor you find the Tejeka, who is considered a Sea Peoples, which are some people connect to the Greeks, but at the end of the day, they're ruling it. They have a prince that's there, they're ruling that area. Because remember, Canaan was controlled by multiple people. Remember, you had the Habiru, you had all type of different mercenaries and different group. The Amorites, the Amaru, You have all type of different people in the Canaan region fighting and battling for land, and the people writing to the Egyptian kings and all that stuff. So I'm trying to figure out, how do you connect? Because what I'm waiting for is him to say the name Dor is from the Dorians, and the Dorians are the Israelites. Which, yo, I'm telling you, this wordplay with these guys is ridiculous, man. They need to hang out with Asari Motep. That's what they need to do.
Sickles, and they say that they have a lot to do with the civilization of Sicily. Remember the historian Diodorus Siculus? He was Diodorus of Sicily. Okay, modern name. So Shakal Ash, they say, could be man of the higher, which goes into Yashash Shakar. Because remember, the R and the L, they don't. The Egyptian text, they don't have the L. I mean, they don't have the R in their system, right? So there could be some type of corruption.
They don't have R, but them can't spell Israel. Yo, this guy is rookie, man. Come on, man.
Of the name Shekelesh. But they're saying that. Another Egyptian text, the Onomasticon of Amenupi, which dates to circa 1100 BC, lists the Shardana, the Checker, and the Peliset, and also mentions the sites of Ashkelon, Ashdod, and Gaza. 3 of the 5 sites considered to be part of the Philistine Pentapolis. Those are the 5 cities that they came in when they migrated. You can read that in Amos chapter 9. Sites along the Carmel coast and in the Akko Valley, as well as perhaps Tel Dan. Hold on. Let's read that one more time. It says sites along the Carmel coast and in the Akko Valley, as well as perhaps Tel Dan. Tel Dan is very famous in archaeology. Have also been suggested as having been settled by the sea peoples. Who settled Tel Dan? Who settled Akko Valley? Name me a people group. Name it. I could say it. Israelites. What? Wait, Panah. What is this in your panology? Huh? Don't you believe in the Bible? Name me a people group that settled that region in these times.
Hey, by the way, for the record, this is who you would call an Edomite. He trusts this Edomite very well, by the way, to the irony. This Edomite. Now, by the way, no one is disputing whether Greeks were in the Levant. That's not the argument. You're trying to say that all these names with Dan, if I'm in Jamaica and I call myself Dan Dada, the people in Wida, they worship a god called Dangbi. Just because that word D-A-N is connected to it, oh, they're related. This is rookie stuff, man. This is rookie stuff. Let me go into some more. I'm gonna play some more next week too, because I'm gonna get into all of this stuff.
Into that, the Nunim may also be related to Tanaya, a term thought to refer to some part of the Greek world. So just the simple fact that he is trying to connect them to Tanaya shows you how much influence the Nunim had in the Greek world. It says, perhaps the mainland of Greece, the Dunanim, some possible ties to the Tanaya. So I'm not going to go too much into this. So what he's trying to connect is during the times of the 18th dynasty, which they date to a time around the time of when Israel left Egypt, during the time of Thutmose III, there's an inscription in Karnak. This is an image of Karnak, in Karnak of the inscriptions that they found, right? This is from Thutmose III when they mentioned the Tanaya, right? But listen to what he says. So they're going into a trade, right? During the times of Thutmose III at Karnak. He's talking about, stuff that he was receiving from the Mycenaean region. It says, each base features a list of toponyms on its front and sides, written onto the lower bodies of bound kneeling individuals in a form referred to as captive ovals. The names featured on the base containing the term Tanaya make up what is commonly known as the Aegean list of Amenhotep III. So now when you read about Amenhotep III, he predates Thutmose III. So Amenhotep, right? Now he considers the people of the Mycenaean region to be the Tanaya.
So now here goes this author saying, man, the Danunin, they were so prevalent and they were so vast throughout that region of the Mycenaean region and that Aegean region that they could possibly have some connection to the Tanaya, right? This is what he's coming up with, because they make the Aegean list a lot. It says at least 14 of the 17 inscribed terms have been identified with locations in the Aegean, including Knossos, that's in Crete. All this is in Crete. Amnisos, Phaistos, and Cydonia on Crete, the island of Kythera, and Mycenae, Narpelon, Messenia, and the Thebaid on the Greek mainland, right? So he's just saying the Danuna, they have to have some connection to the Tanaya, right? Because they're so prominent in these regions, especially Crete, especially Greece, in the mainland, etc. Clearly, the Danuna, a later Bronze Age people, are being historically related to populations that Egypt earlier called Tanaya, which referred to Mycenaean Greece or part of the Aegean world. Philistine or Israelite. One second. Philistine or Israelite. This is from a book called Mediterranean Peoples and Transition, 389, page 389. This is a woman by the name of Trude Dalton, who this book was dedicated to, right? She was at the Hebrew University. She was a major archaeologist in Israel, right? So we're gonna go into some of her stuff as well. But this is what it says in this book. One reading of the archaeological record of the site in this respect put forward and argued for by the first director of the project. This is when they went to go excavate Dor. It says, and is that the aggregate of Aegean looking and Philistine looking objects and attributes found at Dor in the Iron One, that's an age, should be identified as representing Sicilian. Remember shekel, remember sickles, remember checker, it's interchangeable. Material culture, and consequently that similar phenomena in other sites in northern Israel should be interpreted as the material manifestations of other non-Philistine sea peoples. So what they're saying is the culture, right, of the Aegean, of the sickles, and those that they found at Dor were non-Philistine. More specifically, this hypothesis posits the existence of 4 distinct ethnic political periods and 3 cultural transformations within the terminal late Bronze Age, early Iron Age at Dor. We've been going over this from the time Israel left, when they settled and created their kingdom in that region. It says Iron Age at Dor. At the end of the Bronze Age, the Canaanite town is taken over and the population supplanted. What does Jacob's name mean? Supplanted by, or at least augmented to, and ruled by sickles. Sometime after winter moons, remember winter moon, ostensible visit to Dor, Phoenicians destroy and take over the sickle town. See, now this is where they it gets kind of sticky. You know what I'm saying? Like, where we could talk about this another time. But it says later on, Israelites under David capture the Phoenician town and make it their own. Dor is re-Phoenicianized. What was I telling y'all about Hiram the other day? That's neither here nor there. According to this view, only in the Persian period, and that event is recorded in Eshmun Azar's inscription for an extensive exposition. A different version, argued by Rabban, sees only a tripartite Canaanite, sea people, Israelite cultural division, omitting the early Phoenician interlude altogether. This essay will argue for yet another reading of the same record that the cultural sequence at Dor in the early Iron Age is characterized by continuity rather than upheavals. So what they're saying is, what did the Bible say when the Bible says Israelites went in, they ruled over them, but they didn't push them all out? That's what they're saying, right? This is going to connect and it's going to make sense as
We start from Israelites' exodus out of Egypt, the sea peoples, and their interconnectedness in the Aegean world and Greece, etc.
Yeah, I'm curious if this writing, and it's a hypothesis. No, this is a hypothesis, but what this is saying is that the Philistines, it may not, the material culture that they found is not the Philistines. Okay, fine. But how you get Jacob and the supplanter and all of that stuff, you added on to that, bro. That ain't got nothing to do with what the lady talking about. You just want to add everything that said, that's why the Bible says that. That's not research, bro. That's called confirmation bias. No, let's get it. I'm gonna get into some more now. Let me move on from this. I was gonna add something to this, but it don't even make no sense because this doesn't agree with you that the people are Israelites. It says David came in and took over the town. That's what this source says. Your own source contradicts your whole thing that you're talking about. It says later on, Israelites under David captured the Phoenician town. That means they took it over. That means they weren't there. So even if you said that the people, the sickle is Israelites, why would David have to conquer and take it over if it's not an Israelite? No, brother. No, David is an Israelite. We know that. It says Israelite. Later on, Israelite. It says, look at this right here. It says, sometime after Wenamon's ostensible visit to Dor, Phoenicians destroy and take over the sickle town. The Phoenicians did now. So now you're saying that the sickle is Israelites. Makes no sense. So if they take it over from the Israelites, and what happened is later on, Israelites under David capture the Phoenician town and make it their own. Make it their own. Make it their own. So if it was Dor is re-Phoenicianized according to this view only in the Persian period, and the event recorded in Eshmun's Azar's inscription for an extensive exposition, see Stern. A different version argued by Rabban sees only a tripartite Canaanite, Sea People, Israelite cultural division, omitting the early Phoenician interlude altogether. This essay will argue for yet another reading of the same record that the cultural sequence at Dor in the early Iron Age is characterized by continuity rather than upheavals, and it essentially documents the gradual transformation of the late Bronze Canaanite culture into the Iron Age. Let's get back to the video because it ain't say what you said in the chat.
Right, but you have to know this first. It says Philistine pottery at Dor. So they're just trying to look into the phases, but the ultimate conclusion is that the Philistines, right, there was a people group called the Israelites, the sickles or the sea peoples, the checker, right, who were considered the to be connected to the sea peoples, etc. Right? So they showing you Israelite presence there and the culture of Israelite being distinct, right? In the checker, right? But remember, the Lord says he abhorred those who dwelt among the Philistines. So of course, Israel amalgamated within the Philistines, but we don't see a Philistine rulership at that time in northern Israel. They were more to the south at Judah at that Philistine Pentapolis when they arrived there, right? During the late Bronze Age. This is Israelite settlement at Dor. This is a coin, right? And you see the paleo script and the ship. I wonder what that denotes. A coin depicting a Phoenician ship discovered at Dor in northern Israel. Notice the Hebrew script belonging to Dor. That's what it said. Joshua 17 and 11. And Manasseh had in Issachar and in Asher Bashin in her towns, and Iblim in her towns, and the inhabitants of Dor in her towns, and the inhabitants of Endor in her towns, and the inhabitants of Tanakh in her towns, etc., right? We're going to go down to verse 12. It says, yet the children of Manasseh could not drive out the inhabitants of those cities, but the Canaanites would dwell in that land. So you see the culture and the mingling of the cultures when you see the pottery, etc., etc. But listen to what it says. Who was the rulers of that time? Listen to what it says. So they didn't drive them all out the land. We know that. That's in the scriptures. That's prevalent. It says, verse 13, yet it came to pass when the children of Israel were waxing strong that they put the Canaanites to tribute, but did not utterly drive them out. So that means you're in rulership if you put them to tribute.
So that was happening during the late Bronze Age. So I wonder who that was when Winnemoon showed up. Right.
You see, this is sad. Joshua is what time period, ladies and gentlemen? That's not late Bronze Age. That's middle Bronze Age. He's in the 1400s, because remember your theory. This is what happened here. You're contradicting your... Thank you, bro Ray. This is what happened when you just want everything to align with your Bible. This is not research. This is confirmation bias, and it's garbage. But the people in your group will believe you because you're an Israelite and you believe the Bible. So they will agree with you. Now, this what he's talking about here with Joshua is what time period? It can't be too far from Moses. It can't be too far from Moses. So why are you saying, so when the Tazaryach was there, remember the Canaan, and by the way, to the Joshua story is not considered historical, by the way, too. So you don't have no archaeology to back up what you're saying. But let's just say it's true. So who is ruling Dor? Why did Egypt call him Tazaryach then? Why did they call him Israel? Why didn't they call him? You could come on the panel, bro. The panel is free. The panel is free. Tazaryach before Bedar. This is your question. Who was the king at Dor before Bedar? I'm gonna wait for you to jump on so we could argue about this live.
It looked like he's an Israelite.
Yeah, that's Pana. It's his presentation.
Oh, okay, got you.
I don't know who was king while he was Bedar, but the person they said, the Prince of Dor, according to your slide, the Prince of Dor, and the Tazaryach is the people who control the area, the city. That's what the Egyptians put in the slide that you read.
What group he from? What camp he from?
Ramgadal Gabari.
He ISTPK?
No, he ain't ISTPK.
Okay.
Right, but he got hijacked. First Chronicles 7:29. And by the borders of Manasseh, Bethshean and her towns, Tanakh and her towns, Megiddo and her towns, Dor and her towns. In these dwelt the children of Joseph, the son of Israel.
All right.
Ephraim, believe it or not, and Manasseh was connected to Greece as well.
Oh my God, this gets worse. Now, bear in mind, First Chronicles 7 talks about the towns where Ephraim's history. That's the chronology of Ephraim, right? Joseph had 2 children. So his son had died in the Philistines area, where Gath is. Gath is where the Philistines are, where you had the Goliath, David and Goliath. So this is the issue that we have now. They said in the Bible, I'm saying to myself, the Philistines, so he's saying the Philistines are Israelites? Is that what you're saying? Because the Bible confirms that it's a Philistine town, Philistine region. Oh, man, I don't know, man. And plus, First Chronicles was written late anyway. That's after 4th century BC. So they're just repeating a tradition they may have heard.
Okay, those are for later presentations. This is a man who is all throughout Greek mythology and history by the name of Danaus. 1st century BC historian Diodorus Siculus quotes historian Hecataeus of Abdera, right? Since we are up, this is 360 BC, 290 BC. Hecataeus of Abdera lived in the 4th and 3rd century BC. Since we are about to give an account of the war against the Jews, we consider it appropriate before we proceed further, in the first place, to relate the origin of this nation and their customs. In ancient times, a great plague occurred in Egypt, and many ascribed the cause of it to the gods, who were offended with them. For since the multitudes of strangers of different nationalities who lived there made use of their foreign rites and religious ceremonies and sacrifices, the ancient manner of worshiping the gods practiced by the ancestors of the Egyptians had been quite lost and forgotten. Therefore, the native inhabitants concluded that unless all the foreigners were driven out, they would never be free from their miseries. All the foreigners were forthwith expelled, and the most valiant and noble among them, under some notable leaders, were brought to Greece and other places, as some relate. The most famous of their leaders were Danaeus and Cadmus. Remember, we learned about Cadmus. They accredit him to bringing the linear A system into Europe, which is connected to Hebrew, a Phoenician script. But the majority of the people descended into a country not far from Egypt, which is now called Judea, and at that time was altogether uninhabited. So he just given a brief synopsis that eventually they went to Greece, right? They came from Egypt. Majority of them settled in Judea because at that time you had the Jews there. That's from book 40, chapter 3, lines 1 through 8. Let's read Psalms 80 and 8. It says, "Thou hast brought a vine," BC. Since we are about to give an account of the war against the Jews, we consider it appropriate before we proceed further, in the first place, to relate the origin of this nation and their customs. In ancient times, a great plague occurred in Egypt, and many ascribed the cause of it to the gods, who were offended with them. For since the multitudes of strangers of different nationalities who lived there made use of their foreign rites and religious ceremonies and sacrifices, the ancient manner of worshiping the gods practiced by the ancestors of the Egyptians had been quite lost and forgotten. Therefore, the native inhabitants concluded that unless all the foreigners were driven out, they would never be free from their miseries. All the foreigners were forthwith expelled, and the most valiant and noble among them, under some notable leaders, were brought to Greece and other places, as some relate. The most famous of their leaders were Danaeus and Cadmus. Remember, we learned about Cadmus. They accredit him to bringing the linear A system into Europe, which is connected to Hebrew, a Phoenician script. But the majority of the people descended into a country not far from Egypt, which is now called Judea, and at that time was altogether uninhabited. So he just given a brief synopsis that eventually they went to Greece, right? They came from Egypt. Majority of them settled in Judea because at that time you had the Jews there. That's from book 40, chapter 3, lines 1 through 8. Let's read Psalms 80 and 8. It says, "Thou hast brought a vine out of Egypt. Thou hast cast out the heathen and planted it." So the Most High planted his vine and his people. Thou preparest room before it and didst cause it to take deep root, and it filled the land. So the Lord is calling Israel a vine out of Egypt. Believe it or not, the Epicureans, they called their philosophy a vine of Egypt. Look that up. Look that up, people.
I'm trying to figure out what is the point. What is the point? So all the foreigners were forthwith expelled, and the most valiant and noble among them, under some notable leaders, were brought to Greece and other places. As some relate, the most famous of their leaders was Danaeus and Cadmus, into a country not far from Egypt, which is now called Judea. So Diodorus Siculus is giving you where the Jews come from. All right, hold on a second. I don't understand the logics here. Let me look up something real quick. I got something for you. Because if you listen to Greeks 100%, if you look up the Greeks 100%, and this is from, I want y'all to look at this, right? Look at this right here. Look at this right here. This is the Greeks and their influences, right? You see they have the same flood with that they got from the same Babylonian sources, right? That they have in the Bible, right? When you look at the story of the bull and of the heaven, if you read the Epic of Gilgamesh, you'll see the Cretan bull connection. Then you have Apollo, who is connected to Marduk and Ninurta. So Greek mixed Demeter and Inanna. So you see, there's because of the ancient Near East and the world and people spreading around and bringing knowledge, you're gonna find similar stories in similar cultures, right? Babylon gives Greeks trigonometry. 1,000 years before the Greeks, ancient Babylon had developed a unique form of trigonometry. Astronomy and astrology, Pythagorean theorem, interpreted Gracial. What happened is Greek writers would associate themselves with greatness. They have a habit of doing that. So when I see somebody said that they did this and they did that, what I normally do is this. I normally bring this up, and this kills the whole argument. Let me go to livius.org so we could read actually a translation of the primary. I'm gonna show y'all something real quick. This is Tacitus, right? Writing on the Jews. So this is the story that he talks about. The Jews are said to have been refugees from the island of Crete, right? That's what you're talking about, right? Who settled in the remotest corner of Libya in the days when, according to the story, Saturn was driven from his throne by the aggression of Jupiter. That's one tradition. Another tradition is many assure us that the Jews are descended from those Ethiopians who were driven by fear and hatred to immigrate from their home country when Cephas was the king. Some people said there are some who say that a motley collection of landless Assyrians occupied a part of Egypt and then built cities of their own, inhabiting the land of the Hebrews and nearer parts of Syria. Others again find a famous ancestry for the Jews in the Solamite, who are mentioned with respect in the epics of Homer. This tribe is supposed to have founded Jerusalem and named it after themselves. Here's another one. Most authorities, though, however, agree on the following account. The whole of Egypt was once plagued by a wasting disease which caused bodily disfigurement. So Pharaoh Baccharis went to the oracle of Ammon to ask for a cure and was told to purify his kingdom by expelling the victims to other lands. As they lay under a divine curse, thus a multitude of sufferers was rounded up, herded together. Here the exiles tearfully resigned themselves to their fate, but one of them, who was called Moses, urged his companions not to wait passively for help from God or man, for both had deserted them. They should trust to their own initiative. So there's a lot of different traditions when it comes to the Jews. I don't know why you pick out that one that said they went to Greece. Like, yeah, it's true, they went to Greece. You don't have no evidence of that. There's no evidence of that. That's just a tradition. There's no tradition of that at all. No tradition. All right. And biblical DNA, you are right. The Danite, of course, none of them. This is just him trying to be what he's not. That's all it is. But let me go back to the video. We're gonna play the video some more because we having fun right now. We're having a lot of fun. A lot of fun.
Cool. Historical migrations from Egypt, Book 1, line section 28. Right. This is what it says. It says, now the Egyptians say, this is Diodorus Siculus. Now the Egyptians say that also after these events, a great number of colonies were spread from Egypt over all the inhabited world to Babylon, led by Belus, who was held to be the son of Poseidon and Libya. So where did the Ethiopians come from and the Africans come from when they went to Babylon? Cush, believe it or not, is called Bel, right? So they're going into history. And after establishing himself on the Euphrates River, he appointed priests called Chaldeans, the Kashbis, or the people of Arpachshad, which our people come from, which Abraham comes from, by the Babylonians. Remember, Terah was a worshiper of their idols, who were exempt from taxation and free from every kind of service to the state, as are the priests of Egypt. And they also make observations of the stars, following the example of the Egyptian priests, physicists, and astrologers. They say also that those who set forth with Danaeus, likewise from Egypt, settled what is practically the oldest city in Greece, Argos, and that the nation of the Colchi in Pontus, which is Anatolia. Who are the Colchi? If you read 1 Kings chapter 4, it says Solomon were wiser than specific sons that were born of Zerah. Calcol, Ethan, and Heman. These were also kings.
Yo.
Israelites were in kingdoms and created kingdoms even around Solomon's kingdom. Okay? We're going to get into that.
I don't know about that last
And
part.
that of the Jews. So let me read this again. They say also that those who set forth with Danaius, likewise from Egypt, settled what is practically the oldest city in Greece, Argos. So the people that left with Danaus settled in practically the oldest city in Greece, Argos, the Argives. In that the nation of the Colchian Pontus and that of the Jews, which lies between Arabia and Syria, were founded as colonies by certain immigrants from their country. So Colchi, coming from Calco, Danaus, quote unquote Dan, we're gonna get into that. Founded colonies, they were considered immigrants from Egypt. It says, and this is the reason why it is a long established institution among these two peoples to circumcise their male children, the custom having been brought over from Egypt. I wonder who brought it over. Even the Athenians, they say, are colonists from Sais in Egypt. Wait, philosophy and vain deceit, penology, right? Some say Ethan, one of those sons of Zerah, could possibly be transliterated Iphanos or Athens, but that's neither here nor there right now. Right?
All right. First and foremost, book 128, whatever you're reading from. Why do you take everything that you read from the Greeks and switch it around and make it literal? Because let's look at it. Let's look at what he's saying carefully. They say also that those who set forth with Danaeus. Who is Danaeus?
A king.
King from where?
Argos.
Okay. Did he exist?
I don't know. So it depends on. They got different versions of his name. I know that he was a king. He ruled in Argos, though. Somewhere near Greece.
And I really appreciate Diodorus Siculus for documenting what the Egyptians said. And so if the Jews and so the culture in Pontus and that of the Jews, which lies between, were founded as colonies by certain immigrants from their country. So which country is he talking about? This is very important now. You read the context, GD and Capone. It says, which lives were founded as colonies by certain immigrants from their country.
From
which country?
Okay. So he's talking about. I thought that he was talking about Jerusalem.
No, definitely not talking about Jerusalem.
But let's read let me read the context real quick. He's talking about the Egyptians.
Yeah, this what he's really doing is propping up Egyptians. He's propping up Egyptians because what happened is the Greeks want to associate themselves with Egypt because it was looked on as a dominant culture. So that's why when we argue in the conscious community about did the Greeks get their culture from Egypt? I mean, did the Greeks get their culture? There's moments when the writers are writing and they're saying, yo, we got mathematics from Egypt. We got it from Egypt. They said that. But what the Greeks are doing is they're trying to associate themselves with greatness. So anybody who's doing great things, they're going to associate themselves with them. It don't necessarily have to be true. That's what they do. That's their reputation. But regardless of that, what is he saying? And that of the Jews, which lies between Arabia and Syria, all of these cultures were founded as colonies by certain immigrants from their country. Now, from their country, there is possessing. Which country is that?
Egypt.
Jews. No. The main country is Egypt, but the people who what you call it, migrated or whatever, they're saying that the Jews, those people who are Jews, they founded their own colonies. The Colchis in Pontus, they founded their own countries. the people, whoever is immigrating is starting their own colony. What colony did the Jews start?
What you trying to say? Arabia and Syria?
No, I said that. What colony did they start? They start the stories about them going to Jerusalem. That's their tradition.
Well, in Jerusalem, but throughout, the land of Israel, they had different countries right there. You had Dan, you had Judah, Simeon. All the tribes had a country. So that could be what they was talking about, because it say from Arabia to Syria.
And Diodorus is writing in the 1st century, by the way, too. You're talking about 1,000, 2,000 years gap.
Yeah.
The archaeology.
That's why he say they say, because he's going off of tradition.
Right. There you go. The archaeology, by the way, too, what we have between 1600 and 1200 BC contradicts that. The continuous development in Aegean culture contradicts that. No mass Egyptian migration layer. This is the same problem people have with the Exodus. Where is this migration from Egypt? When? What time period? When did it happen? Can't show it. Greek is an Indo-European language. Oh boy, Pana, you don't want to go down that lane. Egyptian is Afro-Asiatic. There's no linguistic connection. No Egyptian records say we sent Danaeus to Greece. Or we colonized Greece, or we had anything to do with Greece. This is all Greek imagination. All right. Biblical DNA, why don't you come on the stage? It also talks about the Jews and the Colchian circumcised coming from Egypt. All right. So that's another point that they made. Yo, thanks for coming on, bro. Let me just say one thing and then you could go in. The claim that Danaeus from Egypt is Greek, that is Greek myth. Cadmus from Phoenicia, Greek myth. Belus in Babylon, Greek reinterpretation. Jews from Egypt, Greek explanation. Not no facts that Danaeus had kids and had 10,000 kids and this one. I mean, come on. All Diodorus is reporting is what Egyptians claimed about the origins of different peoples, not presenting verified historical events. These traditions were written over 1,000 years after the supposed events and are contradicted by archaeology, linguistic, and earlier sources like Homer, which show Greek civilization developing independently in the Aegean. That's another dagger too with the whole Homer stuff. I mean, people use what people do all the time, and this is why I'm taking my time. I'm going through the video because I don't want them to say I watched the video already, but I want to watch it live, so people could say I'm not being biased or I'm not being biased. You don't know what you're talking about, Pana, and somebody in your camp need to tell you that. I can't tell you that because you think you're guided by the Holy Spirit, but the Holy Spirit must be the devil because he's giving you wrong information, buddy. But go ahead, Biblical DNA. What's up, bro?
Yo, peace. Can you hear me?
Yeah, brother. Yeah.
I'm sick, so you might hear me like nauseate, like I'm sick myself.
Nah, it's all good, man. This is us right here. We family. So you get away with that.
Yo, so my question to Pana is the origins of what the experts are saying, because Garfield can play what they found with the evidence of the gold and whatnot, and where they were claimed to be descended from. These Danoi. I made a video about this like 3 years ago, 2 years ago, whatever it was.
Yeah, all those old videos y'all gonna have to redo them, because you got a whole new generation of Israelites out here that's
we ain't got to do over nothing. Because you're not
Yeah,
an Israelite.
that's all that information you could read.
You claim
broadcast
what information are you referring to? Because you on here because you get beat up so much times. You on here, you don't even know why you're arguing right now. You're just mad. So
I'm not even mad. I'm just saying.
What
I'm just giving the brother some advice. Like you.
What are you talking about?
No, the brother said that he did videos on this years ago, and I was just telling him maybe if he rebroadcast that or bring that information back out, maybe he'll get a response from someone in the Israelite community. I don't know.
It's like a 3-hour video. You can simply just go on my channel and find it.
Yeah.
I mean, I pretty much covered you know those little pictures that he used at the beginning, right? That's from the book Sea Peoples of the Bronze Age Mediterranean circa 1400 BC to 1000 BC by Raphael Damate and Andrea Salvinetti. That's the one, Garfield, that I sent you, right? On page, I believe it's page, give me a second. I think it's page 30. Page 22. It says, in quote, a second theory favored by many scholars equates the Danian with the Danoi from mainland Archaean Greece, because all Greeks were referred to as Danoans by Homer. This is a credible suggestion. The Danans came from
What happened?
I don't know.
He hit the mute button.
No, he didn't. His mic is still open.
Doesn't exist.
Repeat what you just said for the last
went out. Go back to the Dan part. Danoi part.
Which one part? This is a credible suggestion that the Danans came from Mycenae, and the Greek tradition suggests that the Danoi settled in Argos and were named after the Danos.
That's in the Josephus. Did he go out again?
No, I'm still here.
Oh, there
what
you
talking
go.
about?
All right. So, okay, so you just read that. What you just read agrees with what this is right here.
No, that doesn't suggest that they come from the Levant.
So so the thing about the Danaeans, so some say that that's talking about the tribe of Dan, but it's I think Josephus fleshed out that it's not. I think the Lacedaemonians was I think they call Lacedaemonians. They was like the Danites, the Lacedaemonians, and the Lacedaemonians went and settled in Greek. In some place in Greece, that's when you brought up.
You realize all you're saying is mythos, right? Everything you just said is mythos.
This in
that's
the
mythology.
No,
that's all mythology. That's all mythology. Listen, that's all mythology. There's no historical evidence in any of what you're just saying.
Hold on. You saying the Maccabees is mythology?
Yes, these people do not know they did not know genealogy like that. You think these people were knowing people's genealogy? Come on, man.
I'm talking about the actual Maccabean War. You saying that's mythos?
What I'm saying is the genealogy. Did I not just say genealogy, right? I just said genealogy. How would they know what these people, the Lacedaemonians, were descendant of Dan, a eponymous ancestor named Dan? You know how crazy that sounds? We just got Sephardic Jewish ancient DNA from Spain, and it shows that they carried 4 different Y DNA haplogroups. Do you hear what you're saying right now?
But you talking about DNA when at the time people didn't even know what DNA was. So
and they weren't good genealogists either, brother. That's what I'm telling you. You think these people knew people's genealogy? No,
hold on, brother, hold on. So what I'm saying is, at that time, people they wrote down their genealogies. They wrote it down. They told you this is the son of this. This is the son of that. He comes from this family. This family. And they had records. Herod is no. According to hold on. Can I say this last part?
Danaeus right here, right? They said also that those who set forth with Danaeus, likewise from Egypt, settled what is practically the oldest city in Greece. What should we take from that?
Well, Josephus goes over the whole Danaeus thing. So
I'm saying, do you take that literally?
Well, I will have to research. Well, first thing what I'll do, I will research who's this Danaeus and find
All
out
right, let me
more
give you the
about it.
genealogy. Let me give you the genealogy. It's Io, then Epaphras from Egypt, then Belus, then
But
Danaeus.
I heard he was just a great king of the Argites.
All right,
And
so
they named their nation Danaeus after their king. That's what I heard.
yeah, he fled from his brother Aegyptus, which the name Egypt
Yeah,
comes from,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
And he went to Argos in Greece and becomes the king. Now, do you take that story literal?
If it's historically sound, yeah.
Where's the history to back it up?
Well, you have to go into the Greek history to back it up. You have to go to those landmarks, Argos. So, but a lot of these places are found by kings, though.
Listen.
Like for instance, like Scipio Africanus,
Do you think Danaeus is the root of the tribe of Dan?
No.
Okay, no, stop 1 second. Let me read something for you carefully. It obviously says he's from Egypt. It's the mythology, right? The mythology say he left from Egypt and he went to Argos. Now, if his brother's name is Aegyptos, this is what messes up Pana. If you're going to use the mythology and try to create this fake argument, his brother is Aegyptos, which is the name of Egypt. So Egypt was named after
his brother, right?
After y'all went to after the Exodus. That's when Egypt got its name. Aegyptos.
No.
This is not, but this is the point though. We're reading mythology and trying to use the Bible, which is full of mythology too, and then try to mash them together to create the tribe of Dan. Now, what destroys his whole argument is the linguistic part and the part about the Exodus. He thinks when Gideon Capone, when do you think the Exodus happened?
1446 BC.
1446. Do you have evidence of mass migration at 1446?
Yes.
Go ahead. What's the evidence?
Armana letters.
Armana letters is later.
Yeah, but that's when. So
Armana letters don't tell you anything.
Okay. So let me go back.
Hold on. Did you hear the question I asked? I said, do you have evidence
of a mass
migration at 1446?
Yes. So being at 1446, then you have the period of the wilderness would take you down to the 1400s. Then right coming into the century, to the 13th century. I mean, no, that's it's still the 14th century. 13.
Hey, you know what?
No, hold on. That's when you get the Armana letters when they're saying some other people are attacking them. A large number of people is attacking them, and they need aid and assistance. That's a migration. That's a conquest. So
and they undertake to offer proofs of such a relationship. For the Athenians are the only Greeks who call their city Asti, a name brought over from the city of Asti in Egypt. So the people that came out of Egypt at some point called Athens Asti, a city where they once dwelt. Most of Palestine and the Danite, or their heroes, according to Greek tradition, as well as the fact that the Danite constitute the third element among the groups of the peoples of the sea who fought against Ramses III, the other two being the Philistines and the Checker, would appear to provide a basis for the assumption that part of the Danite also settled along the shores of Palestine. Since the Philistines settled from Jaffa southwards, while the Checker made their home, I wonder who those are, but they don't have no idea, made their home in the vicinity of Dor. The only area which comes into consideration for the Danite is that which stretched between Dor in Jaffa or Joppa.
Yeah,
was
that's
the
with
land
Jerusalem.
of Dan. This is from page 22, the Danite. From the information available
Well,
in
Dan
both
land was in
historical
Lachish.
and historical mythological sources, it is possible to ascertain the following facts. The tribe of the Danite originates in the east, and the introduction of the alphabet to Greece is attributed to it. We're going to read that one more time for the scoffers. The tribe of the Danite originates in the east, and the introduction of the alphabet to Greece is attributed to it. Its members were outstanding seamen who had some special connection with sun worship. Remember, they was going off in the worship of the sun. If you look at the slide in the beginning, between the horns was the depiction of the sun. Remember in Ezekiel chapter 8, he was saying how the Israelites was looking east with a sunrise because they were worshiping the sun. Right?
That ain't
They
got
were
nothing to do with
worshiping
Dan,
Horus,
though.
Tammuz.
That's what he's talking
So you
about.
get Horus rising. They were worshiping the sun as it
See,
rises.
he making a lot of stuff up,
The
though.
Most High was
Hey,
provoked to anger.
do I agree with you? Yes, I do.
It says its heroes in a special capacity for asking riddles. Sections of this tribe wander as warrior bands, invaded various places and established cities, which they named for the fathers of the tribe.
Australian
So
Journal
where they
of
went,
Biblical
they would
Archaeology.
name the place Denmark. They would name it Denuna, Denanim. We're gonna get into some ancient inscriptions, by the way. Since he's making it up.
That's why he
I'm
was
making it
saying
up.
the name like that.
We're gonna
Danos.
prove it. Prove all things.
What do you say?
It says
Denios.
sections of the tribe of the Danite are particularly associated with the Eastern Mediterranean, literal and general, and the vicinity of Jaffa in particular. So they originate them from Joppa or Jaffa.
So it's not Jaffa, it's
That was page
Joppa
22, I believe.
in the Bible.
This
It's,
is from
well,
page
it probably
23.
is pronounced Jaffa,
Same
but it's in the
Hecatius,
Bible.
Hecatius of Abdera. We're learning about his
Those were cities. Those were cities in Edom.
On the Jews with the Exodus. Once a pestilence broke out in Egypt, we learned about this, which the local inhabitants attributed to the wrath of the gods. The Egyptians therefore resolved to expel the strangers. The best and most courageous of the strangers united together and went forth to Greece and other countries. And their most famous leaders were Danaus and Cadmos. Believe it or not, they say that Cadmos could possibly come from the word Qadam, which is what? East. They called him a Phoenician, but he brought that script from that region into where? Greece, Israel. But most of the people went to Judea, which was entirely desolate in those days. The link which Hecatius establishes here between the exodus from Egypt and the arrival of Danaus and Argos may possibly be the first case in which Greek mythology has been combined with the narrative in the Torah. It is hard to know what the sources of Hecatius can have been. So they saying, well, when could he have learned this? The Bible, because it was clearly historical at that time, right?
Well, I'll say this, that the Greeks did read the Torah a lot. According to Josephus, they did.
The only possibility which comes into consideration here is that precisely as in the details of his essay on the Jews, wherein he used information he received from Jews here and there. So he may have heard of the Exodus from Jews. The question is, did he hear about the Exodus only from Jews himself, combining this with the departure of the Danite? Or were there some Jews who linked the Jews and the Danians together? Page 23. So we at the top of the roller coaster, and we about to take a deep dive, y'all. It's gonna get exciting. Remember True Dolphin, right? What does she say? She's an archaeologist.
You want to say something, bro?
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing now. He's trying to connect Dan with the Philistines.
He's trying to say
the
Daniel.
connection between the tribe of Dan and Janan. That's their Greek tribe.
Blending them together like a blender. Yep. That's your Israelite brother, man. That's your Israelite brother doing that. That's crazy.
The Philistines weren't Danites though.
No. He says they are Israelites. That's what he says.
The Philistines?
Yep.
Because he's saying that they're Danites.
Yeah, because if they're Israelites, so why was David fighting Goliath then?
So what happened is Dan didn't take part in the war because when the kingdom split, Dan wouldn't pick a side. Also, during the period of Judges, Dan they was in Lachish. They took over Cyprus. With they took over Ireland. I think it's Cyprus.
Let me see what this lady said. True Duff.
Go ahead.
Archaeologist. What does she say about the claims when linking the tribe of Dan to all of the different names?
Wait, let me say this though, Garfield, real quick.
Yeah.
So what I believe this archaeologist is doing is that she's just associating the two names together. Dan and Danos.
Okay, now let's. I just want to play it out and review it before I get out of here.
All right.
Nuna, the Denawai, the Dinyan. What does she say? It says there were also fragments. This is from page 84 in her book, The Philistines and Their Material Culture. There were also fragments of a large crater. So they're finding these objects, these cultural vases and things of that nature in jar. It says with vertical handles, the latter followed the local Canaanite tradition, but was decorated with a well-executed Philistine bird and a monochrome geometric design. Near the store jar lay fragments of a typical Philistine stirrup jar. The crater may be of local manufacture and a derivative of Philistine pottery. The other finds are more typical of the pottery of Philistia. This combination may indicate both trade connections and local limitations. The catch can help ascertain the background of the Danite conquest and settlement at Laish, which probably took place in the middle of the 12th century. This is an archaeologist.
That's what I was just saying right there.
This. Remember Yadin, what we just read? Oh, he's pseudo. This is what an archaeologist said and actually substantiated his claim to be valid. A connection between the tribe of Dan and the Danuna, a tribe of the sea peoples, not mentioned in the Bible, because they don't call them Danuna in the scriptures, they're Dan, was suggested by Yadin, who equated the two tribes. The nature of the Tel Dan catch, because she was in Tel Dan researching here. This was not at Dor. This was in Tel Dan when they were researching in Tel Dan. Listen to what they said concerning Yadin's claims. The nature of the Tel Dan catch tends to support this proposal and points to the common cultural background of the sea people. So at Tel Dan, they're saying that they definitely had connection to the sea peoples. So who are the Dinyan?
You see, now this is where the dishonesty get apart.
He just jumped. He just jumped.
And say, this is this. Based off
Tel
Dan. Off, man. Hold on. But now you got to stop that, bro. You basically read something and just said, and by the way, you had a whole thing on the clubhouse where he embarrassed him. The guy, Yoshi, read it 10 times. The guy, Yagin, don't even agree with that stuff, man. He don't even agree with that stuff. But that's another story for another time. Let me try to jump through this video. You see what?
Well, he just jumped right there. He just the Tel Dan. A Tel is an archaeological site. It don't have it. It's called the Tel Dan because they believe that's what a tribe of Dan.
The nature of the Tel Dan catch, because she was in Tel Dan researching here. This was not at Dor. This was in Tel Dan when they were researching in Tel Dan. Listen to what they said concerning Yadin's claims. The nature of the Tel Dan catch tends to support this proposal and points to the common cultural background of the sea people. So at Tel Dan, they're saying that they definitely had connection to the sea peoples. So who are the Dinyan? Who brought Greek into Argos? Who brought culture into Greece?
The sea people.
The Danuns that were called Greeks by Homer. You're here for the chronology. I had to say that. I'm not very boastful, but I just say that out of comedy. This is called, I told you I was about to take a deep dive. This is the Keratipi and Chinookoi inscriptions found in southern
Who's
Anatolia.
that? That's Guerrilla Hebrew?
Okay.
That's Panah. He's
Where
in chat.
the
Oh,
regions
Panah,
of Troy to the north of Anatolia were Trojans, which we're going to show you that they were Israelites, Romans, the origins of the Romans who found their way in Greek mythology. Where's Paul from, y'all? Tarsus in Cilicia. This is the Keratipi and Chinookoi inscriptions.
Huh?
The Keratipi and Chinookoi bilingual inscriptions because they had a Luwian and Phoenician script. So there was combination. So was it all Hittites or was there Phoenicians in this region? Huh.
So pause it real quick.
From the
So they gotta do this to show you that it's Israelites. The Gentiles are Israelites. That's crazy work.
Yo, this is ridiculous, yo. We live here in North. We trying to connect to people millions of miles away that we ain't got no genetic, no linguistic, no connection to. But hey, have fun. You know, another thing, that's a good point he just made, by the way, too. That's a very good point. But
he's trying to show you that the Gentiles in the New Testament, all the Gentiles in the New Testament are Israelites. That's why he's doing this.
But he's also trying to show that the Phoenicians are Israelites. Now this is the problem. Now we know Sidon is the first son of Canaan, and they are Hamites. We know Biblios are Hamites. We know Gilgal that he talked about earlier. It's Hamites. All I'm saying is we know where those people come from. We have their history. There's no records of no Israelites invading those cities. Where's the records at? They trade with them. We see Solomon building his temple with the wood and cedar wood from Syria or from wherever. And they're trading and they're transporting, Joel 3:6, they're transporting people. But we don't see how are the Phoenicians who are Canaanites Israelites?
Read
let me get this out of the way.
Providing strong evidence linking the region of Adanawa, modern Adana.
Oh, that's probably where he's getting this from. He probably
So that
getting this
region
from
was
Joel
called
3.
Adana. Remember, Dan would go around calling lands after their father Dan. It says to the ephonym Deninim in both Luwian and Phoenician text. So they're translating out of Phoenician text and Luwian text the word or the name Deninim. The Keratipi inscription and the Chinookoi inscription dating to around the 8th century BCE both use the name Adanawa and reference the people as Deninim, firmly anchoring them in ancient Cilicia. So they were anchored.
Adanawa, that confirms
anchored
the
in this region. So if you look on the map, remember what's south of Anatolia? Cyprus. Remember when it was called Alashaya? Remember Elisha, Javan? Remember when it talked about the Proto-Aeolician and the Proto-Ionian people? Their kingdoms and their civilizations collapsed. This is when Israel came in there, and then now you have a Greek culture. Remember, Hebrew is Greek. Remember that. South of Cilicia or Turkey is Cyprus. Let's study Cyprus real quick. Let's study Cyprus.
Matter of fact, it say this is so the region is called Adanawa.
This is a picture of the Keratipi and Chinookoi inscriptions, right? Sorry that it got blocked off a little bit, but look at look what we have here in these inscriptions. The Keratipi and Chinookoi inscriptions in ancient Anatolia or Turkey, right? Look at it. Look at the history. It's called the bilingual inscription because there's Luwian and Phoenician script. This is a deep y'all going down now off the roller coaster. Hold on to your butts. This is the Kition stela, right? Stele. however you pronounce it. The Kition stele, 707 BCE, was erected by Sargon II in Cyprus. If y'all don't know who Sargon II is, they have his annals in Assyria. He ruled after Salmanassar V, who the Bible says sacked Samaria. Okay. Now they're like, well, who sacked Samaria? Because Sargon II makes it clear that he took 27,000 nobles out of Samaria into Assyria. But he has inscriptions as well, because remember, when the Assyrians made their campaign to the west, they began to push Israelites to the west. Okay? Because they didn't just stop in Israel, right? Remember, they went in Laish, they went in all these regions. And even they say, which we're going to get into, Dan and many other tribes fled to Western Europe. I wonder who the Milesians were. Miletus is in Anatolia. I wonder who these people are. Royal oligarchy, aristocratic families. Remember Corneli, the Corneli. Remember
Cornelius.
Leo Scipio Africanus Major said he descended from the Trojans. Okay. I'm just saying, remember when 7 BCE was erected by Sargon II in Cyprus. If y'all don't know who Sargon II is, they have his annals in Assyria. He ruled after Salmanassar V, who the Bible says sacked Samaria. Okay. Now they're like, well, who sacked Samaria? Because Sargon II makes it clear that he took 27,000 nobles out of Samaria into Assyria. But he has inscriptions as well, because remember, when the Assyrians made their campaign to the west, they began to push Israelites to the west. Okay? Because they didn't just stop in Israel, right? Remember, they went in Laish, they went in all these regions. And even they say, which we're going to get into, Dan and many other tribes fled to Western Europe. I wonder who the Milesians were. Miletus is in Anatolia. I wonder who these people are, these royal oligarchy, aristocratic families. Remember Corneli, the Corneli. Remember Leo Scipio Africanus Major said he descended from the Trojans. Okay. I'm just saying, remember when I said that. I mean, we're going to put everything to the fire. But let's read this. Let's read this inscription. This is from 707 BC. This is when he was campaigning in Cyprus. That's what he said. The Kition stele, 707 BC, was erected by Sargon II in Cyprus. He records the submission of Cypriot kings to Sargon II. So Cypriot is the region of Cyprus. So the Cypriot kings, there was 7 Cypriot kings. Listen to what he called Cyprus. Remember, proto era, it was Alashaya. It says, proving Assyrian control and influence over Cyprus. Listen to what it says. Yadnana, and marking the island's integration into the Neo-Assyrian imperial network. It says, this is what his inscription was. It says, at that time, I had a stele fashioned in the symbols of the great gods, my lords. I engraved thereon my royal image, imploring for my life. I set before them. I inscribed thereon the names of the lands that from the rising sun to the setting sun, with the aid of Ashur, Nabu, and Marduk, the gods, my helpers, I had subjugated to the yoke of my rule. So he's saying he subjugated the Cypriot kings to his rule. But listen to what he calls it. I set it up on Baali Bori, the mountain, located at the top of the land of Adnana. Cyprus was called the land of Adnana. What? It's just phonology. You're just making this up. It can't be the tribe of Dan. We're going to take a deeper dive. The glory of the great gods, my Lord,
Hey, the audio went out.
By whose reliable oracular answer, marched to and fro, having no rival, I left for the kings, my sons, for all time. This was Sargon II in his Cypriot epic. This is a picture of the stele he erected in Cyprus. I forget what city it was in Cyprus. He erected it in, but you can see the inscriptions, or excuse me, you can see the the inscriptions on the side of the stele, right? Now check this out. This is also in the Kition stele. Remember Cyprus, right? And 7 kings of the land of Aya, a district of the land of Yadanana. So it was a district in Yadanana called the land of Aya. So, but he's calling the island of Cyprus Yadanana. It wasn't Cyprus at the time, it was Yadanana in the 8th century BC, who are situated a journey of 7 days away in the middle of the sea. They're clearly tied to the sea peoples, obviously. They clearly migrated into Cyprus or Kittim, right? In the middle of the sea of the setting sun, and their locations are distant, so that since the far off days of the taking over of Syria, that's a variant. It says, and until now, none among the kings, my ancestors of Assyria and Babylonia, had heard the name of their land from far off in the middle of the sea. They heard the deeds that I had performed in the lands of Chaldea and Hatti. Their hearts palpitated and fright fell upon them. They brought to me in Babylon gold, silver, furniture made of ebony and boxwood, the manufacturer, the treasures of their land, and kissed my feet. He's saying that the Dinanim were giving him tribute, bowing to him, traveling all the way to Babylon from Sargon II, called the Kition stele. Huh. You're just making it up. It can't be the tribe of Dan. This is another archaeologist substantiating, migrated into Cyprus,
what did all of this
or Kittim.
What did all of this prove?
In the middle of the sea of the setting sun, and their locations are distant, so that since the far off days of the taking over of Syria, that's a variant. It says, and until now,
so
none among the kings, my ancestors of Assyria and Babylonia, had heard the name of their land from far off in the middle of the sea. They heard the deeds that I had performed in the lands of Chaldea and Hatti. Their hearts palpitated and fright fell upon them. They brought to me in Babylon gold, silver, furniture made of ebony and boxwood, the manufacturer.
How is this
the various treasures of their land, and kissed my feet.
Crazy.
He's saying that the Dinanim were giving him tribute, bowing to him, traveling all the way to Babylon.
So
from Sargon II, called the Kition stele.
Hold on. That is.
You're just making it up.
That's weird. That is weird. What do you guys see from that quote? Because that quote is not saying what he's saying. That quote is not saying or implying. You had a first quote, the Karatepe. You talk about the modern Adanas in Cilicia, the ethnonym, Luyan. And they said the 8th century BC both used the name Adanawa and reference the people as Denim, whatever, right? Now we move from that and we come to this. You talked about the Kition stele, Sargon, talk about the Adnana, the glory of the gods, but how is this connected to Israelites?
Well, I'll say this. In the Bible.
Hold on 1 second. This is important. And by the way, for the record, at 707, he controls where Babylon is, he controls Assyria, and he controls several places. The issue that you have now is, if 707, does the Bible talk about anybody being taken at that time?
Yeah,
because
that's when
we know where they're settled when they in the Bible. It tells you exactly where they went. They went to near the river, the Euphrates, beyond the river, different places. It
They
tells you.
went to the provinces of Babylon.
Yeah, but I'm trying to figure out what does this have to do with what he's reading. The two don't
Well,
match.
this is the so Dan took over. They acquired the land of Cyprus, that little island right there. So they went from Lachish, or I think that place was called Lachish. They went from the area of Dan, and they went over to Lachish, and they established that province, that colony. So what he's saying is that the people that when Sargon go and attack them later on, that those are Danites, the kings are from the tribe of Dan. That's what he's saying.
Oh man, that's even worse. That's even worse.
That's in the book of Judges. You can read that in the book of Judges. That area Lachish
tells how a
is
segment of the sea
is Cyprus.
Judges 5:17. That's Deborah's song.
Oh, there you go.
Danites
Judges 5. There
were
you go.
part of the tribal system of ancient Israel. The Danites were widespread. The Danites were widespread. The Danites were widespread. Cyprus was called Ayadanun, the island of Danun. The same people were called Danuna, and under this name they appear as rulers of the plain of Adana in Cilicia. Greek tradition has their
That's grand opening, grand closing right there. He connects that.
Dan migrating from the Nile Delta to Greece.
And that's Cyprus, Gordon.
So archaeologists are saying that patriarchal Danite figures, right, and the name of Dan are all widespread because of the migrations of Dan, and even substantiates the claims that this is the tribe of Dan. This is Dan. This is an archaeologist.
Well, he really tried to convince y'all, GD Capone.
But that one source that had all the other pre-existing names, though,
is in effect. Okay,
that's why I said that was a good what's called reference right there.
This is from the 1st century CE, right, and around the 2nd century CE. But notice something: the Sikolos epitaph discovered near Aydin in Western Anatolia. Remember, Anatolia, Western Anatolia, dates to around the 1st century CE, written in ancient Greek. It is the oldest complete surviving musical composition. So this is a musical composition, but it's written in ancient Greek script.
So you say ancient Greek, you know, you got Koine Greek.
Who were in these regions of Anatolia? Who brought the Greek script? The Linear A, Paleo. Who brought it? Who brought it? Obviously, who was here? Who was writing this? Remember what it said about the original Mycenaeans? They spoke different dialects. They didn't have the Linear A until it was brought.
You see, this is where this is what kills his whole argument.
See, now he tying them into the Mycenaeans.
Yeah, this
who didn't have the Linear A?
Nah, I ain't worried about the Linear A. I'm worried about the fact that he don't know the difference between a language and a script.
Okay.
And it's sad because he makes this tons. Whoever is watching this who has sense is laughing at Panah because he keeps making the same mistake. He feels because the Phoenician script is being used. Oh man, let me do this one more time. I did it earlier. Let me do it again, man. Oh man, I gotta help these brothers out, man. They just can't research. They try to be what they're not. It's easy for me to find a town in Ghana, man. It's easy. Old Ghana. It's easy for me. It's hard for them to find anything because it's just not you. But listen, look at this real quickly. Let me just do this again for the video for those who.
What tribe in Ghana?
Hold on a second. This is a breakdown of the hieroglyphs and actually the Greek, how they got it. What he doesn't understand is there's a difference between dialect, your language, and your written script. So he thinks because, and by the way, they didn't get it from the Phoenicians, they got it from the Egyptians. Because the Egyptians is where the hieroglyphs come from. It's from the hieroglyphs to the Jews or the Semitic people created a Proto-Sinaitic, then the Phoenician, then the early Greek, then Latin. You see, what happened is he thinks because they are using the Phoenician script, that means the Hebrews. He's trying to say the Phoenicians are the Hebrews or the Israelites, and they gave it to the Greeks. Hence, we gave them their civilization. This is basically what he's saying. But he don't understand the difference between a written language and speech. Let me give the same example I gave earlier. I'm Garfield, I'm Jamaican. I have a Jamaican dialect, but I don't write Jamaican dialect. We all on stage write English. But we are not personally English, but we're writing a script, the Roman script. Does that mean that we speak Latin? No. That's your biggest flaw to the whole, it kills your whole presentation, bro. You keep saying, oh, the Phoenicians gave them the Greeks, so that means the Israelites, he makes the Israelites the Phoenicians, and we know Phoenicians are Hamites, so he's trying to say, oh, we migrated there. He can't show no evidence of them migrating to Phoenicia after the Exodus. No evidence. No evidence. Then he points out to Jeremiah and Chronicles, stuff written during the Babylonian exile and after. That's not evidence. That's not research. Come on, bro. You better than that, man. You better, you bet. And you know what? When you believe something you teach it, it's hard for you to say, damn, my whole presentation was ass, yo. This shit was garbage. You're trying to prove that Greeks, and then what they do, they pull the color game on you. They pull the color game on you and say, yo, so you don't believe the original Greeks was black? They played that game to try to make whatever they're saying true. Like, you better believe me, because this is true. And I showed this earlier. This is the development of the written script that we use today. English, all scripts owe Egypt. If you really want to get to the root of it, Egypt.
Well, it's really Mesopotamia, but
no, not Mesopotamia. Not Mesopotamia.
It is Mesopotamia.
Mesopotamia had nothing to do with it. Bro, if you don't know what you're talking about, don't bring it up.
I do know what I'm talking about. What is the first writing? When do we get the first writing in Egypt?
The first writing? No. You're talking about first writing. I could go to the Tazaryach written language, written text. I could go to older text.
Right. Okay.
This whole presentation is about. It's about who was first.
Right okay. Here, if we go to the Tartar Anu inscription, right?
The oldest inscriptions right here. Earliest writing 3300 BC, Tazaryach. Then you have the
wait, hold on. Where that's at?
John Coleman, the earliest writing. He talked about another writing that's 3250. In Sumer, it goes back to 3200. But I don't care who's first. That's not the point.
No. It ain't about who's first. The earliest Egyptian writing is influenced by Mesopotamian. Right. Yes, it is.
Capone, you got that wrong, Capone. They're contemporaries of each other, so they don't.
No, they ain't. Mesopotamia is 200 years before.
Look at this writing right here.
They're contemporaries.
Look at this pottery right here, with like some triangle pyramid-like structures with writings with boats. We got writings on the pot marks. We got rock drawings. We got a lot of prerequisites.
Well, those not pyramid structures.
Right here. See, right here. Look at this. Rock drawings constitute the earliest of the precursors to writing.
In the Nakata period, right?
Hold on. Listen to what it says. Rock drawings constitute the earliest of the precursors to
I think he might have got cut off, Garfield.
Yeah, the audio.
He muted himself.
My bad, family. But they are located in the Eastern Desert. This is 3750 to 3500. This is rock drawings that they used to draw. And let me show you a few examples so you could see for yourself that this is what I was debating Zion Lex about. My shit is deep, bro. Look at all these writings. This is the Tomb J tags that they date to 3250 or 3300. Now, Mesopotamia, I'm not biased. Mesopotamia does have writing as early as Egypt too, but they're formed independently on their own.
Why we have the same iconography in the Nakata as we do in ancient Sumer?
No, we don't. Don't do that. No, we don't.
Where they get the bark from?
I don't know where they got the bark from. Find out. Why don't you go back and ask them?
The bark is it's Mesopotamian style.
Capone, I'm tired of you making up stuff, brother. when you look at that knife at Sarat Abel and Kustal, it shows Mesopotamian influence even at that time, but it's distinct.
Hey, pause for a minute. Pause for a minute. That wasn't what I went to the slides for.
Yeah, that's where I was going. I'm glad you knew where I was going.
This is the slides. The Egypt's oldest known art identified as 15,000 years old. This is from National Geographic 2007. They had rock drawings and arts and all that type of stuff. All right.
What? Let me see. What is 15,000 years? Let me see. What's the oldest? Look. What is it?
15,000 years ago. The rock art.
So that art right there is in the Metal Netter?
No, they said rock art is the origin or the precursor to Egyptian writings. Because remember,
but how? I'm saying, is that in the Metal Netter?
It's not in those specific animals. Yes.
Yes, brother. We can see some of the little cattle culture in that.
Of course, these animals are embedded.
That's a cat. Of course, a cattle, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like they pushing it. You pushing it.
Brother, that's where some of the signs are from, brother.
Bro,
see this right here? This is art, drawing, communication.
That's in the Metal Netter?
Yeah, them waves, the rock waves, the N, that's the letter N.
Look at this. This new way of interpreting signs is called the rebus principle. Only a few examples of it exist in the earlier stages of cuneiform between 3200 and 3000 BC. The consistent use of this type of phonetic writing only becomes apparent after 2600 BC. It constitutes the beginning of a true writing system characterized by a complex combination of word, signs, and phonograms, signs for vowels and syllables that allowed the scribe to express ideas. By the middle of the 3rd millennium BC, cuneiform, primarily written on clay tablets, was used for a vast array of economic, religious, political, literary, and scholarly documents. So the rebus principle is like a pictogram, and you post it together. I, C, U.
Hey, so Garfield.
C and the U.
Where can I see your debate against Zion?
No, we didn't have. We had a sit-down debate. You could call it that. It's on Sunday. I think he took the video down.
Okay.
Oh, but I didn't do it for this, though. I did it for this. This is what I really wanted to show on the screen. How the alphabet was born from hieroglyphics by Orly Golwasser. You need to read this.
Yeah.
You need to read that.
But the hieroglyphs came from another culture.
No, they didn't, brother. You don't have no evidence for that. You don't have no evidence for that, brother. You're spreading
all on the normal. He just told you that what was that knife called? The El Gabal knife or whatever that knife is that's found in the Carter. That got Mesopotamian iconographic images in it.
Have you ever looked at that stone and researched it? Because I haven't.
Yeah, and it's a gift. It's a gift.
What I'm doing. Everybody stop. Go
ahead, Garfield.
Yeah, this is how the alphabet was formed, right? Through hieroglyphics. All right, and this is what it looks like in different cultures and different time periods. But the bottom line is the reason why Panay is making the video. He wants to connect Phoenician to Greek because of the usage of the script, not the language, script. As a matter of fact, everybody owes Egypt if that's the case. We owe Egypt because Egypt hieroglyph is where they started from, to the Proto-Sinaitic, to the Phoenician, to the early Greek, to the Greek, to the Latin. And by the way, so Hebrew has been written in the Paleo-Hebrew or the Phoenician, and it's been written in Aramaic script, block script. Hebrew don't have its own script in them. Remember that. Hebrew don't have its own script.
Yeah, it comes from the Aramaic. They reinvented
it's a language being written with different scripts. That's all it is. So it's like Jamaican Twi. I can't really write down Jamaican Twi or Patois. I would have to speak proper English and write it in English. But that don't make me English. But I think what Panay is saying is because we speak English, we are English, and he thinks that the script is the language, which is actually.
I don't think he's not really saying that. So I always say that the Phoenician script, the Greek script is just the Phoenician script turned 90 degrees.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is, bro. You already said he reaching, and you a Hebrew Israelite. He can't say you biased.
Well, some of the stuff about that Dan stuff is true. That's in, like I told you, I can verify that in Josephus.
You verify? Go ahead. Since you open your mouth.
About the Argos, the Argos thing, That was an actual king. Last time I looked it up, Dennis. They called him Argonite or something like that, or he got like different names over time or something. But I don't know if he's from the tribe of Dan though. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that that's Dan. Maybe a descendant of Dan. Maybe. Or I think Josephus says it's somebody in Dan that's married to somebody else. Matter of fact, let me just look it up.
When they're talking about Dan, he's talking about.
Time out. Pana, you gotta stop this, bro. Cyrus Gordon said Shemitic, you're stuck in the wall step hypothesis. Bro, you don't know more than any of these scholars. Cyrus Gordon is a hack. If you know Cyrus Gordon's record, I wouldn't even use him as a source. I used to use him 20 years ago. I don't use Cyrus.
I just use him.
What we do is we find chill out. We use sources. This is what happened when your belief and your history is just way off. So to try to attach Greeks and make them Israelites, you're actually doing what biblical DNA says. You're actually killing your 12 tribe chart. You're killing your history by doing that. There's no reason for Greeks to be Israelites. There's no reason. Israelites can stand on their own. Why would you want to know where Dan is? Dan is not even in the Revelations. Dan is not even on your 12 tribe chart. So now you're saying Dan went places and the Assyrians documented this, so that makes them the people in Cilicia, the Danites, from who are the Danites of the Bible? Where in the Bible does it say that? Where in the Bible does it say, hey, these Danites went here, these Danites went there? You're just making it up. It's a hypothesis.
Judges, the 8th chapter. No,
let me finish.
When they mention the tribe of Dan, they're talking about the sea peoples, the Dingan. That's the references we're referring to, the Dimian, not the biblical tribe of Dan, but the sea people, and they're from the Aegean.
All right, so look, I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna read this in the Josephus what he says about that king, Danias or whatever his name is.
So look what he just said. I'm proving the origin of Greek. Did y'all see the damn titles? Yeah, we saw the titles. That's why we're laughing at you. Like we're literally laughing at you because you're refuting. This is something that I did 3 years ago. That's what I'm talking about. I did a 3-hour video showing the concept, and I told Garfield could say it, that my favorite to refute the whole Israelite 12 tribes is the tribe of Dan. Because if the tribe of Dan originated from Greece, Mycenae, how did they come from Israel? How did they come from Syria? Because that's where his sons would have been born.
That's where you confuse it, because it doesn't say that. It says the Denian, Denyen, the Dingan. These are CP and these are Aegean. They come along with the Peliset, the Dingan.
You agree with him? You agree with him?
But this is 12th century. This is 12th, 11th. This happens 12th century. It occurs, but the way he's mixing it up, I don't agree with the narrative that he's painting.
Yeah, so 12th century will be the period of the judges. We went through a 300-year period of judges, and during that period, Dan go and take over Lachish, which is Cyprus.
Well, what you're trying to do is conflate the historical sea people, the Dingan, with the biblical tribe of Dan, right?
Nope. He's saying
I'm not too sure about the sea people. All I know about the sea people.
Hold on, big mouth guy. Hold on 1 second. What he's doing, King J, he's saying that all the people on that list, at the Karnak list, right? The Peliset and all of them, he said 3 of them was circumcised, which is true. It's in the records, right? Now, Daniel is not one that's circumcised, but he says Daniel is the tribe of Dan. He said the Philistines are Israelites. Hey, I mean, it's to each his own, but you know what? He made a presentation and presented it to these people. I don't see why I'm proving the origin of Greek. Did y'all see the damn titles? You're saying
would you debate him on that?
That's crazy. That is nuts. That's absolutely.
Would you debate him on that, Garfield?
Let me finish this.
Paul
is all throughout Asia Minor. Peter writes to Asia Minor, Pontus. This is Anatolia. This is Turkey. Okay? Paul was from Turkey. The ark descended on Urartu or Ararat, where? In Turkey. Early Greek inscriptions in Anatolia appear in places like Miletus and Ephesus, dating back to the 8th and 7th century BCE. It's well documented that these early alphabetic texts found on stone or pottery mark the adoption of the Greek alphabet in the region.
You see, he's stressing alphabet. Why
They show how, excuse me, they show how Greek
language
writing was developing in Anatolia.
Now, how could it be Greek writing is developed in Anatolia when they have linear B? That don't make no sense. They were doing some sort of writing. Oh man. Oh man, this is sad. This is sad. This is sad. The Diplon inscription discovered at the Gate Cemetery in Athens, Greece. Okay, what this inscription says?
Paleo-Greek again. The Diplon inscription found on a vase. You can't tell me this ain't black people. You know, we hitting the jerk, pop locking. Wait till you see what's written on here. It says, the Diplon inscription discovered at the Diplon Gate Cemetery in Athens, Greece, dates to around 740 BC. Was Alexander and them and the Edomites ruling in? No. When we go into our segment of iconoclasm, clearly they weren't. Because the original Greeks were Israelites.
See what he said? The original Greeks were
the Dorian stock. The Diplon inscription discovered at the Diplon Gate Cemetery in Athens, Greece, dates to around 740 BCE, 8th century BCE. Written in early ancient Greek, archaic Greek alphabet, it is one of the oldest known examples of Greek alphabetic writing. The text is inscribed on a ceramic wine jug, oinico, and appears to record a prize for a dancing contest. The brother was in there, don't jump all that. You know they was. It was pop locking in Egypt. This brother won a vase. He like, yeah, I won it. Man, I pop locked on y'all. Right? Took the vase and got ghost and started drinking wine, probably from the vase, and got bent and asked the father to forgive him after. Right? He won this person won a dancing contest, y'all. But the point is, ancient Greek and Anatolia. But I thought that language originated in Greece. It clearly did not, because it migrated from the east.
You see the problem, Pana? You just made it again. Look at that. You just said language. And you see, you're not listening to me and Yoshi because you think we just want to be oppositional. This is what's wrong with your whole presentation, bro. You don't know the difference between language and script. You just said, I thought the Greeks made this in Greece. What they're doing with their language in Anatolia. It's not the language, it's a script. I'm from Jamaica, right? If I go to Spain and I write Spanish in block script, that don't mean I'm Spanish. It has nothing to do with the language that I speak originally, which is English, and you still don't get it. And you're gonna be fighting all day long in the chat and saying, well, I never said that. This is why I'm gonna replay it so you could listen for yourself how stupid you sound.
When we go into our segment of iconoclasm, clearly they weren't. Because the original Greeks were Israelites. It says the Dorian stock. The Diplon inscription discovered at the Diplon Gate Cemetery in Athens, Greece, dates to around 740 BCE, 8th century BCE. Written in early ancient Greek, archaic Greek alphabet, it is one of the oldest known examples of Greek alphabetic writing. The text is inscribed on a ceramic wine jug, oinico, and appears to record a prize for a dancing contest. The brother was in there, don't jump all that.
You know they was. It was pop locking in Egypt. This brother won a vase. He like, yeah, I want it. Man, I pop locked on y'all. Right? Took the vase and got ghost and started drinking wine, probably from the vase and got bent and asked the father to forgive him after. Right? He won this person won a dancing contest, y'all. But the point is, ancient Greek and Anatolia. But I thought that language originated in Greece. It clearly did not, because it migrated from the east. And Israelites dates to around 740 BC. Was Alexander and them and the Edomites ruling in? No. When we go into a segment of iconoclasm, clearly they weren't. Because the original Greeks were Israelites. It says the Dorian stock. The Diplyon inscription discovered at the Diplyon Gate Cemetery in Athens, Greece, dates to around 740 BCE, 8th century BCE. Written in early ancient Greek, archaic Greek alphabet, it is one of the oldest known examples of Greek alphabetic writing. The text is inscribed on a ceramic wine jug, oiniko, and appears to record a prize for a dancing contest. The brother was in there, don't all that. You know they was. It was pop locking in Egypt. This brother won a vase. He like, yeah, I want it. Man, I pop locked on y'all. Right? Took the vase and got ghost and started drinking wine, probably from the vase, and got bent and asked the father to forgive him after. Right? He won this person won a dancing contest, y'all. But the point is, ancient Greek and Anatolia. But I thought that language originated in Greece. It clearly did not, because it migrated from the east. And Israelites have the same similar script, practically the sister script. It says, showing both early literacy in social life in geometric period Greece. This is a book called Paleo-Hebrew is Paleo-Greek. Oh, yeah, I thought it was just Hebrew. Dara. Remember, there's two nations of Judah. We're going to go a little bit into the Dardanians. These people are important to know. 1 Chronicles 2 and 4. The Dardanians are the modern day Trojans. And Tamar, his daughter-in-law, bare him Pharez and Zerah. All the sons of Judah were 5. And the sons of Zerah, Zimri and Ethan and Heman and Calcol, remember the Colchis, where were they? In Anatolia. The Colchians or the Calchi. And Dara. Remember, there's two nations of Judah, Pharez and Zerah and Zerah's sons. So knowing that the king came from Pharez, what would that do to Zerah? They would push and migrate and establish other aristocracies around them. Because who inhabited Jerusalem? The line of David from Pharez. But these kings that came from Zerah, they ruled in other places of Europe, Anatolia, etc. So notice in red, it's Dara, right? 5 of them in all. And Solomon's wisdom excelled the wisdom of all the children of the east country and all the wisdom of Egypt. For he was wiser than all men, and Ethan the Ezrahite, and Heman, and Calcol, and Dara, the sons of Mahol. And his fame was in all nations round about. So these are the different titles of Dardanians, just like you have with Dan, right, in their respective locations. So the checker, which we learned about, when you read about them in Greek mythos, when the Trojans intermarried, they intermarried with the line of Teucer or the Teucrians, who actually helped them and aided them in the Trojan War. Okay. When you think about our bloodline, when you think about the royalty of how kings would offer their daughters, it was a very sacred thing. So this is why they would get deified as fertility gods and fertility goddesses, and we descend from the god, etc., etc., because that line came from them. And at that time, they were mighty, wealthy rulers and warriors. Okay. You mean Samson? Samson had a cult, the cult of Hercules. Okay.
man who broke down pillars, that noise abroad. Even they find that story in Mexico. Okay. In the what's it called? The what's the book that I'm looking for? What's their sacred book? I just slipped my mind, but I'll get to it. So you had the name of Dardanians, sometime linked to them, the Checker. They're linked to the Dardanoi and the Trojans, known from Egyptian records, and they settled in Canaan or Dor. The Thekel, variant spelling of Checker. So they intermarried, right?
He said, "Oh, you're right." Now, first of all, the Tejeka to the Danite, that link with the Trojans, that's speculative. There's no, you're not sure about that part. And he's using the biblical genealogy to try to match everything because of the names and how they're pronounced and try to connect people to it. I mean, I don't know what I don't know what to say right now. I don't know.
So Tukri, Tusser, Tukrian, mythic ancestor of Trojans. Early Trojan myth, Troad. The Troad region was northwest Anatolia, Turkey, region near Troy. Dardanoi. They were also called Dardanoi, associated with Troy ancestor Dardanus. Inhabitants of the Troad Anatolia near legendary Troy. Dardani, variant of Dardanoi, same as Dardanoi, Troad Anatolia region. And that they all descend from Dara, Darda, and in some traditions, they call him Dardanus in Jewish tradition. Darda,
and this
right?
Is to prove that they're the part of the tribe of Dan.
Meaning pearl of wisdom, one of the wise men to whom Solomon is compared. He was either a son of Mahol or a son of Zerah. Mahol could just simply be an epithet, son of Judah, where the corresponding name in the same list is given as Dara. In rabbinic lore, the name has been interpreted as Dor Dia, the generation of knowledge, the generation of the wilderness. Let's see what Dor means. Dor means generation, age, period of time dwelling. Generation, age, from H1755. Let's get some information about Dardanus from Diaspora.
Yeah, let me interrupt for 1 second. The connection between the biblical figure Darda and the Dardanai of Anatolia is based solely on name similarity. What is this? Oh shoot! Yeah, based on name similarity and ignores linguistic, historical, and archaeological evidence. The Dardanai are well attested in Greek tradition as a people of the Troad region, which he said, which is correct. While Darda is a personal name in a biblical genealogical context, there's no primary source linking the two. It's all a theory. So Dora the explorer means, yeah, she's an Israelite. Darda is real Anatolia. Darda is a biblical name, no connection. What's up?
In Albanian, the word Darda means pear or pear tree.
Okay. Hey, they're Israelites too.
That's who he's talking about, though, Garfield. He's talking about the Albanians, because the Albanians are the ones that, you know, they had the descent from the Dardanians. So that's what he's talking about.
Wow.
Yeah, so in the Albanian language, which their language is considered like a rare Latin, if I'm not mistaken. That's what it means. It means pear tree or pear. And in Hebrew, it means pearl or Israelite.
All right, let me play this. Let me see how much I gotta go. I got a lot of time left, but let me check this out right here. What he's saying, and then we build.
It says, this is what Tacitus from Histories, Book 5, Section 2, Mount Ida from Tacitus. I'm making this up. Mount Ida, right? This is what Tacitus said. The Jews are said to have been refugees from the island, are said to be refugees from the island of Crete, who settled in the remotest corner of Libya in the days when, according to the story, Saturn was driven from his throne by the aggression of Jupiter. This is a deduction from the name Judea. Wait, hold on. It's a deduction from the name Judea. So when they say they descended from Jove, their ancestor, they began to worship Judah, believe it or not. It's called euhemerism.
I know this.
Okay, this is why Cornelius, when you go into Scipio Africanus Major, he said he descended from Jupiter, and he would pray in the temple of Jupiter. Say he descended from his race. It says by which they became known. So they became known as Judea. He's saying it's a deduction from the name Judea. The word is to be regarded as a barbarous lengthening of Idea. Ida. The name of the people dwelling around the famous Mount Ida in Crete. So hold on, Mount Ida in Crete. Mount Ida, where? In Anatolia? Seeing the connections? Dardanus, Troy, Dardania. A few authorities hold that in the reign of Isis, the surplus populations of Egypt was evacuated to.
Bear in mind, Isis is a fictitious character, right? Mythical character. The Jews, he gives a bunch of stories. I read this earlier in the show. Now, Jews say a lot of people say a lot of different things, have different stories. That don't make it true.
Yes, I'm retracting it right now.
He said a few authorities hold that in the reign of Isis. When was Isis reigning? This is like pre-dynastic time period. They have like a thing where they say that Isis was ruling and Osiris and all that stuff. That's what the Israelites were. I mean, like, you gotta use common sense, bro.
Neighboring lands under the leadership of Harusulamis and Judas. Harusulamis is Moses, right? Judah going into the land of Judah, etc. So they're making these are caricatures. It says, or epithets of their names. Many assure us that the Jews are descended from those Ethiopians who were driven by fear and hatred to immigrate from their home country when Cepheus was king. There are some who say that a motley collection of landless Assyrians occupied a part of Egypt and then built cities of their own. So where did Israelites come from? The region of Assyria, occupied a part of Egypt and then built cities of their own, inhabiting the lands of the Hebrews and the nearer parts of Syria. Others, again, find a famous ancestry for the Jews in the Ptolemai. The Ptolemai settled in southwest Anatolia. Look it up. They said that they descended from Jupiter, who are mentioned with respect in the epics of Homer. This tribe is supposed, to have founded Jerusalem and named it after themselves. This is from Tacitus, the Histories. Going back to the Dorians, Histories, Book 1, Section 56, Herodotus of Halicarnassus, 5th century BC, translated by G.C. Macaulay. By these lines, when they came to him, Croesus, who was Croesus? Croesus was the king that went to the oracle at Delphi, right, and believed that he could defeat who? Cyrus. He called Cyrus a hybrid mule. But listen to what he said. Now, Cyrus jacked him up because he thought Cyrus was going to come in the winter, and Cyrus came right in the winter and destroyed Lydia, right, which was that region that we're talking about now. When the bear came up off his side, had 3 ribs in his mouth, that was Lydia, Babylon, and Egypt, right? Croesus was pleased more than by all the rest, for he supposed that a mule would never be ruler of the Medes instead of a man. He's calling Cyrus a mule. And accordingly, that he himself and his heirs would never cease from their rule. Then after this, he gave thought to inquire which people of the Hellenes he should esteem the most powerful and gain over to himself as friends. This is 6th century BC, right? And there are people being called Hellenes. Listen to what Croesus says, right? And he said he should esteem the most powerful and gain over to himself as friends. Who Who was the most prominent people or preeminent of the Hellenes? Let's read. It says, in inquiring, he found that the Lacedaemonians, we read about them in Maccabees, and the Athenians, we just read about them, had the preeminence, the first of the Dorian, and the others of the Ionian race. So they were completely separate than the Dorian. For these were the most eminent races in ancient time. The second being a Pelasgian, that's the Philistines, and the first a Hellenic race. So who was ahead of the Philistines? Dorians, Lacedaemonians. When you go into the Lacedaemonians, that specific title, it was the specific high race of the Spartans. That was the priesthood of Jupiter. Okay, they were of the aristocratic element of the Spartans, or the royal bloodline. Just like David within Israel, or the royal bloodline, David will be known as, the descendants of David will be as the high race of Israel, right? It says, and the one never migrated from its place in any direction, while the other is talking about the Dorians, meaning they were migrating, and the Lacedaemonians and the Athenians, they were migrating all over the place, right? It says, while the other was very exceedingly given to wanderings. Remember that scripture said you will be wanderers? For in the reign of Deucalion, this race dwelt in Pithitis, and in the time of Doros. Now they say the Dorians descended from Doros. How could they, if Herodotus of Halicarnassus is saying during a specific time, they already existed and were migrated already. The son of Helen in the land lying below Assa and Olympos, which is called Histatius. And when it was driven from Histatius by the sons of Cadmos, it dwelt in Pendos and was called Macedonian. And thence it moved afterwards to Dryopus. And from Dryopus, it came finally to Peloponnesus and began to be called Dorian. This is ethnology of Europe. This ain't just archaeology. This is what an ethnologist by the name of R.G. Latham, right? That's what he says. Page 133 in the highlights. I'm going to read briefly. Such are the reasons for believing that the true and undoubted Hellenic area was at the time of the Homeric poems quite small enough to have received the whole of its population from some other country, and that by means of boats and ships. So who was Homer talking about the most? Dorians, Danuns, Dardanians, Trojans. This is from ethnologists, right? Going into the next page, if so, the Dorian conquests were only partially Hellenic, so that there is at least an element of intermixture here. Others, in the highlight, in 134, are referable to the eastern coast. Asia Minor, Egypt, and Phoenicia all contributed to mix the Hellenic blood. Oh boy. 135. I admit the likelihood sagaciously suggested by Colonel Muir of the parts between Syria and Egypt being in reality Semitic rather than Egyptian, yet passing from Egyptian in the eyes of a Greek, yet passing for Egyptian in the eyes of a Greek, so that much which is really Phoenician or Jewish may have been considered as Coptic. Nevertheless, a few fragmentary facts seem to indicate a true introduction of Egyptian ideas and blood. The name of the city Thebes, common to both Greece and Egypt, is one of these. Now, who do they say colonized or founded Thebes? Cadmus. Cadmus came from Egypt. Clearly, it says that. Came from Phoenicia and then into Thebes. Go ahead. Yep. Right. Right. That when you read Deborah, it says, why was Dan in ships? They already was doing migrations away. They already were doing migrations away before settling. You see, when Judah and Simeon were not mentioned, what was they doing? in the time of Deborah? Why was Dan in ships? They was already out there during that time, right? Now, look at where it started at. Look, it says, by Semitic is meant Jewish and Phoenician collectively. So under the name Phoenician, you can also consider Jews or Israelites. This is an ethnologist. Page 136 says, farther remarks upon the assumption that the Phoenicians only and not the Egyptians were a maritime people will occur in the ethnology of Crete. The influences from Syria and Palestine were either Phoenician or Jewish, and by no means exclusively Phoenician. The settling of the sons and daughters of Judah into captivity beyond the sea is a fact attested by Isaiah. Neither do I think that the eponymus of the Argive Danite was other than that of the Israelite tribe of Dan. Only we are so used to confine ourselves to the soil of Palestine and our consideration of the history of the Israelites. So what he's saying is like, why is it, he's going to go into say, why is it that we could say every other race traveled from here to there, but it's speculation when it comes time to say, oh, these Israelite tribes migrated from here. He's going to go into explaining as an ethnologist why that is. It says, only we are so used to confine ourselves to the soil of Palestine, meaning, like we keep saying, Israelites ruled beyond the times of judges in other places. They were other regions, right? During the times of Solomon, etc., during the times of the kings, right? It says, we confine ourselves to the soil of Palestine in our consideration of the history of the Israelites, that we treat them as if they were abscripti glebe, right? Just, like we just brush them under the rug or like treat them like, you know what I'm saying? Like it can't be because it's adjoined to the Bible, and ignore the share they may have taken in the ordinary history of the world. So everybody else has an ordinary history. We debate all day about people in their existence. He's saying, why do we confine them to just the soil of Palestine as if they were not a migratory people? Like priests of great sanctity, they are known in the holy places only. Look at that. When you say non-Jew, we got to confine the word Gentiles to non-Israelites because you're confining them to be in holy places only. No, they were in Greek apostasy, Egyptian apostasy, Samaritan apostasy, Assyrian apostasy, Babylonian apostasy. They were in these temples too.
We were the only people that went into all these different captivities. But
Right. Makes no sense. Like priests of great sanctity, they are known in the holy places only. Yet the seaports between Tyre and Ascalon of Dan, Ephraim, and Asher must have followed the history of seaports in general and not have stood on the coast for nothing. What a light would be thrown on the origin of the name of Peloponnesus and the history of the Peloponnesian family, if bona fide nation of Peloponnese with unequivocal affinities in contemporary annals had existed on the coast of Asia, right? Who would have hesitated to connect the two? Yet with the Danite and the tribe of Dan, this is the case, and no one connects them. He's saying nobody connects the tribe of Dan. You don't want to connect them to the world that's connected in trade and connected in these routes and connected in Greece. You want to confine them to just being holy people with a priesthood hat on in Palestine. In these remarks, I by no means say that the resemblance is not accidental, although my opinion is against it being so. I only say that a conclusion which would have been suggested if the tribe of Dan had been Gentiles has been neglected because they were Jews. So he's saying,
hold on there. Like him source contradicting. Read this out.
You want to confine them to just being holy people with a priesthood hat on in Palestine. In these remarks, I by no means say that the resemblance is not accidental, although my opinion is against it being so. I only say that a conclusion which would have been suggested if the tribe of Dan had been Gentiles has been neglected because they were Jews. So he's saying because Dan went off and they were considered Gentiles, they don't connect them because it's almost like a disdain to the Jews because they're living as Gentiles or Hellenes.
In these remarks, I by no means say that the resemblance is not accidental, although my opinion is against it being so. I only say that a conclusion which would have been suggested if the tribe of Dan had been Gentiles has been neglected because they were Jews. I don't know, Pana. That this Latham guy don't make no sense. Some Semitic influence may exist, but Danites had contact with maritime trade and non-Israelite people.
Again, Garfield, a lot of this is like Balkan people. Like all of this is like the Plasegi, Dorian, like all of this, the Noi, Dardanians, all of this is Balkan. I don't know what this has to do with West and Central Africans, African American, their history, where they come from. I don't know, because for the most part, African Americans have ancestry coming from West Africa, with a minor component of European, which is literally Northwest Europe, not South, Southern Europe of the Balkans, not the minor component of Native American ancestry. So where exactly is he trying to make a connection to African American in any of this, like any of this? Is he trying to do that or no? Because that's what I think some people in the comments are wondering.
Let me do 5 more minutes and I'm out of here, because this don't make no sense.
Okay.
18. Okay, 18. So let me play this last part here.
Mixture in alliance with the original population of Thessaly in South Macedon, rather than with the Epirus, may have determined the Aeolian character. Admixture in alliance with the South Epirotes rather than the Thessalians, the Doric, Semitic elements, the Ionic, right? So he's clearly lining up the Doric people as a separate people group, Semitic, right? We can clearly see this. It says, this is Robert Gordon Latham, right? An English ethnologist and philologist. Oh, you're getting this from a white man. Remember what I said earlier. His tongue shall fall upon themselves. Their tongues shall fall upon themselves. He shall accomplish a diligent search. It's a good thing that I had a screenshot from 5 years ago. Look at this. Look at the devil himself. Look at what Dorian is 5 years ago versus the revised. They're on to something. Dorian is a masculine given name of Greek origin. In Greek, the meaning of the name Dorian is of Doris, a district of ancient Greece. Now that's speculation. Or of Doris. Now watch what it says. A legendary Greek hero. Doris was the son of Helen of Sparta, who was the daughter of Zeus and Leda. Doris was the founder of the Dorian tribe, and the most likely origin of his name is the Hebrew word Doron, meaning gift. Because they even say Spartan was gifted to them as some type of sign from their god. And they're saying it could possibly be, it came from the Hebrew word Doron. Remember Dordia? Remember we went into that and we were talking about generation of pearls or knowledge, right?
Hey, Garfield, we should pause it right there and go look at that source real quick. We can pause it right there and look at the it should be under that number 2 source. We can find out if there's any truth behind that. What source? What are they citing for that, and why they actually removed it? Because then more than likely he's gonna say mythology. So he's basically citing mythology as historical, but it's mythology.
All right, thank you. Let me put it in Google search real quick.
Mm-hmm.
These slides look so clean. You think they're telling the truth, boy? I tell you.
Yeah, exactly. Dorian name. Okay, I see what he did.
Let me see what it says here.
Yeah, you have to go to that specific Dorian name. So it says, so it's the Penguin Book of Names for Australian Babies, bro. That's literally the source. Penguin Random House 2005.
Wow.
Australian babies. Oh man, that's a source. So I mean, you know, if they had an actual source that were like, you know, citing these, you know, ancient rabbis or something like that, like, you know, some ancient like Jerusalem Talmud, or, you know, some type of Talmud that came from like, you know, ancient Israel or something like that, then yeah, like we can sit there and say, okay, so there is a Hebrew connection, but we have nothing, absolutely nothing. Just the same thing with the Darda being Israelite, an Israelite pearl of knowledge, but in the Albanian language, which is an Indo-European language with the Latin script, you know, the word simply means pear or pear tree. It doesn't mean pearl of knowledge. So
Capone, you want to say something?
Oh no, I just came back. Is y'all still talking about the Danites and the Greek thing?
Yep.
Y'all?
What you want to talk about?
All right. So according to Manito, right, he says that one of the so I think he's talking about SETI. So I'm gonna read this real quick, right? It says the country was also called from his name Egypt. For Manito says that I think he's talking about SETI. So he say Sethos was himself called Egyptus. It was his brother Armis called Danias. So I brought that up to show that the Danios or the Danias that went into Argos. This is not Dan. This is an Egyptian who called himself Danias or Dananos.
Thank you. Good job.
That's in the Josephus what's this? Against Apion, book 1, paragraph 15. But at the same time, like I said, in Judges, which Judges is happening around the 12th century, you do have the tribe of Dan going into Cyprus. Now, you had a map up. We know Cyprus is on the other side of Argos. Argos is on the west, and Cyprus.
When Dan went into Cyprus.
Dan went into Cyprus, yeah.
When did that happen?
Around sometime 12th century.
All right, show us the information. The tribe of Dan?
Yeah, they went into Lachish. Lachish is modern day Cyprus.
Lachish is in
what?
Judea.
Yeah.
Oh wait, hold on. Maybe I got the place name wrong. Let me get the place name. Let me get the name right. Hold on.
Right.
Let me get the place name right.
Why you doing that? Do you acknowledge that Lacedaemon was a mythical Greek character?
I don't know who you talking about. You talking about that?
Yeah, Lacedaemon. Remember you were talking about it earlier with the Maccabees and stuff like that. Do you acknowledge that Lacedaemon is a Greek, you know, mythical character?
Even though this mythos, they are based off of historical people.
Nah, see, eponymous ancestors. You see, what you're not understanding is the Greeks also dealt with eponymous ancestors. That doesn't mean they're historical. Do you acknowledge that, right? So the Romans didn't descend from Romulus and Remus. I mean, Garfield, I don't want to steal Garfield's thunder because that's his, like, he can give you the whole rundown of the Persians and Perseus. I don't want to steal. This is Garfield's channel, so he can tell you about the whole eponymous ancestor if you haven't heard him say it 1,000 times, you know.
Right. But no, Dan went into Dan.
Capone just be trying to stuff. He know Capone's smarter than that. He know better than that.
Right.
He just tried to get away with something.
I'm trying to get away with nothing. What you mean? Okay, here you go right here. Let me get the place right. So they took over this island. It was right off the coast of the Mediterranean. Say then 5 men came. Okay, it say then 5 men departed and came into Lachish, and they saw the people that was therein, how they dwelt careless after the manner of the Zidonians. That's the Phoenicians, the Zidonians. They say quiet and secure, and they were no magistrate in the land, and that they might put them to shame if anything, and they were far from the Zidonians, and they had no business of any. So this is what it's Lachish. So if you look into it, Lachish is Cyprus. If you go into the history of Cyprus.
But Capone, you made that up about Dan going into Lachish. Where does it say in the Bible that the tribe of Dan went into 12th century, went into Lachish? This is crazy.
Right here.
The
Look,
first,
right here.
listen,
Read it.
Capone, let's be for real. The first
Okay,
disbursement we have, hold on, the first disbursement we have is a Syrian disbursement, and that's 743 BC. Before then, after a united Israel, we don't have any disbursement but that. Like, you're making up stuff.
No,
So
here you
you're
go right
saying,
here. This is the book of Judges, chapter 18, 29.
when is the book
And
of
they
Judges
called,
written?
huh?
When is Judges written?
When is it written? What does that matter when it's written?
So because Judges is probably written about 700 BC,
According to the documentary hypothesis, Judges is written.
Go ahead and read it, Capone.
It's part of the All right, so look, it say right here. I just want to read this part right here. It say they called the land. It say and they called the name of the city Dan, after the name of Dan, their father, who was born unto Israel. Howbeit the name of the city was Lachish at the first. Now, when you look up Lachish, it's gonna say Cyprus.
So you're saying that the apportioned land that God apportioned Dan was Cyprus?
No, Dan went. This is Dan taking over that land that he wasn't supposed to do.
Well, you said Judges what?
Judges 18 and 29.
You made that up, Capone.
Oh, bro. I'm gonna show you.
I know the error you made, but I'm gonna show you on the screen so you don't think I'm lying to you. All right, look at the screen. This is Judges 18:29. You see that, right?
Yeah.
What does it say right here? Let's go to which version you want. You want King
There
James?
you go, right there. That's the one I just read right there. The King James.
What does that say?
Lachish.
No,
Laish.
you can't read, bro. It says Laish.
Lachish, whatever, bro. Same thing.
It's not the same
thing, bro.
Laish
Now
is
you
in
making
Israel,
up shit, bro.
Laish is in Israel. Look at the Hebrew.
Capone, you crazy.
Look at the Hebrew right here. See, Lion, a city and region in northern Canaan. Laish.
Right.
He said right.
Right. So they had the northern Canaan. They had the northern Canaan part already, and then they're going to go into another.
They were by Joppa. No, Dan was by Joppa, and then they moved up to Laish in the north.
Right, and then they're going to go into another a little island. They're going to
Where does it say that? Where does it say that?
I'm gonna find it for you.
You just so you just lied to us. I mean, to try to deceive us and act like that was somewhere
No,
else.
that was just the wrong. That was the wrong part. I thought it was Lakeith because I remember looking this up a long time ago.
You just didn't think that we knew.
No, it wasn't. It ain't got nothing to do with that. I can be mistaken, but from my understanding, Dan went into they settled on the island right off the coast of the Mediterranean.
Who said that? Who said that the tribe of Dan settled off the coast of an island off the coast?
Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna find it for y'all.
He made that up, brother. He don't know what he's talking
Yeah.
about. Just forget the brother. He a good brother.
I ain't make nothing up.
Yeah.
I don't have to make anything up, bro.
All right. Ain't no primary though.
I bet you it is.
For Dan.
I bet
I know
you it is.
I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the Phoenicians, and they going across to the island of Crete, but that's not Dan. I know exactly what you're talking about.
I need a little help navigating. Let me just put it in on check.
You saying that because you think Dan was a seafaring group of people, right? I'm pretty sure you associate Dan with the Phoenicians.
No, not necessarily.
You gotta be.
What was the island again? I don't know. I gotta research it, bro. I gotta look at it. I gotta look into it.
When you find it, they're gonna be referring to the Dingin. It's not gonna be the tribe of Dan. It's gonna be Dingin.
No, it's something else. It's in the Bible. I think it's probably in the Maccabees.
The Dingin went to Crete.
For the sake of argument, I'm gonna concede, right? But and I'm gonna refresh my information. You know, I'm gonna research it. So I concede.
Hey, Capone, when we
I know I'm right. I'm just saying it. I'm saying it wrong right now, and I don't like that.
Yeah, you weren't prepared for the argument.
The thought, I'm just wording it wrong, so I gotta get that right. So what you were saying, King J?
We setting up something on with that northern location still or no?
What location?
You know, I say it's Haran. You say it's Iraq.
Yeah.
Ready for that?
Yeah, we ain't gonna be ready.
I'm ready now.
I gotta that's why I was waiting for A1. A1 gonna hit me up about that.
Okay. Okay. We can.
Well, he gonna call you too. You gave him your number, right?
I ain't got A1 number no more, so I might need to get it from you, and so I can hit him up.
I bet.
All right, for sure.
But yeah, he gonna set it up, and you know what? Whenever you do, when we get a date, that's when I start putting my slides together.
You finna get BTA. My slides already together.
Oh, that's what's up, man.
You supposed to be
Proper preparation prevents poor performance, man.
I already know.
I hope you got everything. What you gonna do? You go ahead and do it, cause this is easy work. This is easy work.
You know, you said something a while ago, GD and Capone. You said something earlier, right? You said Garfield, they're doing this because they want something to do with the New Testament. Look at the screen. This is his last slide.
No, he already said it. He mentioned something about Cornelius in his slides. But He did a good job, but the thing
You
is,
did a
well,
what?
go ahead.
You did a good job when you disagreed so much.
It was some reaching in there. Yeah, I go by the scriptures, man. I go by what Josephus wrote down, man. That's the stamp. You can't get past those.
Dorian origin. What I Google and find biblical DNA? What do I find this one?
You have to do that Dorian name. Just like how it says at the top, it has to have that name right beside it.
Okay.
It has to be in just like that to find it from Wiki. I was gonna say too, Garfield. I was gonna say if you wanted to go over where the seafaring Dinian, the tribe of Dan, by Samuel McCoy. This was written back in July 11th, 2022. It's on the Armstrong Institute of Biblical Archaeology. I mean, we can also go over the one from the Hierets, tribe of Dan, sons of Israel, or of Greek mercenaries hired by Egypt. Because the thing is, he made a claim that archaeologists and like the scholars never like try to make any connections or find any evidence, to basically compare them to being the tribe of Dan, but that was a lie.
In my Gorilla Hebrew debate, I did bring that up.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, I brought that up. But we always think that Samson and Hercules is connected because of their strength.
And there was a Danian hero like similar to Hercules, and they could say that it's like Samson also.
All right, Capone, you want to say something before I get off the air, bro?
No, just y'all look out for me and King J debate.
What y'all debating?
Did Abraham come from southern Mesopotamia or northern Mesopotamia? Is Cadiz, is it southern or northern? So
okay. What do you say, King J? What's your side? What side are you taking?
I'm gonna take the affirmative and say that it is in a northern Haran. I think a lot of times people get mixed up with northern Mesopotamia, thinking that that's strictly a southern location when they act in reality that it's modern day Turkey. So I'm gonna beat the brakes off the brother, respectfully.
Did y'all set up parameters as far as what do you consider Mesopotamia northern and what do you consider southern, like the geography of it?
Yeah, we're pretty. I think we're pretty set on the parameters.
Where y'all gonna debate at?
We waiting on. We need a platform, Garfield. We could do it. If you would be honored to set it up, we could. I'd love to do it here, brother. For real.
No, because we established it on the brother panel on the brother platform.
Sure. Over there, we definitely did.
You know
We did.
I don't want to.
I
really don't care. I really don't care, but I'm more so like, we started. Okay. If we had the argument over here, then
that'd be different. Okay, you're right.
I'd be like, all right, it's cool. You know what I'm saying? But we had the argument over there.
The platform,
we making flyers for it. So
yeah, you just anxious to get it on, though. That's what it really is. We've been talking about it for a while now. So
which platform is that?
That's cool. I haven't even started preparing.
Keep talking about A1.
I ain't gonna say I haven't started putting my slides together. I did start preparing.
I got my slides together. Hang on, bro.
I'm gonna show you a slide right now. That's gonna help you out, both of y'all out.
You can have them out.
Show you a slide right now.
I didn't gave him so many primaries.
The land of Chaldea was in the south. That's point blank period. That's easy. Even if you go from the northern location, which what King J is saying, right? That's not leaving from. It say he left his people. So just him moving to the next city. If you go from New York to New Jersey, it's still kind of the same culture. You know what I'm saying? You're not really leaving, right? But if you go from New York to Atlanta, then you completely left that. You know, that's it's a whole different culture. You see what I'm saying? That's what a migration is. It ain't just you just going from you just leaving to the next city. Don't you know people go over like that culture is like mixed. The neighboring city. Nah, they went from the south to the north.
Now finally we got a map. Now that was a good map.
No, that was a good map. I got some slides ready though. I got some. I had made some when we first had started talking, but I ain't just.
You never explained
I
to me
gotta
why
go organize.
where are you getting that from anyway? As far as like, I'm telling you that if it wasn't for Leonard Crowley, you would never even be suggesting a southern Iraqi location at all.
That's a good point, but that's not. No, it ain't. So also the word the that he's talking about it was not called that. It was called Odessa. That's another thing.
But we know that
So
Earth has been attested for since at least 10,000 BC, so it's not anachronistic to use Urfa. So my whole point is that when they're talking about Kasdim, they're literally talking about the sons of Kased, right? That it's different from the Kaldu.
go back to that
So
map.
when we get a chance to differentiate between the Kasdim and the Kaldu, then you understand kind of what I'm talking about. But Jubilees gives you
You want
a
to
primary.
differentiate from the Kasdim from the Kaldu, but you don't understand that it's a phonetic, it's a
He's
grammatical.
showing you right here. Look, he's showing you everything I'm saying with the cassette right here being cast in, being plural of the sons of cassette. Jubilees is the primary source too that says that I'm literally Nahor had a son named freaking and we named his land after him,
After
And
his son, right?
yeah, and Chaldean is simply a plural form of the word cassette, which he's showing right here.
Right.
You're thinking that Kaldu doesn't. So you're mixing up Kaldu and Kasdim.
No,
That's your error.
I'm gonna show you, bro.
You think because the
What
Greeks
happens
say
is
okay,
they was called Kasdim, and the
I
same
mean,
people in the Greek tongue. They was called Kasdim, right?
who was?
Then they was called Kaldu, and the Greeks called them Chaldean. So these are the same people. It's
No,
the
you
same
messed that
word.
up.
It's just the
You messed
word
that up.
goes through a phonetic shift. That's it.
Oh, so you're going to
That's
be
it.
able to present linguistically how the
Yes.
linguistically Kasdim
Yes.
goes to
I did that
Kaldu?
in my debate against
You
Humble. We had a
you
debate
trip.
about it's
You
the
tripping.
Chaldees and the Chronistic.
You tripping,
Matter of
brother.
fact, you can see the first part, like the opening, because I was
Why
recording it
are none of the cities in southern Iraq? Why are they all in northern Mesopotamia
on
and Turkey?
YouTube.
Why is Taraki, which is the father of Abraham, in northern Turkey?
That's
Why
what
is
Abraham.
Nahor in Turkey? Why is Haran in Turkey? Why are all these
Yeah, but
places
those are
10
all.
miles apart from each other? They
But you
all next
naming
door to each
all the
other.
people. You naming all the people that left Chaldea
You
and
trying to make a
settled
better
in
argument.
Haran.
Yeah, but
So of
Chaldea
course
didn't
those
exist. The
places.
Chaldea, but listen,
Even Josephus says that Abraham was prominent in that land, and they call it the
my bad, Tony.
habitation of Abraham.
But look, even the
After he left Chaldea, though.
but you're talking about a time the earth, the Chaldeans I'm talking about actually existed during that time period. You're talking about a particular group of people who didn't even exist until 900 BC. So I think you just kind of confused with the argument, brother, because there's
So
no
look,
way. Why would they travel 600 miles from Iraq to go all the way up into Haran, into Turkey, to go another however many miles down into Canaan? It don't
because
make sense,
it's
brother.
all about how you don't travel straight through a desert, bro. It's different ways how it's a certain route people got to take when they
He's showing you
migrate
right here
through
the
these.
primaries right here on the screen, brother. And I was gonna have to use with the Nazi tablets, and they're mentioning Abraham Haram and
Mm-hmm.
Taraki and these city states in Mari,
Yeah.
the
So this
kingdom of
word
Mari.
Naharim, right? Did the Egyptians have a word similar to that, King J?
They're known as Cal. It don't matter. They ain't
No,
got nothing
no,
to do
no,
with
no.
Iraq.
This is not. It's not that much revenue. It's it's off topic. Well, it's kind of on topic, but it don't have nothing to do with our debate. This just from our knowledge. Did the Egyptians have the word for a group of people named the Nahar?
Yeah, they are known as Arameans, Aram.
Right. So they was from Mesopotamia, right?
They were from Padan Aram, which is in the northern.
Look at the screen. Look at the screen.
Yeah, he's showing you right here. Aram
Right.
Naharam. That's
No, I'm
Padan
talking about,
Aram.
but I noticed the word and I said,
You
oh,
getting beat
the
up. You getting
Egyptians
beat
had
up.
a
You getting
word for
beat.
that.
You getting beat up.
The Egyptians called the people Naharim because I got the Ramsey stele, not the Ramsey stele, the 9 bowls.
But those are
Right.
still mans though.
I got the 9 bowls and there's a dark and there's a melanated people on there, and they name
Yeah,
are
you still
Nahar.
talking about skin color. We're talking about geographical locations. He's showing you right here the Arameans. The wandering Aramean is. Come on, brother. Like
Yeah,
you don't have an argument.
that's what Jacob said. That's in Deuteronomy 26:5.
So the Bible lying.
He said that he's a wandering Armenian. I get that.
So what's your point? Where's your any source? Show source.
But I just quoted the scripture that he got right there.
That says Aramean.
Right.
That's not in your favor.
Bro, that's after they left Chaldea. listen, brother. If
Chaldea is
you
too.
from
Chaldea is too.
look, hold on. Look, my people is from Mississippi. Once upon a time, my people left Mississippi and married 2 women and came 2 brothers married two sisters, and they came up here to Chicago. Now, I don't know no family in Mississippi, nor do I tell anybody that I'm from Mississippi. I tell them I'm from Chicago. You get what you catch my drift, bro? Of course they're going to say the place that they from that they know of, because when Terah left Chaldea and he took Abraham and his sons, that's when they established a new way of life that they was leaving behind. This is in the book of Joshua. It tells you this as well. But
where is the city state of Tazaryach?
Where's the what?
Where is the city state of Tazaryach?
Terah died in Haran.
I know. Where is the city state at? Where is that location at geographically?
I don't know what I don't know. No,
Well,
I don't know what you're talking. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. Listen, I'm not making that claim. Go ahead.
I know. He just showed he showed you a primary that showed in Amari tablets that Iraqi was a physical geographical place in northern Mesopotamia. So I was asking you where it was at.
Yeah, but Terah, that Terah. So you are going off. We have nothing to say that Terah had a land named after him. Only place would be the land that he goes into, which would be Aram Param, right? Which he named it after his son, which was Haran. His son died. His son Haran died, and he named it.
We have Nahor as well, right?
Okay.
I'm showing you right here. Taraki. We have Nahor, and we have Sharag, and we have Haran. All of them. And these people are literally hold on.
Go
and
ahead.
these people they literally mean Chaldean. You say Kased means Chaldean, right? Past them.
Right.
Right. So what are you talking about? Where are you getting this from?
Where are you getting this from?
Brother, if you tell me that my father is from Ur of Chaldeans, right? And Nahor is my nephew or my brother, and they call him Chaldeans, what are you talking about?
Nahor. Hold on. Look, Nahor, all that whole family, they left the land of. They left Ur. They left Ur. All of them left Ur and settled in Haran. So Nahor children is called Chaldeans, right? But you're not. What you're saying is you proving my point that they left. They would have been Chaldeans as well, right? They left the land of the Chaldeans and went and settled in Haran, right? So they left the south and settled in the north. That's why your argument is circular, because you're saying they left the north and they just went right next door, and now it's Chaldeans over here and it's Chaldeans over here. No, that's not how it goes.
The only difference is your argument is subjective because nothing you say you'll be able to show. I can literally show where Haran is at and show the distance
Well, you
between
don't know
Haran.
what
Hold
I'll be
on.
able to
Let me finish.
All right,
Bro.
wrap it up. I'm out of here, man.
Okay.
Wrap it up, guys. All right, later. I'm out.
Hey, Garfield, real quick.
Yeah.
Hey, I sent you in the back chat, in the private chat. You can
I
see
got it. I see it. I'm laughing. I see it.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds good. Thank you.
Later.
Peace.